every week. So police are very knowledgeable on how these things go. The thing to keep an eye on here is the unknown. So there's the known. All these groups, we know who they are. The unknown is who's coming from out of town with the intent to cause disruption. And what Police Superintendent Larry Snelling has said, the second that peaceful protest turns into any kind of vandalism or
Good morning to you and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 5:57 Eastern, 2:57 on the Pacific. And I did want to share this with you as today does mark the very beginning of the Democratic National Convention. You're taking a live look inside the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. We have a lot to get to as it relates to the DNC. But on this Monday morning, we do start with some breaking news. You are taking a live look at Tel Aviv, Israel right there, as a bomb blast in Tel Aviv late on Sunday has been confirmed as a terrorist attack. That's according to Israeli police as well as the Domestic Intelligence Agency. The man carrying the bomb, which exploded near a synagogue, was killed and a passerby was injured. That is according to police at the scene. Sunday's explosion came about an hour after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv to push for a ceasefire in Gaza that would end the 10-month war between Israel and Hamas. There has been increased urgency to reach a ceasefire deal amid fears of an escalation across the wider region. Iran has threatened to retaliate against Israel after the assassination of Hamas leader in Tehran on July 31st. And today, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called the latest diplomatic push by Washington to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza, quote, probably the best, maybe the last opportunity, urging all parties to get the agreement over the finish line. Ceasefire negotiations are set to continue this week in Cairo following a two-day meeting in Doha last week. This is Blinken's 9th mission to the Middle East since the conflict began. And the trip, days ahead of new talks expected this week in Egypt, comes amid fears the conflict could widen a deeper regional war following the killings of top militant commanders in Lebanon that Iran blamed on Israel. For more on this, I do want to bring in Ken Gray, who is a security expert as well as a senior lecturer at the University of New Haven. Ken, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Good morning, Stephanie. Glad to be with you.
I do want to start off with the breaking news, as Israeli police have confirmed that the bomb explosion that happened late yesterday was a terrorist attack. One person killed, one person injured. This comes as Secretary of State Blinken is in Tel Aviv for those ongoing ceasefire negotiations. What can you share with us?
So the bomber was carrying a backpack bomb, and it is believed to have prematurely detonated. That he was on the street, no real target apparent near him. Consequently, it's believed that this was a premature detonation and not the intended target. The bomber in this case, Gideon Perry, a 50-year-old Israeli. The target is unknown at this point as to what Perry was intending to bomb with this bombing. But nonetheless, and interesting. There's been missiles, there's been drone attacks, but this is a terrorist bombing here, which seems unusual considering all the amount of ordnance that's been flying through the air lately.
Absolutely. Security already ramped up, and now Tel Aviv on a high terror alert. Is this coincidental, the timing of this, or do you think that there was a further message behind this bombing as Blinken is in Tel Aviv for these ongoing ceasefire negotiations?
So it's unknown. Blinken was in Doha. Now he's over in Tel Aviv trying to push through this ceasefire agreement. I think that Blinken is being very, very hopeful with his statement about this being the final chance. I think the two sides are very far apart. Hamas was not even present there in Doha for this latest round of negotiations. The bridging document that Blinken was proposing as the way to get both sides to agree to it had a lot of things in it that just were unacceptable to one side or the other. So if Blinken was the Blinken was the intended target, there's no indication that that this person could have been even able to get close to Blinken, much less carry out this bombing. But the fact that it detonated on the street way away from everything shows that we don't know what the intended target was.
Well, let's talk about the ceasefire negotiations. You were saying that the public statement that this is the best chance and really the last opportunity. As you mentioned, Hamas wasn't even at these discussions. So is it even realistic to think that a ceasefire deal might actually happen?
Stephanie, I think this was more for domestic content than it was for actual negotiation details. That is, I think that this had more to do with the presidential election here in the United States than it had anything to do with actually coming to an agreement. Because Yahya Sinwar and Benjamin Netanyahu are the two that will determine whether or not this agreement goes through, and they are very far apart. Netanyahu insists on having a continued presence in the Gaza Strip. He insists on having control of the Rafah crossing, the Netzinim crossing, and Sinwar. And he wants to and the hostages. So I think that when they say that this is the best possible chance, I think the best possible chance is for the current administration as opposed to what's going on there on the ground in the Gaza Strip.
I also want to ask you, there has been growing concerns about the possibility of a larger regional war, especially when we have a terrorist attack in Tel Aviv. You know, again, the target unknown, but that is, you know, a strong message to Israel. Do you think that everyone is bracing for a larger regional war? Everyone, you know, we've heard from a number of different countries saying we do not want this to escalate to that point. But given the fact that the recent events have occurred, is it inevitable?
So the supreme leader, Khamenei, immediately after the death of Haniyeh, uh, promised to retaliate. But he didn't say how they were going to retaliate. We don't know if it's going to be similar to the April attack, where they launched missiles and drones, or if this is going to be a cyber attack, or if this is going to be proxies conducting this attack. We just don't know at this point. And I believe that the new president of Iran and Khamenei have a real difference of opinion. Of course, the supreme leader's opinion is the one that weighs out. But nonetheless, there's a difference as to whether or not they should carry out an attack and if that attack should be immediate. So far, we're now past 2.5 weeks since the bombing there in Tehran, killing Haniyeh. They promised to do a retaliation. Hezbollah has been launching missile barrages after missile barrages, and so Hezbollah is ready to go. It's Iran that has yet to put together their operation to see how they're going to conduct this retaliation. We don't know what it's going to look like. It doesn't have to be a missile and drone attack.
You know, and you bring up a good point because Israel has been preparing for a number of weeks. Why hasn't Iran retaliated? What do you think the reasoning behind that is?
So back in April, they took a full week from the time of the incident to the time they retaliated. So in this particular case, it's been over 2 weeks. It may be due to the difference of opinion between the new president and the supreme leader. It may be due to the fact that they are trying to find the right combination of ways to attack, or it very well could be that they're planning to wait out the allied forces here that are preparing to defend Israel. The United States has a lot of air assets in the area sitting in Cyprus. France and the UK also have assets in the area. And so every day that goes by without an attack occurs is time that these the three countries have assets that are forward deployed that are not being utilized. And so this is a waiting game. Iran does not have to attack today or tomorrow. They can wait for their retaliation, but sooner or later, they're going to retaliate in some way. We just don't know how.
And perhaps the element of surprise is perhaps, you know, their strongest asset at the moment. The U.S. did send a missile submarine last week, and I'm wondering, that's obviously a very strong signal. Oftentimes we don't hear publicly of submarines going from point A to point B. Does that change Iran's response in your perspective, if at all?
So here's the thing: is that before the United States had an aircraft carrier group in the Eastern Med. When that was recalled to the United States, it was replaced with a carrier down south of Yemen, and then that carrier is being replaced by yet another carrier coming into the area there, and the additional assets like the submarine are meant to add additional forces, but it's a long distance from where the aircraft carrier is going to be and Israel. And so to be able to have the aircraft move from that aircraft carrier up to defend Israel and get back to the aircraft carrier, that's 800 miles each direction. And so Cyprus is actually closer. Cyprus, that's why the F-22s and the F-18s were moved to Cyprus, was to be able to provide that air assets that are missing due to the fact that the aircraft carrier was recalled from the Eastern Med. It's a different defense plan here. It's potentially due to the fact that it's a long way around for an aircraft carrier to get to the Eastern Med. We right now have 11 carriers in a 15 carrier world. So we don't have enough carriers to be able to cover this, cover what is happening there potentially with China, with Taiwan, and protect all the rest of the sea lanes. So really, this is a situation of aircraft carriers not being where they need to be at the time that they are needed. So the long answer to say that the submarine that is there and the knowledge that the aircraft that the submarine is there in the area is to try to bolster the defense of that carrier being so distant from Israel.
As we continue to follow the breaking news, that explosion in Tel Aviv that killed one person, injured another, Israeli police say that was, in fact, a terrorist attack. Anything else that you're keeping a very close eye on as these ceasefire negotiations do continue?
So the West Bank has been heating up, and the West Bank has been heating up over the last couple of months. It continues to be a real problem. I would not, and made even more so by the fact that Smotrich and Ben-Gvir have been making moves to try to get additional settlers into the area. Consequently, there is a real possibility that the West Bank could become the next Gaza Strip. That is that the conflict that is going on in the Gaza Strip may be replaced with conflict over in the West Bank. So I'm keeping an eye on the West Bank for additional problems popping up there.
Absolutely. Ken, as always, we do appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
And we do continue to follow breaking news out of Israel as a bomb blast in Tel Aviv has been confirmed as a terrorist attack. That's according to Israeli police and the Domestic Intelligence Agency. They said that earlier today, the man carrying the bomb, which exploded near a synagogue, was killed and a passerby was injured. Quote, it can now be confirmed that this was a terror attack. That's according once again to police and the Domestic Intelligence Agency. Sunday's explosion came just about an hour after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv to push for a ceasefire in Gaza that would end the 10-month war between Israel and Hamas. And as soon as we get any new information, we, of course, will bring that to you. We are also anticipating an Israeli government briefing as this war continues. That is scheduled to begin at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, I did want to share this look with you as today does mark the start of the Democratic National Convention. So much to get to after this 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 6:14 Eastern, 3:14 Pacific. And I did want to share once again this live look right here inside the United Center, as today does mark the start of the Democratic National Convention. We are now 78 days away from the November presidential election, and this week all eyes are on the Democratic National Convention that kicks off today in Chicago, just 4 weeks after President Biden ended his campaign and made way for Vice President Kamala Harris to become the Democratic presidential nominee. The political transformation just months ahead of the general election matchup with the Republican nominee, former President Trump, has meant a rapid succession of changes for Democrats this year in general, making the convention all the more noteworthy. Up until a month ago, Biden had been expected to take the convention stage Thursday night, as is tradition for the party's nominee. But now Biden will give a speech on today's opening day, as well as his wife, First Lady Jill Biden. Biden is expected to use his keynote address as a symbolic handoff for his party to Harris, capping 5 decades in Democratic politics and pressing the case for what he says is the threat to the country if Trump returns to the White House. Now, Harris will be on hand to watch Biden's speech. Signs in the arena will feature a regular Biden-ism, quote, spread the faith. While Harris is expected to stick around through the week's events ahead of her own speech, officials say Biden is not planning to be in Chicago past his own appearance. Now, Harris will close out the convention on Thursday. Her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, is expected to speak on Wednesday. Other expected speakers include former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and former President Barack Obama, among others. Meanwhile, thousands of demonstrators are expected to be outside the United Center for the DNC, hoping to call attention to abortion rights, economic injustice, and the war in Gaza. For more on this, we do want to turn to our Fox 32 Chicago team as they are covering this convention. We're going to dip into their coverage right now.
Right now on Good Day Chicago, we are hours away from the start of the Democratic National Convention. We have the details on everything you have to know.
And how Chicago police and the state police are going to be working together to make sure, or try to, that the DNC stays safe.
Plus, let's take a live look outside. Hey, looks pretty good right now. Will it be a nice start to the week? Mike will have a look at your forecast coming up. And good morning. Thanks so much for joining us here on Good Day Chicago. I'm Natalie Bomke. Anita's going to be live from the convention starting in the 6 a.m. hour.
We are looking forward to seeing her reports. Good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome to Convention Week. It is 4:30. And let's check in before we get to our top stories with Mike Kaplan. I can see some clouds out there. I'm not sure how, but there they are.
There they are. Well, you know, one of the reasons why is because we have a full moon out there. And so that's still out. It's kind of illuminating the sky, even though it's still, dark 30 out there. Yeah, there are a few patches of cloud cover, but this is going to end up being a mostly sunny day today with very pleasant temperatures. Humidity levels are on the way down. It is going to be rather breezy, though. We'll be in the mid-70s at noon. I think we're headed for the upper 70s later this afternoon, breezy and mild. And because the wind is shooting straight down the lake, dangerous swimming conditions. Now that you were thinking of diving in, but don't, at least for the next couple of days. Warmth on the way back. I'll tell you when the 90s appear in the forecast straight ahead.
Thank you, Mike. Organizers of the DNC released information about their themes this week, as well as some of the speakers for the event.
Paris Schutz break down what else we can expect from this week.
President Joe Biden takes the stage at the United Center on night one of the Democratic National Convention. $94 million, thousands of workers and volunteers, and more than a year of planning have brought Chicago to the doorstep of the Democratic National Convention. Tuesday features Governor Pritzker, Wednesday Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz, and Thursday Vice President Kamala Harris. Other speakers include former Presidents Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, former Senator Hillary Clinton, and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. Harris has already secured the requisite amount of delegates for the nomination, but there are a handful of uncommitteds expected to attend, and they're calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and an arms embargo to Israel.
We have about 30 uncommitted delegates out of 4,000, and this place is going to be jam-packed. And in the end of the day, we're all Democrats, and we understand that we have to be respectful for the process. We have to be respectful for the folks that are on that stage.
One of those expected speakers, Kentucky Democratic Governor Andy Beshear, who was on a short list to be Harris's running mate. He says the DNC should focus on policy items that reach those undecided voters in the middle.
While this is amazing, people aren't waking up thinking about the presidential election. They're thinking about their job and whether they make enough to support their families. They're thinking about their next doctor's appointment. They're thinking about the roads and bridges they drive that day. They're thinking about the school they drop their kids off at, and they're thinking about their public safety. When we govern on those places that benefit everybody is when we open up everybody's hearts and minds.
Earlier in the day, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker joined Mayor Johnson to announce another major convention set to hit town. This one, the NAACP's annual event, which will take place in 2026.
Our partnership is delivering the best political convention this country's ever seen, and now we will take the expertise and the partnership that we've developed and apply it to another incredible event that will benefit the people of Chicago and the state of Illinois.
And that convention could bring 40,000 people to town. Now, Chicago has a lot riding on this week, not only for the city's image, but for the image of the Democratic Party nationally. Reporting from the United Center, Paris Schutz, Fox 32, Chicago.
And with a huge number of protesters coming to Chicago for the event, police are getting some help from the Illinois National Guard. This is part of an effort to keep the city's police resources from being stretched too thin. Governor J.B. Pritzker confirmed that he has called up about 250 members of the Illinois National Guard to be on standby during the convention. Many of those guardsmen are in place at police headquarters at 35th and Michigan. Pritzker says those called to duty are trained as police officers with experience in crowd control, and he explained how they'll be used.
They are really on standby. They are, at the perimeter. Nobody expects that we'll have to use them for anything very serious, but we also want to make sure that we have additional law enforcement type folks who are in uniform and who are trained to be police available.
If all goes smoothly during the convention, chances are we won't see them at all. But if protesters get out of hand, they will be deployed with more available if needed.
As needed. Okay, the Poor People's Army, as they're known, is planning to march today, but on Sunday they got things kicked off with a rally in Humboldt Park. The event is called People's Fest, and it is organized by the Poor People's Economic Human Right Campaign, supporting arts and cultural events. The group is known for reclaiming the basic necessities of life with free food distribution and housing takeovers of abandoned government-owned properties.
We think that the Democrats should start their first day with instituting a zero tolerance on homelessness. Due to the nonprofit industrial complex, there's so much waste in money and funds that if we wanted to decide tomorrow to end homelessness, we could.
The People's Army has been organizing marches on the opening days of Republican and Democratic national conventions now for decades.
The two reversible lanes on the Kennedy have been reopened just in time for the convention, but not for the public. Illinois State Police vehicles are blocking the entrances and exits to the reversible lanes. Those lanes have been under construction and unavailable, as you know, for months. IDOT says the lanes might be made available for use by the Secret Service to shuttle VIPs from O'Hare during the convention. Construction has stopped for the week, but IDOT says this will not delay the 3-year Kennedy reconstruction project, which is about halfway complete.
And you can find everything you need to know about the DNC in one convenient location. There it is on your screen right there. We've got info on all the street.
And we do want to thank our Fox 32 Chicago team. You were hearing that demonstrators have already camped out outside the United Center ahead of the Democratic National Convention. I do want to play out some video from yesterday of some of that demonstration right now.
Not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel crime.
And you could hear some of the chanting right there. Those are pro-Palestinian protesters gathering outside the DNC headquarters in Chicago. Demonstrators, you can see, holding up signs and chanting "Free Palestine." They are congregating outside of the convention, accusing the Biden administration of supporting Israel. The protest come one day before the kickoff to the Democratic National Convention. And as a coalition of nations, including the U.S., continue to meet to try and construct a new ceasefire deal. Once again, you're taking a live look inside the United Center right there as the convention does get underway later on today. And we were also hearing a little bit about Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. And I do want to play out an interview that he had with Fox 32 Chicago Paris Schutz. We're going to pivot to that right now and take a listen in.
Location, Chicago. Republicans have just held their convention at Chicago Stadium, renominating Herbert Hoover. Democrats had something else in mind, something new, a new deal.
The platform which you have adopted is clear. I accept it 100%.
That, of course, is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who would go on to win and win again, a record 3 more times, completely remaking the federal government before he died in 1945. Chicago is known as Hog Butcher to the world, but it might as well be called America's political convention capital. After next week, the city will have hosted 27 political conventions, by far the most of anywhere in the country, and they've been some of the nation's most historic moments. In 1860, Republicans got together at the old Wigwam to nominate an upstart lawyer and son of Illinois named Abraham Lincoln. And who could forget the convention where delegates fought, barricades were stormed, and police struggled to keep the peace? I'm speaking, of course, of the infamous Republican affair of 1912, where Teddy Roosevelt won a majority of delegates, but the party went with William Howard Taft instead. Roosevelt then formed the Progressive Party, which subsequently held its convention in, you guessed it, Chicago. And 1968, when the whole world was watching, Grant Park was burning, and Mayor Richard J. Daley was fuming. 28 years later, Richard M. Daley had something else in mind at the United Center, a party to renominate Bill Clinton, where the only moment of controversy came as delegates struggled to perform the Macarena. Never get sick of that video. And for a brief period, we thought 2024's gathering might make the kind of history that so many other Chicago conventions have. But that went out the window when Vice President Kamala Harris quickly sewed up the nomination in a virtual roll call earlier this month. So the focus now is outside the United Center, where protest groups have vowed to bring tens of thousands of demonstrators to the streets to make their voices heard, leading to fears that Chicago history might repeat. This time, the city's protectors have repeated the same mantra over and over again, that the city is ready. So Chicago finds itself in a position it has been repeatedly throughout its history, at the center of the national political world. How will we handle this moment in the spotlight? What will the legacy of the 2024 DNC be? Buckle up, hunker down, you're about to find out. Welcome to Paris on Politics, where we take you behind the headlines and beyond the spin. More than 2 years ago, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker announced triumphantly that Chicago had won the rights to host the Democratic National Convention. Now that the moment has arrived, the governor reflected on what it means for the city, the state, and the Democratic Party.
Well, I remember all the lobbying that we had to do to try to win this thing. I remember we competed against a whole bunch of other cities to win the convention. The final 4 were Houston, Atlanta, New York, and Chicago. That's some stiff competition. But one of the reasons that we won is that every time I saw President Biden, I literally would shake his hand, and the first thing I'd say to him is, "We're going to have the convention in Chicago, right?" And he would laugh after the 3rd or 4th time he heard it.
True Chicago fashion, just promoting the city.
You got to keep working, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's one reason. And I think another is that, we show off the values of the Democratic Party. We've protected people's freedoms here, the freedom to choose, the right to read a book that you want to read, making sure that we're standing up for working families. We passed a workers' rights amendment, and all of these common democratic values, which are American values. We've lowered the cost of things in Illinois, made things more affordable, whether it's health care or groceries or anything else. You've seen us carry those things out. We built a lot of infrastructure. Look what happened at the federal level after we did it. So those things, I think, all led to Democrats choosing Chicago as a kind of a way to show off the values of the Democratic Party.
Speaking of values of Chicago, the Democratic Party protest, free speech. Some of these protest groups have already put out social media messages to, quote, crash the party. Another one saying, quote, F the GNC, G standing for genocidal. So when you see this, what's the realistic scenario for what to expect on the streets?
Well, social media is probably not a good way to get you to judge, whether there's going to be unrest or not. There just are people out there who, would like to make a statement about things. And of course, we're all concerned that, you may have protesters, but there may be some bad apples. Usually they'll come from out of town to do it. So there's been a lot of planning, I want to be clear. Every 4 years, and I've been to almost every convention since I was able to vote, every 4 years at a Democratic and Republican convention, there are protests. And there will be protests this time. We're going to protect people's freedom of speech, but we're also going to protect the people who live here and the delegates that are coming to visit. So the planning's been going on for a year and a half, you mentioned, at every level, starting from Secret Service and FBI to the sheriff to the Chicago Police Department and all the surrounding states' police departments that are helping and joining in to help us keep the streets safe.
And you're confident in Superintendent Snelling that his force is going to know how to handle things should some folks want to cause trouble or vandalism or looting, and there won't be scenes that are broadcast to the world of cops and protesters clashing.
There's an excellent plan that's been put in place. This is a national security event, they call it. When you've got the president, the vice president, and all these major leaders in one party all in one place. And so there's a lot of security. I do feel pretty good about the way this is going to be handled. Again, the unknown unknowns I can't tell you about, but I feel good. And I'm also thrilled that so many people have engaged in this convention from across the city of Chicago. And I think that's an indicator of the excitement across the entire United States. Yeah, let's start with just the immediate impact, which will be $150 to $200 million. And just think about all the money that was raised for the convention. That's all being spent on things here in Chicago for the convention, right? That's almost $100 million of spend going to, well, minority and women-owned contractors more than ever before. And, of course, all the other things that are, make up this great big convention. And then you got all these people, 50,000 people coming here, spending money in our restaurants and engaging with the entire city. So that's the short-term benefit. I think the medium and long-term benefit is coming to Chicago in the summer, people all over the United States and from all over the world to cover the Democratic Convention are going to see our beautiful lakefront. They're going to experience bars with, blues going on everywhere. The fact that we've got really some amazingly hospitable people everywhere in the city of Chicago, and they're going to experience the diversity and culture of our great city. So I think what's going to happen is, first, it'll be good for Chicago's overall reputation, and second, people will want to come back. I mean, if you've spent any time in the summer in Chicago here and had a good experience, you're coming back, because there's no better city in the summer than the city of Chicago.
Now for the view on the other side of the aisle. On Thursday, we spoke with Illinois Republican State Senator Sue Rezin, live from the State Fair in Springfield.
Well, listen, I'm here at Republican Day in Springfield, and we just finished with a picnic full of wonderful speakers and lots of energy around the upcoming election in Springfield and for the Republican Party. We know that the DNC is hosting the convention in Chicago. There's a lot of hype and build up to the convention in Chicago. We understand that. And to be quite honest with you, the Harris campaign may get a bump from that. But what's important is, after the DNC, when voters start to really pay attention to issues that are important to them, you're going to see those issues, the independent voters that are in the middle that every day are reminded about higher grocery taxes, higher cost of gas at the pump, They're reminded about, our border security or lack of security and everybody crossing and coming into our country illegally with the open borders. And as a result, the fentanyl that's coming in. They will start to realize that we are the party that they agree with on policy. This is an election about policy and not personalities.
It is an election about policy, but a lot has been made of the personalities, Senator Rezin. A lot was made of Biden's mental acuity before he dropped out. Trump has ranted recently on false claims of manipulated crowd sizes or that Biden would somehow want to steal the nomination back. Do you have questions about Trump's own fitness for office?
Well, first of all, President Trump has shown that he has the acuity for office. He has the mentality. He has the energy for office. I think it's important to highlight how the Democrat Party actually pushed out their nominee from office and replaced their nominee with the vice president, much to the chagrin of the voters. She has not received one vote. This was done behind the scenes by the party controlling the Democrat Party, and it really is a blemish on the Democrat Party, the way that they pushed out the president and replaced the president with the vice president.
And we do want to thank our Fox 32 Chicago team for that. You can count on Live Now from Fox for all of your live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage of the Democratic National Convention beginning today, running through Thursday. We're going to have all of the big speeches, starting with President Biden, who will kick off today's speeches with the keynote address. Later on today, we are going to have pre and post analysis with a host of experts. And again, all of those speeches uninterrupted. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, I do have some breaking news out of Italy after a luxury super yacht sailboat has capsized. One body has been found, a number of others missing, a number of foreigners on board that boat. All of the details coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do have some breaking news this morning at 6:38 Eastern, 3:38 Pacific. You're taking a live look at Palermo, Italy, and you can see the water right there. A luxury super yacht sailboat carrying foreign tourists capsized and sank off Sicily in bad weather earlier today. 1 body was found, 6 people were missing, and 15 people were rescued. That's according to authorities. The British flag 184-foot yacht had a crew of 10 people and 12 passengers representing British, American, and Canadian nationalities. That is according to the Italian Coast Guard. 15 people were rescued initially and taken to shore, where 8 were in the hospital. 1 body was found near the wreck. 6 others remain unaccounted for. That's according to a spokesperson for the Italian Fire Rescue Service. A helicopter and rescue boats from the Coast Guard, Fire Rescue, and Civil Protection Service, among others, were at the scene searching for the missing and had located the wreck about 163 feet underneath the ocean. The boat capsizing around 5 a.m. local time off a nearby port. Now, deep water divers were arriving at the scene to try and enter the wreckage. Those who had not been rescued include 1 member of the crew and 6 passengers, according to the Coast Guard. Local media said a very fierce storm, including water spouts, had swept through the area overnight, but skies were clear and seas calm by Monday morning, and you could see just the conditions of the water right there. This is near that wreckage site, but not exactly at that wreckage site. So we did want to share that breaking news. This is according to the Associated Press, that a luxury superyacht sailboat carrying foreign tourists capsized and sank off Sicily in bad weather earlier today. 1 body was found, 6 people remain missing, and 15 people were rescued. There were people, crew members, and passengers representing British, American, and Canadian nationalities. As soon as we receive any more information, we, of course, will bring that to you. In the meantime, we are going to step away for another break. On the other side, we continue our political coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and today does mark the very beginning of the Democratic National Convention. You're taking a live look inside the United Center right there at the DNC, and you can see that it's pretty empty. That's certainly going to change in the coming hours as folks are expected to head on inside ahead of those main speeches. But it's not just about the Democratic ticket, although all eyes are on Chicago right there. Over the weekend, Senator J.D. Vance, who is former President Trump's running mate, he sat down to speak with Fox News Sunday ahead of the DNC. I do want to play that out. right now.
Okay, so let's start there. This race is much different than what you were looking at a month ago. It is much tighter. You have said Republicans, quote, are going to need every vote they can get. You heard what Nikki Haley had to say. Here's what Karl Rove says, echoing her. He's going to be on the show later. He says Mr. Trump so far has largely focused on themes that appeal only to his true believers, childish insults and talk of stolen elections, January 6 political prisoners, and a weaponized justice system. That won't win him a single vote he doesn't already have. So you know the faithful are with you. What more can and should your campaign be doing to reach beyond those boundaries?
Well, first of all, I think Ambassador Haley is right that we have to reach a broader group of voters, but I think that we're doing exactly that, Shannon. If you look at what President Trump has been saying at his rallies, what I've been doing at my rallies and my press events, is we've been making a very simple argument that when Kamala Harris became president, or vice president, I should say, she caused policies that led to a rapid increase in inflation and a rise in chaos around the world. When Donald Trump was president, we had stable prices, we had prosperity, we had higher take-home pay for American workers, and we had peace across the world. The contrast is really remarkable. And importantly, Shannon, we actually have a vision for bringing down energy costs, for bringing down food costs, for making housing more affordable for American citizens. And we have been running on that. And of course, the media has been giving Kamala Harris a 3-week love fest. But the unfortunate fact for Kamala Harris is her record is her record. And we're going to prosecute the case that Donald Trump caused peace and prosperity. Kamala Harris caused chaos and lower take-home pay. I think that we get that message out there, Shannon. I feel very confident the American people are going to elect Donald Trump president in November.
All right, I want to get to some of the policy, but first, a little bit more on the campaign. Much has been made of the fact that Corey Lewandowski is returning to the campaign. President Trump is well known for doing some shakeups in the summer leading up to his elections in 2016 and 2020. Here's an analysis from the Washington Post. They say this: with so many seeking his confidence, there's one thing that no one will tell him. What's most in need of fixing is the candidate himself. Now, Vivek Ramaswamy says he's had these conversations with the president. He is open. He's receptive to it. Who is the president listening to, and are there going to be more changes at the top of the campaign?
Well, anybody who knows President Trump will tell you he listens to everybody. I think it's one of his great strengths as a leader is he solicits opinion from his campaign staff to the people who serve him his food at a restaurant. He's trying to get feedback from everybody because he actually wants to understand where the American people are on the issues of the day. But look, you listen to one of Donald Trump's rallies. Go to his North Carolina rally from just a couple of days ago. He was talking about Americans suffering under higher prices. He was talking about the need to bring down housing prices so that young people can afford to get in a home. He was talking about the need to bring groceries down to the level that they were at when he was president, Shannon, because normal Americans could afford to put a nice meal on the table. These are very simple things, and I think that what a lot of the people who are giving Donald Trump advice would, I think, do well to understand is that Donald Trump is carrying the message out there to the American people every single day. I'm doing it every single day, and we're just going to keep on doing it for the next 80 days, and that's how we persuade the American people to elect Donald Trump the next president of the United States. That's really what the campaign is all about. I think we're very receptive to feedback, but at the end of the day, if you look at our messaging, we're focused on the issues that Americans care about, and we're going to keep on doing that.
I mean, our Fox News polling does show the economy is the #1 issue and that people do give you all the edge on that. And yet, this is what we have out from some new polling out of the New York Times. They say Ms. Harris is now leading Mr. Trump among likely voters in Arizona 50-45 and has even edged ahead of Mr. Trump in North Carolina, a state Mr. Trump won 4 years ago, while narrowing his lead significantly in Georgia and Nevada. What is the administration doing, the campaign doing with that data as it comes in? I mean, these are critical states that you got to have a path to 270. Are there any pivots? Are there any, reconfiguring of what you're doing in the strategy? Because you talk about your message, but is it not landing?
Well, let me say two things about this, Shannon. First of all, the polls tend to radically overstate Democrats. We certainly saw that during the polling of summer of 2020 and summer of 2016. And, of course, a lot of those polls were wrong when it came to Election Day. The second thing I'll say, Shannon, is what we have certainly seen is that Kamala Harris got a bit of a sugar high a couple of weeks ago. But what we've actually seen from our own internal data, Shannon, is that Kamala Harris has already leveled off. If you talk to insiders in the Kamala Harris campaign, they're very worried about about where they are because the American people just don't buy the idea that Kamala Harris, who has been vice president for 3.5 years, is somehow going to tackle the inflation crisis in a way tomorrow that she hasn't for the past 1,300 days. Giving Kamala Harris control over inflation policy, Shannon, it's like giving Jeffrey Epstein control over human trafficking policy. The American people are much smarter than that. They don't buy the idea that Kamala Harris represents a fresh start. She is more of the same. It is doubling down on the failed policies of the Harris administration to give Kamala Harris a promotion rather than to fire her, which is what I think most Americans are going to do on November.
How does that not line up then with another poll we got out this morning? Washington Post, ABC, they're giving the vice president nationally a 4 to 5 point lead. I mean, those are new numbers. So if you think the momentum is not swinging or your internal polls are suggesting differently, every other poll that's been released has shown great momentum in her direction.
You know, Shannon, I think there are a lot of polls that actually show her stagnating and leveling off. Of course, ABC Washington Post was a wildly inaccurate pollster in the summer of 2020. And look, if you see the numbers that we're seeing and you actually talk to the American people, I feel extremely confident that we're going to be in the right place come November. We can't worry about polls. We have to run through the finish line and encourage everybody to get out there and vote. But our message is going to be very simple. If you want to get back to the peace and prosperity, the rising take-home pay, Donald Trump delivered it once and he can do it again. If you want to double down on the failed policies that have delivered higher food prices and higher housing prices, well, Kamala Harris has been vice president for 3.5 years, and I guarantee she's going to make the problem worse if the American people give her a promotion.
So
the thing we have to remember, one final point, let me just say one final point on this, Shannon, because I think it's important. Consistently, what you've seen in 2016 and 2020 is that the media uses fake polls to drive down Republican turnout and to create dissension and conflict with Republican voters. I'm telling you, every single person who's watching this, the Trump campaign is in a very, very good spot. We're going to win this race. We just have to run through the finish line.
Okay, I want to give you a chance to respond to some of this back and forth on financial issues. This is what the vice president had to say about what your ticket is planning for America.
He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year. And he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion, even as they pull in record profits. And that's on top of the $2 trillion tax cut he already signed into law when he was president.
She also talked about the plans for tariffs, as you heard Senator Coons talk about. Other economists have said those tariffs, along with mass deportations that would impact the workforce, will also drive up prices for Americans.
Well, Shannon, I don't buy that argument because Donald Trump was already president. He already secured the wall. He already implemented tariffs, which brought back 12,000 American factories were built during Donald Trump's administration, and prices were low and take-home pay was high. The entire argument of the Kamala Harris campaign boils down to forget how good things were when Donald Trump was president. Forget that we had rising take-home pay. Forget that we had low inflation. Forget that we had peace all over the world. And somehow, if you give Kamala Harris more power than she already has, she's somehow going to do something different than she's done for the past 3.5 years, Shannon. The most absurd thing that Kamala says at her rallies is on day one, I'm going to tackle the food and housing affordability crisis in this country. Shannon, day one for Kamala Harris was 3.5 years ago, and everything that she's done has made the affordability problem worse. We cannot give her more power and more influence. She's just going to do more of the same, which has already made the affordability crisis for Americans very, very real.
Well, we'll see if she presents something that's different or break with the Biden administration when she speaks here this week. But quickly before we go, I want to touch on foreign policy as well. Ukraine, you have been very vocal in saying, you know, the resources and the tax dollars that are going there, you have serious questions about whether the American people are being told the truth about Ukraine's ability to actually advance there. Now, we know there are all kinds of reports this week. They've actually advanced into Russia. They're taking prisoners. They're taking territory. So has your view on that changed at all? And what about Senator Coons' assertion that you and President Trump aren't going to be faithful to NATO, you're not going to be faithful to foreign policy alliances, and that allies shouldn't be able to count on you?
Well, what Chris Coons is saying, look, I like and respect Chris, but he's just wrong here. What Donald Trump and I have said is that there shouldn't be a free lunch for Europe or anybody else. America is not the policeman of the world, and NATO should be a military alliance where Germany, France, and all these other countries pay their fair share rather than relying on American taxpayers to subsidize their defense so they can have generous welfare states while American veterans are sleeping under park benches. It's ridiculous, Shannon. We want NATO to be a real alliance, and the way that it's going to be a real alliance is for Europe to pay up, to do what's necessary, and to allow us to focus on the most pressing foreign policy challenge we have had in nearly a century, and that is China. And that is what Donald Trump and I are going to focus on. Rebuilding American factories, bringing more manufacturing jobs back to this country, not allowing the Chinese to build their middle class on the backs of ours. And importantly, if we do that, we will be in a better position to stand up to China for the next 50 years in this country. That is what we've got to focus on, and that's the most important foreign policy problem.
Well, we look forward to the president talking more about those tariffs, exactly how they would work. Senator, in the meantime, we will not see you in Chicago this week, but we will see you on the campaign trail. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Shannon. See ya.
And that was Senator J.D. Vance speaking with Fox News Sunday. Meantime, you're taking a live look over Chicago, Illinois, as the sun is now rising. It's a beautiful skyline right there. A morning ahead of the start of the DNC. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, we're going to talk about security as thousands of protesters have already arrived, more expected through the duration of the DNC. The Chicago law enforcement laying out their plan. All of that coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue, and we're continuing our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. In just a number of minutes, we're going to be speaking with Henry Olsen, who is a political analyst, as we look ahead to these next 4 days. However, security, as you can imagine, incredibly tight ahead of the DNC, as thousands of protesters are expected to be outside the United Center, and there is possibly expected to be some issues. And so I do want to play out the security plan by Chicago law enforcement ahead of our conversation with Henry. Let's get to that right now.
My name is Jose Trovato. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Emergency Management and Communications for the City of Chicago. For more than a year, the City of Chicago has held hundreds of meetings with 10 citywide committees and 23 United States Secret Service committees to plan for the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. OMC is coordinating public safety efforts for the DNC around the United Center, McCormick Place, and throughout the 237 square miles that make up the city. Our number one priority is public safety. Throughout the past year, OMC has been coordinating security and safety planning with the Secret Service, the Chicago Police Department, Chicago Fire Department, city agencies, as well as other partners and convention organizers to ensure the safety of all residents, visitors, and convention attendees. We have plans in place to handle the additional crowds and increased traffic citywide. The largest impacts will be felt around the United Center and McCormick Place due to street closures, parking restrictions, and added security measures. Businesses and homes will be accessible within those perimeters. Before heading out, please remember to plan ahead, allow extra travel time, consider alternate routes, and use public transportation when possible. OMC, alongside with other city departments and federal agencies, have been canvassing the impacted areas to engage with residents and businesses to answer questions since April of this year. This includes areas around the United Center, McCormick Place, the Central Business District, the West Loop, and including the South Loop. OMC's website, chicago.gov/OMC, contains important information related to public safety, street closures, traffic reroutes, parking restrictions, emergency notifications, and much more. Throughout the convention, OMC will be pushing out important notifications. In addition to Notify Chicago and Shy-Biz alerts, we have developed a dedicated text alert for the convention, DNC 2024. In order to opt in, you can text DNC to the following number, 226-787, and I'll repeat that, 226-787. The best way to receive all the information is to download the Chicago OMC app. I believe last time we were all together, I recommended that app highly, and I still recommend it highly. Additionally, to enhance our monitoring of citywide events, OMC will activate the city's Emergency Operations Center, staffed by representatives from more than 40 city departments, county, state, and federal agencies. While we make every effort on behalf of the city to keep residents and visitors safe, we want to remind everyone they also have a role to play. We encourage the public to please report any suspicious activity by calling 911. Simply said, if you see something, say something. We look forward to ensuring a safe convention for all. Thank you. Now, please welcome John Roberson, Chief Operating Officer, Office of the Mayor.
All right, so that was Chicago law enforcement outlining their security plan. You're taking a live look inside the United Center right there, as you can see that it's empty at the moment. But of course, we are expecting all of those seats to get filled up as we are now 78 days away from the November presidential election this week. Of course, all eyes are on the DNC that starts today in Chicago. Once again, you're taking a live look right there in Chicago, Illinois. This is coming just 4 weeks after President Biden ended his campaign, making way for Vice President Kamala Harris to become the Democratic presidential nominee. The political transformation just months ahead of the general election matchup with former President Trump has meant a rapid succession of changes for Democrats this year in general, making the convention all the more noteworthy. Up until a month ago, Biden had been expected to take to the convention stage on Thursday night, as is tradition for the party's nominee. Now, Biden is set to give a speech on the convention's opening night later on today with his wife, First Lady Jill Biden. Biden is expected to use his keynote address as a symbolic handoff of his party to Harris, capping 5 decades in Democratic politics and pressing the case for what he says is the threat to the country if Trump returns to the White House. Meanwhile, thousands of demonstrators are expected to be outside the United Center for the DNC, hoping to call attention on a number of issues, including abortion rights, economic injustice, and the war in Gaza. For more on this, I do want to bring in Henry Olson, who is a political analyst, to talk more about this. And Henry, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
So this convention, really like any other, how might this one be different when it comes to messaging, when it comes to tone?
Well, I think they have to both praised Biden both for what they believe is his service and for his passing from the stage while successfully handing off to his vice president, knowing that they have to differentiate the vice president from the president. I think that's difficult. I think you'll see a symbolic passing of the torch, meaning that they include the other former Democratic presidents, President Clinton and President Obama, leading up to Vice President Harris. But I think this is going to try and build towards an exciting crescendo on Thursday night, where she offers, if not a detailed vision, a clearly thematic vision for a new course.
You know, do you think the elephant in the room, the fact that President Biden did not want to drop out of the presidential race, but was really pressured by his own party, do you think anyone will bring that up during their speech? Do you think that will play any role in the next coming days? Or do you think that people are just going to ignore that?
I think people will generally ignore that every speech is carefully vetted by the Harris-Walz campaign and the Democratic National Committee. It would take an enormous act of chutzpah and a desire never to be invited back for anyone to reference that. I think they will present this as an unfortunate fact that they'll barely acknowledge and basically thank President Biden for his 52 years in and around public life.
We are expecting President Biden to deliver that keynote speech today. Everyone was expecting that he would be the person taking to the stage on Thursday as the Democratic nominee. That has now changed in the past few weeks. When it comes to his speech, when it comes to his tone, is this almost like a swan song? And what are you interested in hearing, not only that he includes, but maybe also does not include?
Well, I think what he's going to do is talk about his record, and he'll try and emphasize the Biden-Harris administration's record, so it's not disconnected from the nominee. You know, and we've been hearing this for the last year and a half, that he has managed what he will call as an incredible economic disaster he was handled, and inflation has come down dramatically, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he'll be part congratulatory, but what energizes this guy now, aside from combating Putin, is focusing on Trump. And I think you'll hear a lot about what you won't hear about the rest of this convention quite as much, which is his belief that former President Trump is a threat to democracy. That's something that you basically had heard Harris drop a lot when it used to be a leitmotif of the Biden campaign. And I expect it will have its swan song in Biden's speech Monday night.
I'm curious your thoughts on what has now become the Democratic motto, which is, you know, we're not going to go back, and that organically evolved. What do you think of the messaging? Do you think that that will continue? It's interesting to note that it's looking backwards instead of forwards. And a lot of times nominees' messaging is one of the future, one of looking ahead, you know, hope, optimism. And this one seems to be a little bit different. Do you think that that is going to stick, or do you think that coming out of the DNC, there might be a new, more forward-thinking messaging?
Well, yeah, the thing is that vice presidents will typically run as, in some way, continuators of a successful presidency. When they have to make a break, they try and do it, but they can't break decisively because, after all, they were part of that administration. And what I would do if I were President Trump is try and not let them get away with this. And I would say that you want to know what Kamala Harris' future is like. Well, it's a lot like the past that you haven't liked for the last 3 years. I would say that she is back to the future, and that she is somebody, if you want to understand her 4 years, you should understand Biden's, and that is chaos in the world, record inflation, struggling employment market, rising inflation that wages have not yet caught up to, immigration crisis. I would say back to the future is what you should expect, and back to the future is not what you want.
It's interesting to see how the lineup seems to be differing between the DNC and the RNC. The RNC, really, former President Trump was the star, and everyone really else just played a supporting role. Here, you know, there are so many different stars for the DNC. We have President Biden. We have former Presidents Clinton and Obama. We have a former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, a former First Lady Michelle Obama speaking. You know, what do you make of that difference in strategy?
Well, I think it reflects the difference in the stature of the candidates, that President Trump commands his party. President Trump took over the Republican Party with what was essentially a hostile takeover in the 2016 primary. He cemented his hold over the last 8 years. You're either with Trump or you're on the sidelines. Uh, Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has not successfully won a national election. She is the creature of her party. And I think what you have is a convention that reflects that, is it's party, party, party. And by the way, and here's what the party's serving up for you this time. It's the vice president who is saying that she doesn't really represent all the policies that she's participated in. I think that's why you have the different features of the convention. And it's, again, something that I would play up if I were President Trump, is that with me, you know that I'm in charge. And with Kamala Harris, you have no idea which of the Democratic Party's real bosses are pulling her strings.
What else are you really keeping a very close eye on in the next 4 days?
In the next 4 days, there's two things I'm keeping an eye on. First of all is Harris herself. You know, that there's going to be a lot of messaging designed to increase Democratic activist enthusiasm. But Democrats are not a majority in this country. Republicans are not a majority. Independents are a majority. And they will not be voting for Harris because of anything that Bill Clinton or Michelle Obama says. They'll vote for Harris because of what Harris does. So I'm looking at her. The second thing is Trump. Typically, opposing party candidates let the other party have their convention week. Trump is going to be out with a rally in a swing state every day, and he's going to be competing with the news. I want to see whether or not Donald Trump succeeds in taking the news cycle away from a Democratic Party that is trying to set a coronation for its nominee and create momentum.
And speaking along those lines, do you think when he's on the campaign trail this week, his messaging will reflect the fact that the DNC is going on?
I would expect it would. I would be a little surprised, since he's talked before about how she doesn't have Democratic small d legitimacy because she wasn't elected by the voters. I would expect almost every one of Donald Trump's rallies to talk about, the reason I'm here is because Republican voters endorse me. The reason Kamala Harris is there is because the Democrats launched a coup on their own president. And in fact, you've got Maureen Dowd's column in the Sunday New York Times yesterday, which says basically, yeah, we need Harris, but a coup is a coup. I think that was the headline of it. I would expect Trump to be raising that procedural question, as well as raising the substantive concerns that we know he is going to be raising, because they're just staring at him right in the face.
Are you anticipating any surprises to come out of the DNC, or do you think it's going to go?
That's the thing about surprises. They're always a surprise, aren't they? We know the known unknowns, as Donald Rumsfeld used to say. What's going to happen with the protests? Certainly, there'll be some media attention given to them. If I were the protesters and I wanted to disrupt, I'd be planning my own surprises, which is to say, kind of mapping out the security as far as you can do it and trying to get around it. Surprises in the world. We don't know what's going to happen. The biggest surprise, I would say, is if Kamala Harris does not deliver a bang-up enthusiastic speech. We know Donald Trump built a convention built to his speech, and it landed flat. It landed flat because it was way too long. This will be much more scripted than President Trump, but there's still the possibility that what you get is a pablum-filled snoozer. And that's not going to be something that the Democrats will want, but I'm looking to see whether or not that's the surprise we're talking about Friday morning.
Henry, before we let you go, any final thoughts as we look ahead to the start of the DNC?
You said at the outset that we have today is 78 days before the convention. So that means we have 11 weeks to go. Doesn't it seem like we've been doing this forever? Well, we have been doing it forever, but the campaign hasn't really started yet. And what we are going to see is Kamala Harris take the stage, grab the crown, and then the campaign is going to start in earnest. American politics has the longest preseason of any election. Now we're going to have a sprint to the finish, and we're going to see how they mix it up when they actually have the prize in front of them with only a short amount of time to go.
And speaking of that very short amount of time right now, there's only one debate that is scheduled. Do you think that's going to change? Vice President Harris has not yet committed to any of these other dates yet. Do you think that she eventually will, or really just offer that one opportunity to the American people to see the both of them on the same stage?
I think she'll make a decision based on where she perceives her strength. If I were Donald Trump, I would actually not go to the September 10th debate. You know, that he offered 3 debates, the 4th, the 10th, and the 4th date. And I would say, if you're not there on the 4th, I'm not there on the 10th, and play hardball. The fact is that with all of Harris's commanding momentum, she is barely at 50% in the polls. She has not yet reassembled Joe Biden's 51.5%. And with the edge in the Electoral College that a Republican candidate has these days, she needs to win by 3 or 4% to win. If she's ahead by 1% in the national polls, Donald Trump is going to the Oval Office. If I were Donald Trump, I would play some of that legendary willingness to play hardball in negotiation. He's got the leverage. He should use it. And if he doesn't get September 4th on Fox, he should say no to September 10th on ABC.
You know, there's so much strategy when it comes to all of this, and there has been criticism against Vice President Harris when it comes to accessibility, right? A lot of American voters say, we haven't yet heard from you in those traditional sit-down interviews. We haven't heard more of that candid conversation versus former President Trump, who's out and about, unscripted. I'm sure there's a lot of strategy behind that. Do you think that's helping her? Do you think that's hurting her?
It hasn't started to hurt her yet. And if I were Donald Trump, I would do the following. Every time I go into a swing state, I would build half an hour for a live interview with a local news reporter. And if the times don't work out, make it a tape interview. But it's a live, unscripted, or a half an hour, uninterrupted, 30-minute sit down to be questioned by local TV. Local TV never gets 30 minutes with the presidential candidate. And basically, I would make sure that every one of those says, and you should invite Vice President Harris to do the same. Keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that, and the pressure will build. Local TV in the swing states will say, why can't you sit down with us? And then she'll start to have to do it. And when she does it with the locals, well, the nationals will want to. That's the way I would do it with Trump, and I don't think Harris can withstand the pressure.
All right, Henry, as always, we do appreciate you taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, we are continuing to keep our eye on the Democratic National Convention. You're taking a live look inside the United Center right there as everything gets underway later on today, culminating in President Biden delivering the keynote speech tonight. And you can count on Live Now from Fox to give you all of that coverage uninterrupted, live and unfiltered. We're going to be covering all of those speeches without commercial break, completely uninterrupted. We are going to be giving you pre-analysis, as we did with Henry Olsen, and post-analysis on a daily basis, speaking with experts to really understand the messaging, to understand what is coming out of Chicago, Illinois, and what is coming out of the Democratic Party. You can count on Live Now from Fox for that coverage. In the meantime, we are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. Time right now is 7:16 Eastern, 4:16 Pacific. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And you are taking a live look at Tel Aviv, Israel, as we continue to follow breaking news as a bomb blast in Tel Aviv late Sunday has now been confirmed as a terrorist attack. That's according to Israeli police and the Domestic Intelligence Agency. They're sharing that earlier today. The man carrying the bomb, which exploded near a synagogue, was killed and a passerby was injured, according to police at the scene. It can now be confirmed that this was a terror attack. Sunday's explosion came just about an hour after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv to push for a ceasefire in Gaza that would end the 10-month war between Israel and Hamas. There has been an increased urgency to reach a ceasefire deal amid fears of an escalation across the wider region. Iran has continued to threaten to retaliate against Israel after the assassination of Hamas's leader in Tehran on July 31st. Meanwhile, today, Blinken called the latest diplomatic push by Washington to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza, quote, probably the best, maybe the last opportunity, and urged all parties to get the agreement over the finish line. Ceasefire negotiations are set to continue this week in Cairo following a two-day meeting in Doha last week. Blinken's ninth mission to the Middle East since the conflict began came days after mediators, including the United States, expressed renewed optimism that a deal was near. But Hamas has expressed deep dissatisfaction with the latest proposal, and Israel has said there were areas it was unwilling to compromise. We continue to follow all of the major headlines as you are now taking a live look at now Hurricane Ernesto. It has regained strength right there. This is a live look at our XRAD system right there. A tropical storm Ernesto became a hurricane again yesterday as it churned away from Bermuda and headed further out in the northeastern Atlantic, sending powerful swells towards the U.S. East Coast, generating rip currents associated with at least one death and prompting many rescues. The National Hurricane Center in Miami said Ernesto's maximum sustained winds were 75 miles an hour, so just barely Category 1 strength. More strengthening was forecast before Ernesto weekends and becomes a post-tropical cyclone tomorrow. That's according to the National Hurricane Center. The storm was centered around 520 miles south of Halifax, Nova Scotia, expected to pass near southeastern Newfoundland later on today and early in tomorrow. Swells generated by Ernesto were affecting portions of the Bahamas, Bermuda, and the U.S. East Coast, as well as the Canadian Atlantic coast. Life-threatening surf and rip current conditions are likely in these areas during the next couple of days. That is according to the National Hurricane Center. And we continue our coverage with this as former U.S. representative, and you can hear that right there. But we do want to share this with you right here. This is a former U.S. Representative George Santos due in court this afternoon, where a person familiar with the matter has said the New York Republican is expected to plead guilty to multiple counts in his federal fraud case. The person could not publicly discuss details of the plea, speaking to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Santos and his attorneys did not return requests for comment. Now, the case has been set to go to trial early next month. This afternoon's court date on Long Island was scheduled only on Friday at the request of both prosecutors and Santos's attorneys. A letter making the request did not specify what it would be about. Santos has previously pleaded not guilty to a range of alleged financial crimes, including lying to Congress about his wealth, collecting unemployment benefits while actually working, and using campaign contributions to pay for personal use. So those are some of the major headlines on this Monday, August 19th, 2024. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage as we do look ahead to today's Democratic National Convention. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at the United Center out of Chicago, Illinois. This is the outside, as you can see, of the building as the sun has now risen there in Chicago. A beautiful start on this Monday, and that is where the Democratic National Convention is set to begin later on today. This is a look inside the United Center. As you can see, all of the preparations are in place. No one just yet on the floor. And in fact, you can actually see the podium. That is where President Biden will deliver the keynote speech tonight as the DNC gets underway today, going through Thursday, culminating in Vice President Harris taking to the stage as she officially accepts and becomes the Democratic presidential nominee and really gets this campaign season underway in full force. And you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you all of these speeches uninterrupted as they happen. Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, were in Pennsylvania yesterday. They had a 4-stop bus tour specifically in western Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania being a swing state, delivering some remarks yesterday. We do want to play that out for you as she is expected to be in Chicago today to listen to President Biden's keynote address.
Transition, that makes my English teacher heart sing, right? Wasn't that amazing? Good afternoon, Pennsylvania. I just got off doing the phone and I left some messages, but I talked to some people who were super excited to vote for this ticket right here, the Harris-Walz ticket. So that was great. And they were also super excited to vote for Bob Casey. So yes. This Harris-Walz team. I just can't even hardly believe it. I cannot think of a better team than Kamala and Tim. Now, Tim only joined this ticket a little more than a week ago. Woo! Woo! It's been quite a week. So I just want to introduce myself. Like many of you, I wear many hats. Or in my case, I say I wear many shoes. I'm a mom, I'm a sister, I'm a friend. I'm a retired military spouse, and right now I'm the First Lady of Minnesota, which is a great honor. Thank you. But through all of those things, and for most of my life, I've been a teacher. And that's how Tim and I first met. We were both teaching in Nebraska. He was teaching social studies, I was teaching English. Our students were really invested in how cute they thought this story would be, right? We even shared a classroom. It was the old choir room, and they put a divider right down the middle. His classroom was on one, mine wasn't on the other. Only that little thin divider. And I'm just going to tell you this. His class was a little louder than mine. But there was a lot of energy. And so what I noted right away is that we both shared a belief that every student deserves a chance. Every student, right, deserves a shot to succeed. It's a commitment that I know Vice President Harris shares, and I think Mr. Imhoff does too. So it is this vision that I think Tim and Kamala will fight for every single day in the White House. One other little thing I want to tell you about me is what my mom often used to say to me. She would say, Gwen, do the work that is in front of you. And I used to think that was the dishes, right? Cleaning my room. But what I realized, it was much more profound than that. It was about how I saw the world and what I thought about it and what my vision for the world might allow me to see and do. So today, there is a lot of work in front of us. My mom would still say that. So I'm asking you to go ring some doorbells and knock on some doors. Let's talk to our neighbors. And let's not stop till this work in front of us is completed undone. It's why we need Kamala and Tim in the White House. And together, we are going to win this thing. I think I might want to spend a lot of time there. Now it's my honor to introduce you to a leader who cares so deeply about our nation's future. He's working so hard to bring this country together around a shared vision of freedom and justice. A world without hate or discrimination. Yes. A future, right? A future where all of our kids see themselves and belong. And he's setting such a positive example for my son and for boys and young men all over this country. Really, for all of us. I've only known him a short time, but I am inspired. Friends, will you please welcome my friend, and a man who will make a mighty fine First Gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
The future Second Lady of the United States. It's so good to be back in Pennsylvania. All right, so I'm just catching up on everything. Last time I saw the waltzes, we were here, right? And I went away to Paris, and for the Olympics, came back, did a few other events around the country, and we just reconnected. And so what I told them is what I'll tell you. The whole world, the rest of the country, loves Tim and Gwen. Just to feel the excitement, the enthusiasm about this ticket is just incredible. And just getting to know you both just over this past week or so, I can see what the rest of the country sees. Just they're real, they're authentic, and watching the two of them speak with Gwen and her family behind the camera, just watching you, watch him, and watching your kids, watch their dad up there in awe. It was emotional. So it was really great to reconnect today on the bus. We're gonna have today, and we're gonna have an amazing, amazing week in Chicago, right? And Tim is unbelievable. We bonded almost immediately, but I actually met him when I was traveling to Minnesota, second gentleman, doing an economic tour. And I saw the governor there, and we were talking about how great of a governor he is because the economy is so fantastic in Minnesota. And he's going to bring that same kind of passion when he is the Vice President of the United States. And again, we really bonded. You saw me get up on that stage, and we just hugged it out. A few of my friends texted me, it's like, what's the deal? Like, I've known you for 20 or 30 years. You've never hugged me like that. Well, you've never been a vice presidential candidate before on stage. But we reconnected here, and it was my honor to see Tim see his first full figure cutout, which is in the campaign office. And I said, dude, you made it. You got a cutout. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Oh, man. It is. Doug gets the bro hugs. He brings it. So, well, thank you, and it's true. And to Gwen and Doug both, all of you, none of us do this alone. We're all in this together. I think this is a room that knows this campaign will be won in rooms just like this all across the country. It'll be run with people sitting on the phone banks in there, dialing numbers, and people picking up the phone on a Sunday and having somebody say, do you have a minute to talk about the future of our country? That's a pretty big step, pick up that phone and talk. But listen to these folks in here, people are doing it. They're doing it. And the thing I can tell you, what Kamala Harris has brought to this for so many things, from experience as a prosecutor to an attorney general to a United States senator to a vice president to the next president of the United States. There's that resume, which is out without question. But the reason they're picking up the phone and the reason that they're standing 1,000 deep in 109-degree heat in Las Vegas is she's bringing out the joy in the hearts of Americans. She's bringing out the kindness that ties us together, the decency, the vision of a better tomorrow. And each of these volunteers and the people who put it on, they all said it. They said it is so much better to be for something rather than against something. To be for the future, not going back. That's what people know. And some of us who have less hair and are old enough, can remember when you could go to Thanksgiving, watch a Steelers game with your relatives, and not complain about politics the whole time. Not be on each other's neck. Because you shared a commitment to democracy, a commitment to personal freedom, a commitment to public education, a commitment to infrastructure. We don't call each other names. We don't do it. And we don't use the least fortunate amongst us as punchlines for our jokes because they're our neighbors. They're our neighbors. And so you're getting an opportunity to see the best side of America. And for the young people here, they maybe haven't seen a campaign like this because of COVID, because of things that's happening. This is a chance to bring out that joy, turn the page, and look to the future. This idea of going forward. So, Doug is right. He told you, my kids were backstage in awe. He didn't tell you they were probably in awe because they could not believe that I got through that thing and through that speech, that was amazing to them. But I'll tell you what. They have felt part of this family because they can feel the decency radiating off these people. They can see the commitment. They know that children matter. They know that family matters. They know that individuals matter. And this leader knows that it's not any of government's business to be in your health care decisions. Those are your decisions. And this is a leader who celebrates love in all forms that it comes by, that we love each other. And for the young people, you hear somebody talking about this, we have the right to send our children to school to be free from being shot dead in their classrooms. That's what it is. And this is a nation can ensure clean water, clean air, and a bright future for our children. So I have to tell you, we got 79 days, and you'll hear me say this. Doug's going to correct me on this. I say, that's easy. We can sleep when we're dead. Doug said we can sleep on November 6th after this election is over, so you may be right. But look, coming into football country and being an old football coach, there's an old saying, you don't hope you're going to win, you prepare to win. And you give it the best you've got. And you know when that game's over, you want to know you left it all on the field. And that's all we're asking. Let's leave it all on the field. Let's get this thing done because when my grandkids and your grandkids asked you about this, because on November 6th, you were there, first time when you got to welcome Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
I want to thank everybody. I want to start with Tim Walz. Isn't he fantastic? I like to call him Coach Walz. You know, he's done so much for our country, and he's going to make an extraordinary vice president of the United States. Gwen, I mean, girl, you just killed it. I'm telling you. I mean, you know, there's something, I don't know, my first grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, attended my law school graduation. I just love teachers. I think anyone who decides to become a teacher, it's one of the greatest gifts that one has that they give. And I thank you, Gwen, for doing all that you have done. Thank you. And my husband is Doug. You you are doing so much, and you've been traveling all over our country, and I want to thank you. And you are going to yet again make history as the first gentleman of the United States of America. There are a lot of incredible leaders here. I want to just for a moment mention my friend Bob Casey. You have got to send him back to the United States Senate. For the time that I was in the United States Senate and worked with Bob, I'm going to tell you something. You know, we would have these meetings where all of the Democratic senators would get together for lunch. No cameras in the room. Bob, to almost every time, was one of the ones who would stand up in that room with all the other senators from around the country, talking about the working people of Pennsylvania and why we needed to have you in our mind when we were thinking about national policy every single day. That's who Bob Casey is. Let's send him back to the United States Senate. Chris Deluzio, we want to thank you. What he is doing in the halls of Congress, again, I mean, you sent some fighters to D.C., Pennsylvania. You sent some fighters to D.C. Your next Attorney General, DePasquale, where are you? I've done that work. I know what it requires, and you're going to be outstanding. So you've got a lot of work, Pennsylvania, on your shoulders right now that you're carrying, and you who are here volunteering to do this work. And we're going to get it done. And Malcolm Kenyatta knows exactly what I'm talking about. I see him almost every time I come into the state. So I want to just address you all right now as the volunteers. You know, Tim said it. This campaign for us is really born out of love of country. We all here, we love our country. And we know our country is going to be as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And to fight for what we stand for. You know, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. When you stand for working people, you fight for working people. When you stand for freedom, whether it be to make decisions about your own body or love who you love, you fight for those things. When you believe in ending child poverty, you fight for that. When you believe in what we need to do to lift up the middle class, you fight for the middle class. These are the things we stand for, and these, therefore, are the things we fight for. And that's what our election is about. Our election is about understanding the importance of this beautiful country of ours in terms of what we stand for around the globe as a democracy. As a democracy, we know there's a duality to the nature of democracy. On the one hand, incredible strength when it is intact. What it does for its people to protect and defend their rights, their liberty, and their freedom. Incredibly strong and incredibly fragile. It is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And that's what this campaign is about. This campaign is about a recognition that, frankly, over the last several years, there's been this kind of perversion that has taken place, I think, which is to suggest that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, when what we know is the real and true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what we see as strength. We know what strength looks like. That's what strength looks like. Anybody who's about beating down other people is a coward. This is what strength looks like. So we know what we are about. We know what we stand for. And one of the beautiful things about these next 79 days is what the people in this room have already been doing and know. Let's build community. Let's reinforce community. You all as volunteers, what you know, and we're going to spread the word, is how you can look at the face of a perfect stranger and see in their face a neighbor. That we see in each other our connection, our interdependence. what we see in each other, which fortifies and reinforces that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. That's what this campaign is about. Yes, it is about winning, and we will win. And we will win. And we will win. God willing. And through these next 79 days, we will continue to build community, build coalitions, and remind each other we are all in this together. So I thank you all so very much for what you are doing. Now let's get back to work, shall we?
And that was Kamala Harris right there, Vice President Harris, as well as her husband and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, speaking at a stop in Rochester, Pennsylvania. This was part of their 4-stop tour of Western Pennsylvania yesterday. Meantime, we do have access to cameras all around the world. This one taking us out to Seoul, South Korea. You are taking a live look at the blue supermoon, also known as sturgeon moon. This is the first one of 4 this year, promising really just incredible views of the moon itself. Now, the supermoon occurs when the moon is within 90% of its closest approach to Earth. They are the biggest and brightest full moons of the year. So what a gorgeous live look at the moon from Seoul, South Korea. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 7:49 Eastern, 4:49 Pacific. And we do want to take you live to Chicago, Illinois, as you're taking a live look outside the United Center as we preview the Democratic National Convention that kicks off today. Democrats are reporting this week's Democratic National Convention as a changing of the political guard. President Biden with a symbolic handoff to his party leadership to his vice president and the Democratic nominee Kamala Harris. She is riding a wave of momentum since the president's withdrawal from the campaign just 4 weeks ago. Republicans are hoping that their nominee, former President Trump, can cut into that lead by portraying Harris as an extreme liberal pushing socialist ideals. Fox News senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy is at the convention headquarters in Chicago with the very latest.
They're on calls.
Top Harris surrogates want to make sure people watching the convention know the economic proposals are democratic, not communist.
I don't think there's anything communist about wanting to make housing more affordable and prescription drugs more affordable.
The Washington Post editorial board writes, the Times demand serious economic ideas. Harris supplies gimmicks. Price gouging is not causing inflation, so why is the vice president promising to stamp it out?
So you think it's smart policy, Governor?
You know what? I think that any effort we make to keep more money in Americans' pockets is worth walking the path.
4 nights, 4 themes in Chicago. For the people, a bold vision for America's future, a fight for our freedoms and for our future. Despite the lack of specific policy proposals, the Harris team says a lot more money is coming in now than it was for Biden.
The money was drying up. Without money, there's no firepower.
Recent polling reflects steady momentum for Harris and Walz.
I think that this is a moment for us as an organizer. I think about it this way. This is what I call organizer gold.
Protest organizers outside the convention are getting 270 groups together to protest the party's support for Israel aid.
Tomorrow is what we're calling the event of the season.
The convention's host, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, believes his state is prepared.
I expect that we're going to have peaceful protests. We're going to protect the protesters, but also protect all the people visiting, 50,000 people coming to Chicago, and the residents of Chicago.
However, protesters are warning police not to redirect their march.
If the city does not agree at step off, we will march the route. And listen, we have a philosophy in Chicago that the numbers dictate what the route is.
High above this convention floor, in the rafters where Bulls and Blackhawks players have their jerseys retired, there are already nets filled with tens of thousands of inflated balloons ready to drop on the 4th and final night here.
Hello?
In Chicago, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And we do thank Peter Ducey for that report. You are taking a live look at Chicago, Illinois, that beautiful skyline right there. Political observers already making comparisons between 2024 and 1968 when Democrats announced plans to hold their convention in Chicago. But then, of course, there was the assassination attempt of former President Trump and the decision by President Biden to drop his bid for re-election. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram explores what's different about 1968 and the present day.
It is said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. 2024 could rival the political tumult of 1968 as Democrats launched their convention in Chicago. In 1968, President Lyndon Johnson bowed out of his re-election bid.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
President Biden's words this year echo Johnson when he dropped out.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
Political violence was a hallmark of 1968.
Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis, Tennessee.
The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. fueled riots. Palestinian-Jordanian Sirhan Sirhan assassinated Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy over his support for Israel in the 1967 Middle East War. Anti-Israel demonstrations rocked the nation in 2024.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
And there's political violence. Democrats pivoted to Vice President Harris after President Biden abandoned his re-election bid.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Democrats switched to another vice president in 1968, Hubert Humphrey. Harris is poised to secure the Democratic nomination in Chicago, the same city where Democrats convened the most volatile political convention of all time.
George McGovern is President of the United States. We wouldn't have to have Gestapo tactics in the streets of Chicago.
1968 wasn't the last time Democrats met in the Windy City. They nominated President Clinton for a second term in Chicago in 1996. Delegates gyrated nightly to the Macarena. Democrats hope they get the Chicago of 1996 when Bill Clinton defeated Bob Dole, and not the Chicago of 1968 when Humphrey lost to Richard Nixon. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
We do thank Chad for that report. You're taking a live look at the United Center as we step away for our final break of this hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look at the skyline of Chicago, Illinois. A beautiful start to this Monday as the Democratic National Convention kicks off today in Chicago. All of this happening just 4 weeks after President Biden ended his campaign, making way for Vice President Kamala Harris to become the Democratic presidential nominee. And now you're taking an inside look at the United Center as speakers will be taking to the stage today. President Biden, in fact, expected to address the crowd in a keynote address tonight alongside his wife, First Lady Jill Biden. The address really a symbolic handoff of the Democratic Party to Harris, capping 5 decades in Democratic politics and pressing the case for what he says is the threat to the country if former President Trump returns to the White House. Meanwhile, thousands of demonstrators are expected to be outside the United Center for the DNC, hoping to call attention to a number of issues, including abortion rights, economic injustice, and the war in Gaza. To speak more about this, I do want to bring in Mo Vela, who is a former senior advisor to Biden. Mo, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. We appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Stephanie. Thank you so much.
So this truly is a historic Democratic National Convention. So many twists and turns leading up to the kickoff today with President Biden, in fact, expected to have the keynote address. You know, it was only a number of weeks ago. He was scheduled to speak on Thursday night, which is, of course, when the Democratic presidential nominee typically speaks. Really, this is unlike any other convention. You know, what are your thoughts? What are your perspectives as today is the start of the DNC?
Well, first of all, I'm excited, number one. Number two, I'm optimistic and hopeful. And I think it's going to be a week of unity. Stephanie, that's what I think is what we're going to feel and see this week is a unified Democratic Party. On a personal level, the Bidens are friends of mine. I love them deeply. There are two people that I respect with the utmost respect. So it's a little emotional, right? It's going to be a little bit emotional to see him bring a close to one of the most amazing public service careers we've ever seen in American history. We're talking about decades. His entire adult life was dedicated to this country. So, it's going to be emotional too, but I think he's going to rise to the occasion. And I think what we're going to see is a beautiful, beautiful handoff to a new generation of leadership. And I'm excited for that.
And you bring up a really important point. Really, it's almost the handing off of generation to generation. President Biden capping 5 decades of public service within the Democratic Party tonight, delivering the keynote address. What do you expect as part of that address? And also, you mentioned just the emotion. This is a very emotional night for many people, of course, for President Biden, as well as his wife, First Lady Jill Biden. What do you expect from that speech tonight?
I think what we're going to hear is a balance. First, gratitude and humility, because that's who Joe Biden is, and that's what he's demonstrated all his career. And I think we're going to be reminded of his incredible character and his heart. But he'll be grateful. That's what I'm expecting. Second, I think what we're going to see is a man who has accepted the reality that it's time to pass the torch to a new generation, somebody that'll carry on his legacy, if you will, in the sense of service, waking up every morning and loving this country enough to fight and do what you've got to do to improve the lives and enhance the lives of the American people. So I think we're going to see optimism. We're going to see passion. I would not be surprised. If we see also him reminding us very starkly about the contrast between Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Donald Trump and a J.D. Vance. I would not be surprised if he takes the gloves off a little bit. But I think mostly this speech is going to be a little nostalgic, a little emotional, and a lot hopeful.
And I can't even imagine how difficult these past number of weeks have been for President Biden. Prior to his announcement that really shocked many people exiting the presidential race, he was adamant about staying in the race, saying he was the best person to go up against former President Trump. That is no longer the case. And he endorsed Vice President Harris shortly after making his announcement. But I have to imagine so many mixed emotions during this entire process. What can you share with us about all of that?
Well, you know what? I think, honestly, anybody would be far-fetched to not agree that he has handled it with grace. He really has. He's been positive and he's been optimistic. It had to hurt, Stephanie, had to hurt very deeply. Again, you and I have both said over and over how many decades he's dedicated to the Democratic Party, in service to our nation. So it had to hurt. This is not the way I think he thought he would end his career. That said, he's handled it with tremendous grace and class, with incredible character and integrity. And I think that's what we're going to see tonight, that continuum. And so I admire him. I commend him. Look, Kenny Rogers once said in a song, you may be too young to remember the song, but Kenny Rogers once said, you got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them. And you know what? I admire him for understanding that reality. He knew it was time to fold them. And frankly, I love him. I respect him. I think even if you don't agree with his politics, Stephanie, even if you don't like him, even if you don't agree with his policies, tonight should be a day of American gratitude, gratitude for a man who dedicated his life to all of us. And, that's what I think we should all be focused on tonight.
And I do know that reference, so I appreciate that, Mo. You saying that I was too young, so that's something that I could use on this Monday morning. Looking ahead to the next number of days, there are a number of very powerful Democratic leaders who are going to take the stage. Former presidents, including Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, among others. Also, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. What are you anticipating, expecting from their speeches? You were speaking specifically about what you are expecting President Biden to say. Do you expect the other speakers to also carry along that same messaging, that same tone?
I think that what you're going to see is contrast, contrast, contrast the entire week. It'll be a balance, Stephanie. One, reminding the United States of America that Kamala Harris is ready to lead our country, why she's uniquely equipped and prepared and experienced to lead as President of the United States. And also a part of that contrasting will be how she is different than this man named Donald Trump, right? And so I think that's part of the contrasting is you're going to see a defining, if you will, of Kamala Harris, why she's ready, why she's incredible, why she's brilliant, why she's fierce, and also how she is different than this, weird man on the other side. Two men.
You know, it's so interesting. We're only 78 days away now from the November election. I think earlier on, it felt like the longest campaign cycle ever. And then now, all of a sudden, 4 weeks ago, everything changed. It truly is that sprint to the finish line to the November presidential elections. Looking beyond the DNC, and Vice President Harris right now is in that honeymoon phase, right? A lot of voters, there's this excitement, there's this momentum. Do you think that momentum will last? And what are you specifically looking to as we're now just 78 days away from the November presidential election?
You know, Stephanie, that's a great question. And I think it's important that Democrats across the country recognize you best not rest on your laurels with her momentum right now and her all of a sudden leading in some polls. These polls can be deceiving. They can be wrong. And I think there are a lot of folks out there that are too embarrassed to say they're going to vote for Donald Trump. So you've got to take that into consideration. There are a lot of undecided still. So I would say to the Democratic Party, you are still the underdogs. She is still the underdog in this race. And so if I was them, I would sprint until the last second they cross the finish line. There's not anything you learned from the Hillary Clinton race. It's that. You cannot sit back and think this is over. This is far from over, Stephanie. We have a long 78 days, a long, gruesome 78 days. But I would say to the Democrats, you better stand up and keep running all the way to the end. You cannot take anything for granted.
Mo, before we let you go, any final thoughts or anything specifically that you are keeping a very close eye on in the next coming days at the DNC?
Yeah, you know, Stephanie, for me as a gay Hispanic and just as a proud American, I have to say that I'm emotional about the convention this week because it's historic. And to see a woman of color become the nominee of the Democratic Party for the presidency of the United States after serving twice in the White House myself in a senior executive role. I'm emotional. I think for every little girl in this country to get to see a woman of color be the presumptive nominee and soon the nominee and hopefully the president of the United States is just an amazing moment in American history. It is far overdue. We're one of the, for being the leading country in the world, we're one of the, last major countries to recognize the power of women. And, they have been electing and naming women as leaders for years, right? And so hopefully it's our turn to recognize if you want something done, we got to put a woman in there. And so it's time, Stephanie.
Mo, we do appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you, Stephanie.
Absolutely. And once again, you are taking a live look inside the United Center right there as the Democratic National Convention starts today. President Joe Biden expected to take to the convention stage tonight to deliver his keynote address as a symbolic handoff of the Democratic Party to Vice President Harris, capping 5 decades in Democratic politics and pressing the case for what he says is the threat to the country if Trump returns to the White House. And you can count on Live Now from Fox for live, unfiltered and uninterrupted coverage for the duration of the DNC. Today through Thursday, we are going to have all of those speeches without interruption. We're also going to have pre and post analysis with a wide range of experts. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our coverage of the Democratic National Convention as we once again take a live look at the exterior of the United Center. And you can see the sun is up in Chicago, Illinois on this Monday, August 19th, as they get prepared for what is expected to be a very busy 4 days right there. And for that, we do want to check in with our Fox 32 Chicago team as they are previewing and having reporters cover all of the different angles of this convention. We're going to play out that right now.
Where festivities for the Democratic National Convention kick off today.
And I am here live on the convention floor at the United Center, or what a lot of people who are Hamilton fans would say is the room where it happens. Yes, history will be made here in Chicago this week. The Democratic Party hoping for a smooth week ahead.
And we have team coverage on the DNC, both inside and outside of the United Center, as protests are expected all over the city of Chicago this week. Happy Monday to you, and thanks for joining us on Good Day Chicago at 7. I'm Brian Jackson.
I'm Natalie Baumke. Glad you're with us for this historical week here in Chicago. Mike Kaplan is here, and he's delivering a great forecast.
Spectacular weather. Could not have dialed it up any nicer, but I have a quick thing I want to point out to you. Guess what Mrs. C is going to be making for dinner tonight? Ooh. It is the Cooking with Fire episode you did with the that caprese chicken sandwich. Yes. So she checked out online. recipe.
You're going to have to report back.
I'll post pictures and I'll give you the taste test later. All right, you're going to love what we're serving up weather-wise today. We're going to become mostly sunny. Temperatures headed for the upper 70s. Humidity not a problem. The only issue today is going to be the breeze, and that's going to kick up big waves on Lake Michigan again. Don't go swimming in the lake. Just leave it at that. 64 right now at O'Hare. North-northwest wind at 8 miles an hour. The dew point comfortable at 60. And we're going to have some very pleasant weather all DNC run. Hot weather coming, though. Gabriella, it looks like the tow truck has arrived for that flipped over car.
I think you're right here, Mike. We are over the Darien area. This is northbound I-55 near Cass Avenue. There's solid traffic from 355 all the way to this area because this rollover crash is also meaning that one right lane is blocked as crews try to get them upright. I also heard a report that involved a semi-truck, but I'm not seeing that semi-truck in our live picture here. I'll keep you updated on this and so much more, including those DNC closures over by the United Center as well as McCormick Place coming up. Brian, Natalie.
All come down to this moment. Today is the first day of the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago.
Anita Blanton joins us live from the convention floor now with a preview of what's happening on the first day of a very busy week ahead.
Very busy week ahead, like you said, that they have been planning for quite some time. So this morning, there's still setup that's taking place here. It's much different than when I came on Friday. They've done a lot of work in here already. In fact, the balloons were still sitting out on Friday. They are now up in the rafters. Hopefully, those will come down a little bit later on the week. But there's a lot going on for the DNC starting this morning. And while the convention floor will not be open to the public in person as of yet, there are still several meetings that are going to be streaming online for the delegates that are already here. 4,000 delegates that will be in here, 50,000 people that will be filling this arena by the end of this evening. But let's talk about some of the things that will be going on for those who are taking part in the DNC today. As we go over the schedule here, I can tell you that beginning today, this morning, at 9 this morning, they're calling it the Dim-Palooza that is beginning. That's going to kick off a lot of the panels talking about everything from the future of immigration reform to climate change to the controversial Project 2025. In fact, somebody is still trying to figure out who projected that up on the Trump Tower here in Chicago yesterday. That's a whole nother conversation that's going on online right now. But again, many of these panels will be live streamed from the Democrats' YouTube page, but not all of them. So you can find out which ones will be streamed if you want to be a part of the action here on the website that you're looking at right now, demconvention.com/schedule. And then tonight is going to be the main event. First, we're going to hear from Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, who is going to be kind of issuing, if you will, a thank you letter or an appreciation letter to her husband for the 50 years of service that he has spent in office with this country. And then also we'll hear from President Biden, who will be, in a sense, passing the torch. Again, this whole convention up until just last month was planned for him. We expected him to speak coming up on Thursday, but now he is starting off the week, passing the torch and really passing on the party to Kamala Harris, who will take that torch, who will take the baton and really have to sprint to the finish line as she has had such a truncated version of a presidential election cycle. So there's a lot going on today, a lot of eyes that are going to be on Chicago all week. We're going to keep you up to date on every bit of it, but I'll send it back to you for now.
Thank you, Anita. And here's a look at who's going to be speaking for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama are going to take the stage. Then there will also be a welcome from our governor, J.B. Pritzker. On Wednesday, vice presidential candidate Tim Walz will speak along with former President Bill Clinton. Then on Thursday, Vice President Kamala Harris will accept the nomination before her speech.
Outside of festivities at the United Center, there's a lot of attention on protests.
They've already started over the weekend. Joni is live this morning with the latest.
And good morning. There are 220 organizations that make up the group March on the DNC. Their purpose to bring their message to the doorstep of the DNC. They're arriving right now here in Union Park. Their first protest is due to start at 9 a.m. and then another one's going to follow that. And when they're on the move, they're going to be marching down Washington Boulevard to the United Center and back. With the amount of people in town, Governor Pritzker called up the Illinois National Guard. About 250 troops are on standby, trained by Chicago police in crowd control. Some were seen at Chicago Police headquarters, where they will be stationed. And police say they are focused on safety across the city.
I want to reassure everyone that we will have resources in every single neighborhood. So that it's not forgotten that we have a city to protect. It's not just around the venues covering the Democratic National Convention.
So this is a protest today granted a permit by the city of Chicago, much like yesterday. You know, that one that started yesterday started at Wacker in Michigan. It shut down Michigan Avenue from Illinois Street all the way to Roosevelt into the evening hours. So that's what we're talking about, a gathering of people that will be on the street here on the west side where the action will be. Reporting live at Union Park, I'm Joni Lung. Back to you.
And the Democratic National Committee, they used the Trump Tower for messaging that targeted former President Trump. This photo shows Harrison Wall's logo being right into the side of the Trump Tower last night, along with the message Project 2025 headquarters.
Rideshare drivers are looking to take advantage of the extra travel in and out of Chicago for the convention. Uber and Lyft drivers will be holding a rally at O'Hare this morning. They are calling for the right to form a union for fair pay and fair working conditions.
And we do thank our Fox 32 Chicago team for that coverage of the DNC. And you can count on Live Now from Fox for live, unfiltered and uninterrupted coverage of all of the speeches. President Biden expected to deliver the keynote address later on today. And we will have pre and post analysis with a host of experts to break all of this down. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue, and we do want to turn our attention to some international headlines. You're taking a look at some video of a fire at a Russian oil depot. This happening on Sunday. The fuel depot igniting following a Ukrainian drone attack. A drone was said to be shot down over the territory of industrial warehouses. Falling debris is said to have sparked the fire at a diesel fuel storage No casualties were reported. This comes as Ukraine's Air Force shot down 14 Russian drones. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky says the military incursion into Russia's Kursk region aims to create a buffer zone to prevent further attacks by Moscow across the border. It's the first time Zelensky clearly stated the aim of the operation that began August 6th. Previously, he said the operation aimed to protect communities in a bordering region from constant shelling. This weekend, Ukraine destroyed a key bridge in the region and struck a second one nearby, disrupting supply lines as it pressed the incursion. That's according to officials. As of Sunday morning, there were no officials giving the exact location of the second bridge attack, but Russian Telegram channels claimed that indeed a second bridge had been struck. Elsewhere, the head of the UN nuclear watchdog agency said Saturday the safety situation at a Russian-occupied nuclear power plant is deteriorating. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency urged, quote, maximum restraint from all sides after one of their teams at the plant reported an explosive carried by a drone detonated just outside its protected area. To talk more about this, I do want to bring in James Talberg, who is a junior political analyst working with the Ukrainian Institute of Politics. And James, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for bringing me in.
Absolutely. So a lot of developments as it relates to the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. What can you share with us in regards to Ukrainian troops gaining that access to those two key bridges and really destroying them?
I think before we get into those specific details, just in general about this whole operation and how they have decided to go into the Kursk region, we have to trace it back. For the past 6 months, Ukraine had a negative trend. They were losing on the battlefield. They were slowly losing their positions. Russia was slowly advancing more into the Ukrainian territory, and that was creating an internal negative trend where the population was losing hope. They were losing their positions. They were more willing to start the peace negotiations with a fever position that they can protect. And it was also creating an external difficulties where Ukraine simply cannot justify why they need more ammunition, why they need more financial support, because they were at a loss, right? So I think they have decided to create a situation where it's a game changer. They have took all their elite forces who they trained. They took some of the elite forces from the Donbass region to bring and start that Kursk operation. You've mentioned that Zelensky mentioned for the first time what is the goal of that operation. I think it's kind of like more of creating a shadow. I think the actual goal is to, one, change that game changer from the internal perspective when the population will get its hope back, right? They got a new victory. I think it's also to show to their allies that they are still strong despite the negative trend. So they're trying to break the trend. That's the first perspective, from the internal and from the external perspective with their allies. The second part is that they were actually planning to start peace negotiations, and they are simply trying to do a case where they will have more power with those peace negotiations. They have occupied so far over 1,000 kilometers of Russian land. Just to give a background, Russia is currently controlling 10,000. So in about 2 weeks, they have got over 1,000 kilometers in their control. It's 1/10 of what Russia has right now in Ukraine. So I think in their head, they think that that's going to give them a more stronger position to start with the peace negotiations. In terms of the bridges and what they're tactically doing on the ground, it's just to create for them a tactical advantage if they will have to change their position or if Russia will start squeezing them out. It's simply creating tactical advantage for themselves, how they maneuver in that land.
And James, I'm really glad that you provided us that context in regards to this momentum. As you mentioned previously, the Ukrainian troops were not making progress against Russia. Now it appears as though there is progress. When it comes to the coming weeks and months, you know, from your perspective, from your analysis, what do you anticipate happening?
I think we can look at just what is their goal, what's going to be a win for Ukraine in that situation, right? They've mentioned the buffer zone, but again, I'm less buying that buffer statement. I think it's more of what will be an actual win for them is to hold that territory, hold that tactical advantage on the Russian land until the election in US will happen. Once that happens, the US will have a new president. They will have to start the peace negotiations again. They will have a new strategy, and they will start that with a power position and not from a losing position as they were before. So I think it's simply for the Ukrainian side, hold it up until the election and maybe a little bit longer, because they're not claiming that they will stay there for forever. They don't want that land. They're not trying to occupy. They're just strategically trying to hold it up until the election so they can come into those peace negotiations from a power position. For Russians, it's important to squeeze them out before that happens. That will be a win for them.
All right, James, we do appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox to talk about the very latest developments amid the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stephanie.
And we are continuing to follow all of the latest developments as the war continues. Any new information, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring it to you. Right now, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 8:32 Eastern, 5:32 Pacific. And any moment now, we are expecting the Israeli government to deliver their daily briefing. That has not happened, but as soon as it does, we will bring that to you live. Meantime, we're going to continue to follow some breaking news out of the Middle East. And you're taking a live look at Tel Aviv right there, as a bomb blast in Tel Aviv late on Sunday has been confirmed as a terrorist attack. That's according to Israeli police and the Domestic Intelligence Agency. The man carrying the bomb, which exploded near a synagogue, was killed. A passerby was injured, according to police. Right now, the motive remains unclear, as well as the intended target. But police saying in a joint statement along with the Domestic Intelligence Agency, quote, "It can now be confirmed that this was a terror attack." Sunday's explosion came about an hour after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv to push for a ceasefire in Gaza that would end the 10-month war between Israel and Hamas. There has been increased urgency to reach a ceasefire deal,
ladies and gentlemen.
and we do
Shalom.
see
I'm
that
David Mintzer,
this
Israeli
briefing
government
is
spokesman.
underway. We're going to
for this
pivot to
press
that
briefing,
right
a quick
now.
update from me, and then to your questions, which you should put in the chat, all of which we will answer this Monday, the 19th of August, day 318 of the October 7th war. We start today with sad news of our fallen IDF soldiers, 692. Since the start of this war, Major in the reserves Yotam Yitzhak Peled was 34 years old and from Rosh Ayin. He was killed in battle in the center of Gaza. And Sergeant Major in the reserves Mordechai Yosef Ben Shoam was also 34 years old and from Geva Binyamin. He too was killed in battle in central Gaza. These are both devastating losses. All of us here in Israel send condolences to these dear families of our heroic fighters who fell in combat from terror attacks, and also our civilians. There are no words of mine that can assuage the pain, the terrible pain of their family and friends. We embrace these bereaved families in their most difficult hour. We are committed to the testament of the fallen to continue to absolute victory over Hamas. May the memories of our fallen heroes be a blessing forever. Next, on Secretary of State Blinken's visit in Israel today, meeting with our president this morning, the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, together with other senior ministers and officials. The Prime Minister met with the Secretary in his office in Jerusalem today. It was a positive and good-spirited meeting, a 3-hour-long meeting. The Prime Minister reiterated Israel's commitment to the latest American proposal regarding the release of our hostages, all the while taking into account Israel's security needs. Israel greatly appreciates the efforts of the US to dissuade Hamas from its refusal to agree to a deal for the release of our hostages. The Prime Minister stands firmly by the principle that the IDF will physically remain on the Philadelphia corridor, the border with Egypt, to prevent the resupply of Hamas's deadly weapons. The negotiations continue. We are working to create a framework agreement based upon the principles presented by the US in May to get our people home and achieve the other goals of the war. Just in the last 24 hours, we have seen Palestinian terror attacks. Gidon Peri, a 38-year-old Israeli father of 3 and a husband, was murdered by a Palestinian work colleague. Why? Simply because he was a Jew and an Israeli. Last night, a terror attack in Tel Aviv with Hamas claiming responsibility. This was a significant terror attack which was averted yesterday in Tel Aviv. The Palestinian with a backpack loaded with explosives exploded his charge that he was carrying before he managed to reach a more heavily populated area. This is often the way with Hamas. On the eve of potential deals to create quiet, to create peace in this region, they always try and have these terrorist outrages in order to inflame the region. It's unfortunately classic strategy, which we've become used to from the dedicated monsters of Hamas. This morning, IDF soldiers were attacked in Ya'ara, on the border with Lebanon by Hezbollah terrorists with drones. Now an update from COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza. COGAT just today released another example of the systematic abuse of civilian and humanitarian infrastructure by Hamas. Yesterday, Hamas fired rockets from launchers embedded near 2 schools and a field hospital in southern Gaza. But all the while, aid continues to enter every day via all the crossings. Since the beginning of the war, more than 46,000 trucks have delivered more than 900,000 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. On immunizations against polio in Gaza, 95% plus Gazans have been immunized against polio. And Israel is working with the World Health Organization and UNICEF to get 1.3 million other vaccines into Gaza. And more info on this is available on the COGAT website and XFeed. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. Thank you very much. First question here from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Firstly, Joel asks, Secretary of State Blinken said it was the last opportunity for a hostage deal. What makes it the last, or is that a political deadline? And secondly, President Herzog made clear that Hamas was refusing a deal. Why did Blinken appear to blame both sides? Thank you very much for those questions, Joel Pollack from Breitbart News. Look, I think those are questions for Secretary of State Blinken, but the Prime Minister has said that, you know, for this deal, many had claimed for months that Hamas would never agree to give up on its condition to end the war and remain in power as a condition for the deal. And proposed giving in to Hamas's demands. The Prime Minister said that they were wrong then, and they are wrong now. The Prime Minister made clear at the start of yesterday's Cabinet Minister that our negotiations team strongly insisted on this fundamental demand, vital to achieving the goals of the war. Of course, the talks are ongoing and Israel is committed to them. But the Prime Minister's made clear that Hamas has changed its position. The Prime Minister insisted that Israel remain in the Philadelphia corridor in order to prevent terrorists from rearming. Israel also insisted that on advancing a deal that will maximize the number of living hostages, and to enable the achieving of all of our war objectives. Israel is conducting these negotiations with a firm eye on the vital security interests of Israel, as opposed to those who advise that Israel just give in. Israel is engaged in these negotiations for the release of our hostages because it is a national mission of the highest order. The Prime Minister's made clear that Israel is fully prepared to be flexible for this noble mission, but be in no doubt these are very complex negotiations. Hamas is a murderous terrorist organization that is both simultaneously obstinate and at the same time uninhibited in its wickedness. Hamas did not even send a representative to the talks in Doha. Now, the Prime Minister has made clear that strong military and diplomatic pressure on Hamas and Sinwar are the way to secure the release of our hostages. Thank you. I'll take the next question from Hannah Julian in a moment. Jim Williams, I saw a question but seems to have disappeared, so perhaps you can put that again into the chat. But in the meantime, Hannah Julian from the Jewish Press has asked, is there an update on the talks specifically from Cairo? Also, when those talks conclude, if there is no agreement, what happens next? Thank you for that question, Hannah. I've given you an update that we have right now from regarding the hostage release negotiations, which we are currently engaged in. We thank our American partners for pushing these forward. We are indebted to them. But once and again, it is always Hamas which walks away at the final moment. Again and again and again, this has been shown over the last 10 months. We are in favor of negotiations and for them to be concluded successfully, and Hamas keeps walking away.
All right, so we are listening into the Israeli government briefing. We do need to step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll be right back, continuing on with this live briefing. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue the Israeli government briefing following a terror attack in Tel Aviv. Let's listen in.
A representative to the talks in Doha. Now, the Prime Minister has made clear that strong military and diplomatic pressure on Hamas and Sinwar are the way to secure the release of our hostages. Thank you. I'll take the next question from Hannah Julian in a moment. Jim Williams, I saw a question but seems to have disappeared, so perhaps you can put that again into the chat. But in the meantime, Hannah Julian from the Jewish Press has asked, is there an update on the talks specifically from Cairo? Also, when those talks conclude, if there is no agreement, what happens next? Thank you for that question, Hannah. I've given you an update that we have right now from regarding the hostage release negotiations, which we are currently engaged in. We thank our American partners for pushing these forward. We are indebted to them. But once and again, it is always Hamas which walks away at the final moment. Again and again and again, this has been shown over the last 10 months. We are in favor of negotiations and for them to be concluded successfully, and Hamas keeps walking away. Okay, that seems to be the last question here, unless there are any more other questions. No? Good. Well, in the meantime, thank you for joining us today. We'll have another briefing tomorrow at the same time. So please do stay safe, and thank you for joining us. Bye-bye now.
All right, so that was the very end of the Israeli government briefing after the Tel Aviv terror attack. They also were talking about the ongoing ceasefire negotiations out of the Middle East. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, much more coverage, including the Democratic National Convention. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a beautiful view of the Chicago skyline right there. Blue skies, puffy white clouds, a gorgeous Monday, as today does mark the start of the Democratic National Convention. You're taking a live look now of the outside of the United Center where the convention is set to be held. You can see the lights now on right there on the exterior of the building. building. All of this coming as law enforcement expecting thousands of demonstrators to camp outside the building, demonstrating on a number of issues. This is an inside look of the United Center, and you can see that there are a couple of people there, but the door's not yet open to delegates right there. And we are going to be continuing our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, speaking with a DNC delegate in just about 25 minutes. Her first time, actually, at a convention. She's very excited. So she's going to give us her perspective as she is already in Chicago. We'll also be speaking with a number of experts throughout the day and bringing you all of those major speeches and announcements uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, we do want to turn it over to our Fox 32 Chicago team as they focus on the DNC as it is in their hometown. So I do want to play you some of that coming up in just a moment right now.
Welcome to a very special edition of The Issue Is. I'm Alex Michelson, and with us this week is perhaps the most successful and influential legislator of all time, Nancy Pelosi. Welcome back to The Issue Is.
My pleasure to be here, Alex.
And her book is the #1 bestseller on the New York Times. It's called The Art of Power, My Story as America's First Woman Speaker of the House. And I'm assuming you're a fan of Hamilton, right?
I am, but I'm more of a Jefferson person.
Okay, well, but I mean Hamilton. Okay, so but in the musical, Hamilton, of course, they have that great song, "The Room Where It Happens." And this book takes you inside the room where it happens and some of the most important historic moments of the last 20 years as you served as speaker and leader, and even beyond that as well. And I loved that it seemed like the premise was everybody else has said stuff about what happened to you, and this is your chance to say what actually happened to you. So there's been a lot that's happened in the room in the last month and a half. If you were writing that chapter of what's just happened in our country, how does that chapter go?
Well, that's for another book, another time. Right now, how it goes is that we have to win the election, and that was the urgency of some of the decisions that were made then, because we do believe that this is a very different kind of election. It's not as if we're running against George Bush or Mitt Romney or Bob Dole. We're running against someone who has, in my view, disrespected the office he held and dishonored the oath of office he took.
And so your thinking was that at this point Joe Biden couldn't win the election, and that's why there needed to be a change.
Well, no, quite frankly, Alex, it was more with the campaign as it was going forth. We needed a different approach, and the campaigns are something that first you make a decision to win, and then you make every decision in favor of winning, and sometimes that is reevaluating the approach that you're taking. And I wanted the campaign to be more, shall we say, on a path to victory. It didn't mean we had to change the candidate. That was the decision the president made. Right now, as you saw with the change in the, shall we say, the dynamic in the last few weeks, we're on a path, but it's hard. You have to, I say the 3 M's, you have to mobilize and own the ground. So you get out every possible vote. You have to have a message that is bold and progressive, but not menacing. It's unifying for the country. Mobilization message, and the 3rd M is money to get the job done, and largely from small donors. You have to have 3 no's: no wasted time, no underutilized resources, and no regrets the day after the election that we could have done more.
Is it fair to say you think that the Democrats have a better chance now at winning the House and winning those close congressional districts with Kamala Harris at the head of the ticket as compared to Biden?
Yes, there's been tremendous enthusiasm. And one of it was that so many young people were not enthusiastic about voting. They see 2, shall we say, older people, both younger than me, but I am, but nonetheless, 2 older people. They're like, what? And so, yes, there's much more enthusiasm among young people. And in California, as you've seen, the numbers are so different for young people, LGBTQ, Asian American, Hispanic, and Black voters who are more lethargic about these 2 guys, but now they're very excited about her.
So once again, you were right.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We have to win. We have to win, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
And I keep saying to you, it is not easy.
And so he made that decision, and by all reports, you haven't spoken with him since, right?
Well, that's only been about 3 weeks, so that's not a long time.
Have you spoken with the vice president since?
Oh, yes. Yes, no.
And what have those conversations been
Well,
like?
we've had our big event in San Francisco. In 4 days, we raised over $13 million for her campaign, so it was pretty exciting. I introduced her at that event.
You know, there are some critics who say that this was a coup. They say that that Kamala Harris didn't get any votes in the primary, even though she was on the ticket. She wasn't the head of the ticket, and that it's anti-democratic for this to happen. What do you say to those critics?
Well, I think that that's stupid. I think it's really stupid.
Why is that?
Yeah, that's really stupid. He decides not to run. She puts her name out there. Anybody else could have put their name out there too. They didn't. The president endorsed her. That was a big boost, of course. But the word coup, unless they don't know what that word means, it's really a dumb statement for them to make.
She's a daughter of San Francisco.
Well, the Bay Area. She grew up in Oakland.
Yeah.
She succeeded in San Francisco.
And you know, when you started in Congress, there were 12 Democratic women.
That's all.
Now there are 94 Democratic women. The concept that there could be a female president from the Bay Area, what does that mean to you?
It's exciting. I know her for decades.
Right.
She's a person of great faith, which is reflected in her community service and the rest. She's a person of great, that's personally. Officially, she's strong. She knows her issues. She knows her strategy. She knows how to communicate it, as we see most recently with the woman's right to choose, but other issues, of course, globally and domestically. And she's politically very astute. So personally strong, officially strong, politically astute, knows how to win difficult elections.
We're talking with Nancy Pelosi, the author of The Art of Power, My Story as America's First Woman Speaker of the House. And let's talk a little bit about your legislating, because you are a master legislator.
Well, I love being a legislator.
Yeah.
People always say to me, why didn't you run for some other office? I said, but I like the job that I have.
How do you define a master legislator? What does that mean to you?
Well, it means success. It means getting the job done. I don't think the public really has any idea the hard work that legislators do at any level. I'm just talking about the Congress. When we have a bill, for example, the Affordable Care Act, there's so much gathering the intellectual resources, listening to the public, the outside mobilization, the inside maneuvering. But people, I don't think they really think that we go there and vote and go home or something. No, it's a heavy lift. But it's, I consider myself almost like a maestro. It's an orchestration. You have a lot of talent, many different versions of the story that you have to, so I say I'm a maestro, but I really think of myself as a weaver, just weaving together the beautiful diversity of our caucus, making sure everybody knows that every thread is essential to our tapestry, and that even though we may not have unanimity all the time, we have consensus to get the job done. And you may not have your way one day, but tomorrow is another day, and you have your legislation then.
I think I've interviewed almost every member of the Democratic caucus in California and talked to many of them privately about you. And the thing that they all say about you is that your knowledge of them and their district may be more than their own knowledge of themselves and their district. Can you talk about the way you research and your knowledge of everybody and their individual pain point and their individual needs?
Not so much research as experience. I was Northern Chair of the California Democratic Party for a while. Then I was Chair of the California Democratic Party, and I know these congressional districts. I know the grassroots down to the last blade of grass. I know how different they are one from the other, and different within the districts. You know, if you're more coastal versus more inland. So, and I've helped elect many of them over the years, so I know the challenges that they face. They bring so much. Our state is the intellectual political resource for the country. So we have a big responsibility. And I always say to them, I'm sure you know your district better than I do.
So this is a interview with Fox 11 LA, Elix Michelson, speaking with Representative Nancy Pelosi about a number of issues, including the DNC. Meanwhile, we also want to invite you to follow us on TikTok for breaking news, live video, and exclusive updates. You can now follow us on TikTok at LiveNOW FOX. And of course, we've been talking about the Democratic National Convention. That is happening starting today. We are covering the DNC in Chicago with all speeches streamed live and unfiltered. So you're taking a look at that QR code. All you have to do is scan that code above to follow us on TikTok. We're going to be bringing you those speeches live, raw, unfiltered. And of course, you can count on us on TikTok to bring you major news, compelling content as it happens. So we do invite you to hit that follow button at LiveNOW FOX and stay tuned. You can also scan that code right there. Meantime, we're also following a number of breaking news stories, and you're taking a live look at Tel Aviv right there. We have been sharing with you this breaking news right there, as the Israeli police have said that a bomb blast in Tel Aviv was in fact a terrorist attack. And we do want to get you up to speed if you're just joining us at this hour at 9:01 Eastern, 6:01 Pacific for the very latest. A bomb blast in Tel Aviv late on Sunday has been confirmed as a terrorist attack. That's according to Israeli police and the Domestic Intelligence Agency. The man carrying the bomb, which exploded near a synagogue, he was killed. A passerby was injured. Sunday's explosion came just about an hour after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv to push for a ceasefire in Gaza that would end the 10-month war between Israel and Hamas. Blinken earlier today calling the latest diplomatic push by Washington to achieve a ceasefire deal, quote, probably the best, maybe the last opportunity, urging all parties to get the agreement over the finish line. Ceasefire negotiations are set to continue this week in Cairo following a two-day meeting in Doha last week. And for the very latest, I do want to bring on Fleur Hassan Nahum, who is the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem. Fleur, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I do want to start with the breaking news that a bomb blast in Tel Aviv, now confirmed to be a terrorist attack, coming as Secretary of State Blinken was visiting Tel Aviv for these ongoing ceasefire negotiations. What can you share with us?
Well, unfortunately, we're not new to suicide bombings. In 2001, just after Israel offered Arafat everything he said he wanted to create a two-state solution, we were met with a slew of suicide bombs in Jerusalem, in cafes and in buses, anywhere where there was a lot of people. It's actually a method, a very well-known method of terror by the Palestinians. And unfortunately, we see a return of that with what happened. We were very, very lucky, or providence from God, that the actual detonator exploded before he got to the destination where he wanted to kill a lot of people, killing him and injuring a passerby, as you said. And honestly, this could have ended up very badly. But again, this is the same pattern. Every time that we have negotiations for peace, every time that we have negotiations for a ceasefire, there's always these extremists who want to essentially, boycott or want to disrail the any type of negotiations for a ceasefire for peace. And Hamas have claimed responsibility. So on the one hand, we're supposed to be negotiating with Hamas, and on the other hand, we have a suicide bomber in one of our main cities.
And I wanted to ask you about that. We were hearing live from David Mencer, the Israeli government spokesperson, talking about the tactics by Hamas, trying to really derail these ceasefire negotiations. Secretary of State Blinken saying this really might be the last opportunity. What do you make of that phrasing?
Well, I think that Secretary Blinken is correct in the sense that the longer we wait, the less chance that the hostages can survive. Some hostages are elderly people. Some hostages are women that we know for sure have been sexually assaulted. And so we know that the clock is ticking for a ceasefire deal. We know the longer we wait, the more at risk the lives of the hostages become. And so we have a moral imperative to bring back the hostages, but at the same time, we cannot allow a situation where Hamas can rearm and do another massacre within the next year or 2 years. That would be lunacy. And so we're trying to find a balance between bringing back our hostages, which of course Sinwar, the head of the snake, is surrounding himself with hostages so that he guarantees his own life. And on the other hand, you can't have a situation where Hamas can rearm and do this again. They are not making any pretense of the fact that they want to do this again. This is not the beginning of a negotiation to bring peace, to bring a two-state solution, to bring coexistence, to bring calm. Hamas has got one objective, and that is the destruction of the state of Israel. But Hamas is only an arm of Iran, who have a much wider and more ambitious objective, and that is turning the free world into an Islamist caliphate. And so Israel is just the first stop in a much wider conflict. And I really pray that people can understand that the conflict here is much wider than Hamas-Israel. It's essentially Islamic fundamentalism against the free, liberal, democratic world.
And that's been a very large concern for a number of countries, worried that this could lead to a larger regional conflict. Going back to the ceasefire negotiations, Hamas refusing even to attend these discussions, attend these talks. Given that, is it realistic to think that some deal might be brokered?
Well, exactly. I'm not sure. Blinken remains positive. President Biden remains positive, but they're not even there. They're not even showing up. So unless Qatar is a complete conduit to Hamas, the terrorist state, and then everybody should really be reevaluating their relationships and their business relationships and the influence that Qatar have on the free world, or they really can bring about this deal. Look, I pray the hostages come home. I pray we get to a deal where we really can see calm and peace. I want to remind everybody that Israel left Gaza in 2005 and left it to the Palestinian leadership. They could have made a beautiful strip of Mediterranean land into Dubai, into the south of France, and instead they turned it into a terrorist arm of Iran. And so I hope and I pray that the people, the Palestinian people, want a better life for themselves, want a better future for themselves, want peace and prosperity. But prosperity will come when they understand that Israel is not going anywhere. That is the beginning of a phase that we can understand that peace can come around the corner. But until the Islamic fundamentalists don't admit that Israel is here to stay, we're never going to have peace. And that really is a very depressing thought.
You were mentioning that Hamas really is just one arm of Iran and its proxies, and there really has been a lot of focus in the past number of weeks about Iran, of course, vowing revenge after the assassination of a Hamas and Hezbollah leader. In regards to what that might look like and when that may happen, given the recent events, including the U.S. sending a missile submarine to the Red Sea and publicly announcing that, do you think that the strategy from Iran has changed at all and maybe changed the timeline, as it does seem they're trying to assess what the ceasefire deal might have as an outcome?
Well, I think Iran, and this is really thanks to the American administration, the American government, that have sent all of these deterrent warnings to the Gulf to say to Iran, don't start, because this could end up badly for you. You have to understand also that 80% of the Iranian people don't want that regime. So Iran are very smart, and they know that in a war with either Israel or America, they will lose because their own people want Israel and America to liberate them. We're talking about a regime that imprisons and kills women showing a strand of hair. It is a Handmaid's Tale in real life. That's Iran right now. They, imprison journalists, dissidents, LGBTQ. That's Iran. And the fact that the world is not sending out shock and horror and marches for a regime change in Iran, and yet there are marches supporting Hamas, tells you how much of a brainwash the Western world has gone through by Hamas and by Qatar, who are one of their sponsors.
Fleur, as we continue to follow these rapid developments in the Middle East, is there anything in particular that you're keeping a very close eye on or particularly concerned about?
Well, I'm concerned as a mother. I'm concerned for the hostages because I think everyone in Israel feels like it's their child in there. What would we do? What wouldn't we do to release your child? And so I pray and I beg the world to imagine for 1 second that their child at a music festival, their child sleeping in their bed, were taken from you and put in a dungeon under threat to their lives. What would you want your government to do to bring your child home? And that's all Israel wants. The minute the hostages are returned, there's a ceasefire. And that is what everybody has to understand.
Fleur, as always, we do appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much.
And we do continue to follow the breaking news out of the Middle East. Any new developments, any new information, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Time right now is 9:11 Eastern, 6:11 Pacific. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You are watching Live Now from Fox on this Monday morning. We're going to be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn, and we continue our coverage of the Democratic National Convention as we take a live look inside the United Center right there as preparations are underway for doors to be open. Meantime, we have a new live event popping into Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at the Michigan Presidential Delegation Breakfast in Chicago. We're going to raise the audio and listen in.
Because we believe in fighting for a future that works better for all, not just a few. And you know who's ready for that fight? Kamala Harris. You know who's going to stand by her side? Tim Walz. But you know who's going to be there with them every step of the way? All of us, right? We're going to be there with them. So in November, we will determine the future of abortion rights. We will determine the future of women's rights, LGBTQ+ rights, civil rights, and so much more. When we vote, we make a choice between hate and hope, between vitriol and decency. That's what's on the line this election. So, folks, there's nothing more important as I close than continuing to build a blue wall in the Midwest and delivering Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House this January. Are we ready to do that, Michigan? All right, so enjoy our great city of Chicago and all of its beauty. And by the way, there's a lot of it. And we're here for Kamala and Tim. We're here for each other. And most of all, we are here for the people. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, so you can see that at least the first speaker has wrapped up, but you are taking a live look at the Michigan Presidential Delegation Breakfast in Chicago, Illinois. This, of course, is at the Democratic National Convention. You can see folks eating their meals there, their breakfast, and it does look good. Meantime, I do want to actually bring in a delegate who is currently at the DNC right now, and for that, I do want to bring in Heather Pierre, who is at the DNC. Heather, thank you so much for stepping out of probably the breakfast and joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
No worries. Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. So let's talk about, we were talking to you yesterday. You had just landed in Chicago. You joined us from the airport. Now you are at the DNC, your very first convention as a delegate. And I know you were so excited. Does the anticipation match the reality now that you're actually there?
It actually exceeded it. So everyone is excited, meeting other people, and we have an action plan, and so just sharing everything. So it actually exceeded my expectations.
So what has been the biggest talking points? Of course, President Biden is expected to deliver the keynote address today. There are a number of notable speakers on the agenda in the coming days. I understand that each day has its own agenda and its own subject, but really, what has been the major discussion so far among the delegates?
Among the delegates, we were just greeting one another, a little banter. You're from Florida, so those of us that live in red states joke on how to turn our states blue, and so it's just getting to know one another, and also the issues that impact the constituents in those various districts.
Yeah, because you are from Florida. Florida, of course, no longer really a swing state, really leaning red, Republican. So what has that dialogue, what has that discussion been like, as you were saying, other delegates from Republican majority states and trying to turn the tide? You know, what is that conversation like? Really, what are you guys focused on?
We're focusing on the issues. We're focused on healthcare. We're focused on the economy. We're focusing on immigration. So our conversation is like, how do we turn it? How do we turn out voter engagement, voter participation? And so those were our conversations. And some of the polls, the numbers, the abortion issue is an issue as well. And so the numbers are closing. And so we think from what we're seeing on the ground, we're purple. We're not red anymore, but we'll see in November. We have 80+ days to work on it. And so that's what we're here for, to encourage one another and to make sure we focus on the issues that impact the voters.
This is an incredibly tight race. When President Biden was the anticipated, the expected, the presumed Democratic presidential nominee, he was running behind the polls with former President Trump. Right now, polls indicate really it's a very narrow race with Vice President Harris. What is the emotion? Is it one of hope? Is it one of determination? Is it one of, realism? You know, kind of what's the tone so far in Chicago among the delegates as they look ahead to November?
We're in a fight. And so when you're in a competition, you fight. And we are excited because the amount of young people who are here, and they are really energizing. So just to see them around. So we're in fight mode. So you fight to win. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
And, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about age. President Biden, former President Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris, much younger than both of the gentlemen. When it's talking about re-energizing the youth, do you think the fact that Vice President Harris, who is now the Democratic presidential nominee, has that done anything to re-energize the younger voters in the Democratic Party? Is that what you're seeing? Is that what you're feeling?
Absolutely. They are here. They are volunteering. They're all over, and I'm surprised to see so many young people here. And Donald Trump is just too old now, so everyone's towards Kamala Harris, the younger generation.
We are expecting to hear from President Biden later on tonight. Many of people saying it's going to be bittersweet because he was essentially pressured to drop out of the presidential race. What are you hoping to hear from President Biden as he takes to the stage tonight?
President Biden has shown us, so we stand with him. He's not just talking. He made the best decision that he believed that was for the party. So for me, he's shown me. So attending tonight is my gratitude to say thank you in a celebration. And just because he's no longer the Democratic nominee for president, he is still a Democrat. And I am absolutely sure that he will still be here to help support us as Democrats.
Heather, before we let you go, because I know that you're taking a pause out of all of your morning activities at the DNC, anything that you're excited about as today is the first day of the DNC?
Yes, I'm excited to attend the caucus meetings to learn more and to learn more about the upcoming Democratic platform.
All right, Heather, thank you so much for taking the time to join us early in Chicago on this Monday morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Have a great one.
You too. And
okay.
I do want to take you out to this live look right here. This is a podium at the DNC. It's a little unclear exactly what this might be, although we are anticipating that there is going to be a daily briefing that is set to get underway shortly. And I do believe that that is expected to happen in just the next 30 minutes or so. So I did want to share that live look with you. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, and we also have another live look at a delegation breakfast that is being hosted by Illinois. We're going to give that to you after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we are anticipating a daily briefing out of Chicago, Illinois. This is a live look there at the United Center. As you can see, a couple of folks are slowly making their way into the room. This is the daily briefing for the DNC, and we are expecting that to get underway in the next 30 minutes or so. Meantime, I wanted to show you this live look right here because it does look like possibly a live event is set to get underway. This is another event happening right now at the DNC. As you can see, there have been a number of delegation breakfasts to get underway. We were sharing with you the brief comments made by the breakfast from the Michigan delegation. And this one looks like it might get underway or it might be wrapping up. You can see it's the state of Illinois. We were seeing one speaker, and so we thought it might be over as the speaker walked away. But you see that it looks like they're maybe anticipating the arrival of someone else. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this live stream right here as we continue to follow the very latest out of the Democratic National Convention. Meantime, I did want to share this live look with you right here. This is inside the United Way, and you can see that a couple of folks are now continuing to prepare right there as well. So we're going to continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to actually dip into our Fox 32 Chicago team, as it does appear that they have a live reporter out in the field right now. Let's listen in.
You'll just want to give yourself a little extra time. Back to you.
Thank you, Roseanne. We've been telling you all about some of those closures and security that you're seeing in different parts of the city, especially on the near West Side and the West Loop, also downtown. So in our Insta poll question this morning, we want to know, do you feel the city did enough to prepare for the DNC? You can vote at fox32chicago.com.
Here are your options. Yes, we are ready. Maybe needs more work, or no, not yet. And it looks like the majority of people are right there. We want to see you weigh in before the morning ends.
No, not yet. I guess that's kind of a wait and see.
And that's kind of where we fall, right?
Let's
see what happens. Yes. Well, it happens during every election. High running emotions can lead to bad financial decisions. In just a few minutes, we're going to get expert tips on how to emotion-proof your choices.
And today is going to be a lovely day. This whole week will be fantastic.
All right, so we do want to thank our Chicago 32 team for that coverage, as we do anticipate a number of live events to get underway in the coming minutes or so. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for another 2-minute break. After that, more top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 9:29 Eastern, 6:29 Pacific. And once again, I did want to share this live look with you out of Chicago, Illinois, as we are expecting the DNC daily briefing to get underway in just about the next 30 minutes or so. As soon as that happens, of course, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Meantime, we continue to follow some other major stories, including this one. This is a story of Disney wanting a wrongful death lawsuit to be dismissed. And you're taking a look at the couple involved, the husband of a 42-year-old New York doctor filing a wrongful death lawsuit claiming she died after having an allergic reaction after eating at a restaurant in Disney Springs back in October. Disney now asking a Florida court to dismiss the lawsuit, arguing the husband had agreed to settle any lawsuits against Disney out of court through the arbitration process when he signed up for a 1-month trial of Disney Plus back in 2019 and acknowledged that he had reviewed the fine print. Now, Disney also notes in its response that the husband agreed to a similar arbitration provision when he previously created an account on Disney's website and app. But the husband's lawyer in response argued that it was, quote, absurd to believe that the more than 150 million subscribers to Disney Plus have waived all rights to sue the company and its affiliates in perpetuity, even if their case has nothing to do with the popular streaming service. To talk more on this, I do want to bring in Seth Berensweig, who is an attorney. And Seth, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Pleasure to be back.
So, what do you make of this particular case? It is interesting that Disney is saying, look, a customer signed up for Disney Plus and now you no longer have the right to sue because you waived all your rights once you signed that contract.
Well, it certainly is a very tragic case filed by Jeff Piccolo after he brought his wife to a restaurant that had advertised both online and to the couple directly in the restaurant that they were allergen-free. And his wife had carefully warned the server that she had a severe peanut allergy. They were assured it's no problem. And then very sadly, she was essentially poisoned by peanut allergens and died a few minutes after they left the restaurant. This is a case that is just unbelievable. And Disney is essentially just trying to wallpaper over its own negligence by trying to throw out this unbelievable defense. As you've noted, this was a click-through that Mr. Piccolo signed up on a half a decade ago on his PlayStation when he signed up for a 1-month free streaming service with Disney Plus. And I believe that this defense will fail both on the substance and the process. It will fail on the substance because I don't see a judge applying that limited context for something that was signed up on in the fine print over a half a decade before this completely unrelated tragedy occurred. The subject matter is just so completely different that it's unfathomable. I think it also loses on the substance because even if you don't go through that first hurdle, this is a case on behalf of his wife's estate, and the wife did not sign any such a waiver for an arbitration clause. So on the substance and the process, I think it fails. Certainly in terms of the publicity, it really is a big failure for Disney as well because they really could have handled this a lot better in a number of different ways.
And, a lot of us have signed such contracts. There are a lot of streaming services. There are a lot of, there are contracts for pretty much every industry, and what do you make of that contract? A lot of people don't even read the fine print. And some of these contracts are pages upon pages. Do they hold water when it comes to court cases such as this one? Do people really need to, read the fine print? Should they not sign contracts? And I feel like a lot of people feel like they have no other choice if they want, different products, different services to be had.
Well, This case is a clear warning shot to consumers that they really do need to read before they click. And in this instance, although I think Disney will probably lose their attempt to dismiss this case, people have to be very aware of the fact that whenever they sign up on anything, no matter for how limited a subscription, especially online, that there may be arbitration clauses. And just to make it clear, an arbitration clause ordinarily commands that if there is any kind of a dispute between the parties, you cannot go to court. You cannot seek any kind of redress for your legal rights in any court. It has to go to arbitration, which ends up being some kind of a backdoor room with a private arbitrator where it's essentially an unappealable decision. You get what you get and you don't get upset. And many people consider it to be fundamentally unfair. But you're absolutely right. This is a clear warning sign for consumers. Read before you click. When you are engaging in any kind of a subscription for anyone, for example, in the media space, there's probably an arbitration clause. That's something that people need to be aware of whenever they sign up for any kind of subscription or service.
But isn't it virtually impossible because you either sign up or you don't? And we live in a day and age where there's so much technology that we essentially need to have in order to go about our daily life. What advice would you give beyond reading these clauses? What other recommendations, what other advice would you give to folks and consumers?
Well, that's a great question. And what you did there was an excellent point of referencing what us lawyers call a contract of adhesion, where the parties have inherently unequal bargaining power, and it's kind of a take it or leave it situation. Other than reading, I think that consumers should also just try before they buy. In other words, they should go on a comparative shopping spree. There are lots of alternatives. No one's putting a gun to their head, and they can look at different kinds of streaming service. The good news about today's technology in the media space is that there are lots of alternatives. So not only read, but compare. Be a smart consumer. Make sure that you look at different alternatives and compare what your rights are. I think that's something that's very important. So Disney is really kind of the poster child of bad taste and bad defense in this case, but in a way, ironically, perhaps they're all teaching us a lesson here.
Seth, before we let you go, any final thoughts?
I think that Disney is really taking a risk because they are really taking a hit on their own reputation. It's essentially a self-inflicted wound. Sometimes business lawyers need to be business advisors and make sure that they give the advice that is right. They really can't just look inside the bottle. They have to think to broader implications. Right now, Disney's taking a big reputational hit, and for this kind of a ridiculous move, they deserve it.
All right, Seth, as always, we do appreciate you hopping on Live Now from Fox and sharing your insight.
My pleasure.
And we're going to step away from Live Now from Fox for a brief 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look as the photographer right there is adjusting the camera shot. So this is inside the United Center in Chicago, Illinois, as we are expecting the daily briefing of the DNC to get underway in just about 20 minutes. You can see a gentleman right there at the podium. He's just a stand-in as we are expecting perhaps a number of speakers to address the media ahead of the beginning of the DNC. And of course, as soon as that briefing gets underway, but I will absolutely bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as that happens. Meantime, we do want to head to our Fox 32 Chicago team as they have been following the DNC, and we do want to bring you some of that coverage as it unfolds right now. Let's take a listen in.
And we're joined now by our alumni panel of veteran political reporters, Mike Flannery and Derek Blakely. Guys, always great to see you.
Wonderful to be here.
All right, so Mike, when future generations look back upon the 2024 Chicago DNC, what are they going to say about it?
Well, if Kamala Harris ends up winning in the fall, on November 5th, I think they're going to look back and say it's one of the most extraordinary political seasons that we've seen in many, many decades, because it sure looked like Donald Trump was on his way to a second term, winning the tie-breaking 2 out of 3. But then after his convention was done, boom, and the race was turned upside down.
Derek, do you think that future generations will be replaying footage of protesters and police clashing in the streets?
Well, there's a chance. There's a chance it could go off the rails in the streets. You know, Chicago has a moment in the spotlight here on 2 stages. One is inside the hall, and I'm fairly confident on what's going to happen there. But the wild card is still the street protests, because they're still fighting over the parade route and disagreements on that score, and those are the permitted protests. We don't know who's going to say, screw the permitting process, we're going to march anyway, and we're going to do it where we want to do it. And that could provide a platform for some confrontation.
And what we've heard over and over again from the police superintendent and the mayor is, we're ready, we're ready, we're ready. You confident in that?
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. I do know there are police officials who are worried that that things are not completely ready for what may be coming. You know, let's hope it's peaceful. Let's hope it's cool, calm, and copacetic. Just go online, though, and Google, use the Google device to see what some are planning, and it's enough to chill your blood.
Oh, on social media, I crashed the party. I saw the GNC upset the GNCG for genocidal. So these folks are not messing around with their language.
They plan to provoke violence. They say they want to provoke violence. They say they want to be as great as 1968. When both Derek and I were in high school and watching the festivities as such as they were, what was called a police riot later on TV. You know, there are some, how many is still unclear, who want things to be even more violent.
There we go, 1968. Do you both recall watching this footage on TV?
I recall watching the footage on TV, and it was not live because they didn't have live cameras, but they had 2-inch cameras, and then they rolled the videotape later during the convention coverage, and that was when you heard the angry reactions of Walter Cronkite and others as to what was happening in the streets.
And then you saw Mayor Richard J. Daley, and there's been debate about this for years, muttering something beginning with F, but I think that folks
in response to Abraham Ribicoff, the Connecticut senator.
He was saying you're a faker, but some folks thought he was saying something else.
And Ribicoff had accused the Chicago police of using Gestapo tactics on the street.
All right, well, what about 96? You were both in the arena at 96. What do you remember, Derek?
Smooth sailing, and of course, the Macarena.
Can't get enough of that video.
It was a complete turnabout from from 68, which is, of course, exactly what Mayor Richard M. Daley wanted.
Yeah, he wanted to atone for what had happened under his father. Mike, what about you? What are your recollections?
Well, I just remember, you know, you had the New York Times and the Washington Post and other national political media writing stories, you know, about, you know, a return to Chicago and how the convention was the sort of PR smash success that Brandon Johnson dreams that this convention will be. You know, let's all make it clear. I mean, we hope that the city of Chicago does get to put itself on display, and that this is a great PR success. I'm worried.
It's major international media exposure. Derek, was there any tangible economic benefit after 1996? Folks talk about how the West Loop kind of developed as a neighborhood after that.
Well, it started actually before 96, but it certainly continued after it. And there was a glow around the city. There was a glow around the convention. And there was an afterglow that continued in tourism, in increased business activity. And right now, we're at a low in business activity along Michigan Avenue and, of course, in the Loop. And we're at a low in tourism, post-COVID low. And this could be, a platform for recovery in both of those areas.
And you mentioned, you talk about tourism and media. You're going to have the Late Show with Stephen Colbert here. You're going to have the Comedy Central Daily Show here. I mean, this is all kinds of media descending on Chicago.
You know, and that 96 convention, just to put a button on that, it was one of those events that helped to turbocharge the boom downtown. There were, you know, in those years, between 100 and 200 high-rises were put up downtown. In effect, the number of people who moved into and around downtown would have amounted to the second largest city in Illinois. You know, you contrast that now to the almost total lack of construction cranes. You know, it's enough to make your heart ache.
It's been a brokered convention. It might be exciting. Is there any mystery as to what's going to happen next week, or is it all going to be just perfectly scripted?
Not a whole lot of mystery. I mean, Monday night's going to be Biden night. Bye-bye Biden. Basically, Biden farewell.
Monday night, the opening night, and not in later in the week.
They want to turn the page. And then you get the build-up, of course, to Thursday night, which is Kamala Harris's big night to introduce herself to the country. And not talk policy so much. There'll be some of that, but just to try to take advantage of this this halo that she's had around her since she was named. You know, I hear Republicans talking about and conservative media saying she hasn't done an interview, she hasn't done a press conference. They don't really care about whether she does an interview or a press conference. They're angry because the strategy is working. She's had a tremendous rise in the polls, and she's going to, I think, try to continue that strategy through the end of the convention.
And most candidates get a bump from their conventions.
Yeah, but this has been so unusual. You know, even before she unveiled her economic principles that she wants to push if she's elected to a full term. You know, but when Joe Biden was the Democratic candidate and the apparent nominee, Donald Trump had a big lead on you know, who would better handle the economy. Well, the other day, before Kamala Harris had done any of these big speeches about economic principles, she was ahead of Trump in a new survey by 1 point on the economy. And, you know, it just shows how this momentum, the vibes, the feel, a lot of voters decide on that.
She's been able to flip the script. Before, Donald Trump was using the age issue against, and again, she's benefiting from that younger profile, even though there aren't a whole lot of specifics attached to her candidacy as yet.
And clearly this was an election where voters wanted something different. They didn't like what they had in both parties, and now she represents the change. She's the change candidate.
I think it's significant, Paris and Derek, that when you look look at the political survey numbers, Donald Trump has not lost support.
And by the way, we should mention that these swing states, they're still polling neck and neck. It's not as if it's a runaway in any...
Yeah, so look, it was a close election, but Trump was ahead of Biden within the margin of error. Now it's a close election with Harris having a lead that's within the margin of error, especially in these swing states. And so, you know, this contest is not over by any means, but I know it's frustrating for Republicans that, for whatever reason, the former president can't seem to get out of his own way.
Well, and when they go on and say, well, you know, the president needs to stop acting like a petulant child, so Frank Luntz, the pollster, put it, or say, you know, he's got to listen to his advisors. He's never done that. What are they expecting? Something to be different this time around?
No, a leopard doesn't change its spots. I mean, he won doing this in 2016. He came very close in 2020, and to take a completely different tack now is really, really a long shot, a very long shot. Although you do remember when Biden was sinking after the debate, you didn't hear a peep from Trump. That was the one time he was quiet, and he benefited from it. Now, Harris is basically doing the same thing, and she is benefiting from it.
Trump is on his heels. You know, Mike, I want to talk about Governor J.B. Pritzker, because he really was the linchpin to bring this convention here. 30 months ago, he stood at the press conference triumphantly announcing that Chicago had won out. And I have to imagine it was connected to his own political ambitions. Perhaps he thought Biden would be nominated again, and then in 4 years he might run. And then when Biden dropped out and it wasn't an open primary, he passed the torch, as you say, to Kamala Harris. Pritzker wanted to be VP, I believe, and obviously we know it went to Tim Walz. So what is Governor Pritzker's future now politically?
Well, I mean, just to throw, give credit where credit's due, I think it was originally Senator Tammy Duckworth's idea. She pitched pitched it to then Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and then JB came in and what
closed the deal.
What
and decided to write the check.
The checkbook.
His promise to raise enough money so that...
And they did. They raised
They raised more than enough.
Right.
So, you know, Pritzker's got a lot on the line. He has put out the word to folks that he does plan to run again for a third term. Whether he'll actually do that, though, I think is still, you know, a bit up for grabs. What his next act would be, I don't know. Would he seek a cabinet position in a Harris administration?
You're shaking your head, Derek.
No, I think he wants to be a decision maker. That vice president is one thing because it's a stepping stone to the White House, potentially. Cabinet secretary feels like a step down.
His sister Penny did that.
Exactly. And
she was Commerce Secretary.
It doesn't break any new ground, and it doesn't set him up for elective office down the road.
After having been an executive, why would you want to go to the Senate, where the job right now is giving speeches and raising money for the most part?
Well, if your recent guest Dick Durbin chooses not to run, would Pritzker seek that?
What a storyline that will be if he chooses not to run in 2 years. And we'll follow that and many other storylines next week. And Mike Flannery, Derek Blakely, what a week it's going to be. And we look forward to having you both back on at some point to recap all of it. Thanks for being here.
I look forward to it. And I look forward to being on this week.
You'll be all on next week? Yep.
Fox.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Paris.
Appreciate it. On Thursday, the United Center completed a facelift into a political convention hall for the 21st century. Officials pounded the gavel and gave reporters a sneak peek. This is what $94 million will buy you. With tonight's podium unveiling, the United Center is officially ready for its convention close-up. The United Center is no stranger to big events, but it hasn't seen anything quite like this.
We're the third busiest arena in the world, so that's kind of what we do. But this is pretty cool.
Arena CEO Terry Severese joined Mayor Johnson and DNC officials to unveil the high-tech convention podium as the event returns for the first time since 1996.
Democrats are committed to delivering a historic convention in a city that represents our strength, our unity, and our diversity.
Instead of championship banners, workers were hoisting thousands of balloons, setting up the historic moment on Thursday when Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepts her party's nomination for president.
history will be made in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago.
Tonight's unveiling an emotional moment for convention chair Mignon Moore. Years in the making, building a convention space in her hometown.
I am delighted to bring myself home to be a part of this convention. I have never left Chicago. It has always been my home.
The convention officially opens on Monday when President Joe Biden takes the stage behind me.
And we do want to thank our Fox 32 Chicago team for that. Meantime, as they were talking about the United Center, this is a live look inside the United Center as we are anticipating a 10 a.m. Eastern Time daily briefing at the DNC. You can see the podium right there, ready to go. As soon as we see a speaker, of course, we will bring that to you. Meantime, we do have some breaking news that we are following right now, and we do want to pivot to that, as we do want to let you know that talk show legend Phil Donahue has died at the age of 88, and this is a look at some of old footage of that talk show right there. And we did want to share that with you as breaking news. TMZ saying that Phil Donahue, the longtime host of the Phil Donahue Show, has died. His family confirming that. The media personality's death was announced on the Today Show earlier this morning, where a statement was shared from Donahue's loved ones, including his wife of over 40 years, who were by his side when he passed away Sunday evening after a long illness. No further details were shared into his cause of death. Donahue, who hosted his named talk show for 29 years, was known as a trailblazing TV journalist as he pioneered the daytime TV format that we know today. He was born in Cleveland, Ohio, where he spent his formative years before attending college at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana. He started his career in radio in the late 50s before pivoting his focus to television, interviewing a number of influential people, including President John F. Kennedy, Johnny Carson, Malcolm X, and many others. In 1967, he founded the Phil Donahue Show that was later rebranded to Donahue in 1974 after Phil moved the show to Chicago and a new station. The show was notably the first of its kind to include audience participation. The last time that Phil Donahue was seen in public was back in 2014 talking to TMZ. He was honored for his storied career earlier this year as he received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Joe Biden back in May. He is survived by his wife, children, grandchildren, and his golden retriever, Charlie. So we did want to share some sad breaking news as Phil Donahue, longtime talk show host and legend, has died at the age of 88 years old. Meanwhile, we continue to follow the very latest out of Chicago as the DNC is set to get underway today, and you can see the camera zooming in inside the United Center right there, as we are expecting President Biden to take the stage tonight and deliver his keynote address. And you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you all of these speeches live, raw, unfiltered, and also uninterrupted. And now, new, we also wanted to share this with you. Live Now Fox is on TikTok, and you can see that QR code right there. All you have to do is scan the code above, and you can follow us for breaking news, live video, exclusive updates on TikTok at Live Now Fox. We're also covering the DNC in Chicago with all of the speeches. We're going to be streaming them live on TikTok, live and unfiltered. We're very excited about this. And of course, bringing you those major news and compelling content as it happens. So we invite you to hit the follow button at Live Now Fox and stay updated. You can also scan that QR code above. Meantime, we also have some other news that we want to get to, as Vice President Harris is expected to be in Chicago later on today to listen to President Biden deliver that keynote speech. Yesterday, she was in Western Pennsylvania with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz walls as they were hosting a bus tour in Western Pennsylvania, of course, that being a swing state. So we did want to share some of those remarks with you right now as we do await that DNC briefing. Let's listen in.
How about that transition? That makes my English teacher heart sing, right? Wasn't that amazing? Good afternoon, Pennsylvania. I just got off the phone and I left some messages, but I talked to some people who were super excited to vote for this ticket right here, the Harris-Walz ticket. So that was great. And they were also super excited to vote for Bob Casey. So yes. And I am so proud to be part of this Harris-Walz team. I just can't even hardly believe it. I cannot think of a better team than Kamala and Tim. Now, Tim only joined this ticket a little more than a week ago. Woo! Woo! It's been quite a week. So I just want to introduce myself. Like many of you, I wear many hats. Or in my case, I say I wear many shoes. I'm a mom, I'm a sister, I'm a friend. I'm a retired military spouse, and right now, I'm the First Lady of Minnesota, which is a great honor. Thank you. But through all of those things, and for most of my life, I've been a teacher. And that's how Tim and I first met. We were both teaching in Nebraska. He was teaching social studies, I was teaching English. Our students were really invested in how cute they thought this story would be, right? We even shared a classroom. It was the old choir room, and they put a divider right down the middle. His classroom was on one, mine wasn't on the other. Only that little thin divider, and I'm just going to tell you this.
All right, so we are listening in to this event that happened earlier with Vice President Harris and her running mate to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz talking at a Pennsylvania bus tour stop ahead of the DNC. We did just get a new live feed up into our Live Now from Fox newsroom, and I did want to share this with you as this is a live look at the Progressive Democrats of America hosting an event talking about advancing progressive policies. And so we do want to raise the audio and listen in as this is happening live in Chicago at the DNC.
With Bernie, right? I suppose I was, but I was most involved in that actually at the very beginning of 2016. And so it wasn't really understood that you had to really be cagey about a level of international press coverage that is unlike anything in the world. You know, that when the Men's World Cup soccer tournament happens and everybody says the standard, you know, comment on that is it's the spectacle that brings humanity together more than any, even more than the Olympics. But no, I think it's the United States presidential election that the world follows even more. And so that level of focus, you know, they were, you know, I think if they could watch through the whole conference, they would probably submit a video and we get something from them. But, you know, I don't think we're going to see that because it's still pending and I don't expect it to happen for the final closing plenary because, yeah, they are worried about some expression that, you know, Fox News will hang them with. So that's where we are with that. And again, that's, to me, that's all common sense, good sense. It's always over on the chair. You know, we've had this reactionary turn among American comedians who even formerly were associated with the left, like Maher and to a degree Chappelle, and they're not, you know, fully on the right yet, but you know, over their sense of the policing of language. And I'd love if any of you have this in you, an emergence of a great radically left comic. That's what I think America needs right now. Lenny Bruce.
Saul Alinsky.
Is he a comic?
No, but like ridicule was his main tactic. I mean, his comedy.
You know, I'm not the biggest Saul Alinsky fan.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think the problem with that organizing, especially on single issue organizing, is that neoliberalism has proven that crumbs can be given and loyalty can be bought. So what they can't do that to is multi-issue organization. By the way, I love all of the next organizations that are going to come up. I have nothing but reverence for Food and Water Watch. We partner with them directly. But I do think that the environmental movement now, especially with the emergence of electoral left, have to be more involved in the electoral realm. And not only that, to demand that the left organizations foreground the environmental issue. In other words, it has to be, it's so crazy that we know of anthropogenic climate change, and it is not at the top checklist of who gets endorsed and who doesn't get endorsed by even people of conscience. And that has to be forced onto the electoral realm in the next 4 years, or we're just going to drown. Chicago will drown. By the way, we got to start in what, a minute? Oh, we have to start now. We're behind.
There's a waiting screen going for the stream. The stream's ready to go. Just let me know when you're ready to go.
Oh God, guys, tell me, where's the? No, I didn't start. Okay, Hartzell, we got to go right away. You have 30 seconds.
Chicago! Make some noise, everybody. Check, check, check. Here we go. Hey, the through line of what I was going to say is that, listen, Chicago, you deserve more. You deserve better. And the whole point of what this entire Progressive Central is that it's endowed unto you. This isn't suggestions. When you say you want universal health care, when you want an environment that's going to be sustained, those aren't suggestions you're trying to throw out there. Those are endowed unto you. So let's make those demands and let's collect, helping us kick off day 2. Will Walter from YPDA talking climate change. Make some noise for everybody.
Back home. Welcome, Progressive Central 2024. Very excited to be back here for day 2. And as we start, as a youth organizer in particular, a habitable planet is the bare minimum, right? If we want to survive, we need to be able to breathe. We need to be able to have access to clean water. We not have poisoned water supplies, not have poisoned air. If we want to thrive, we have to have all of the above. Our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents have failed our generation in an effort to continually pass the buck. Each subsequent year is hotter than the last. Climate catastrophes occurring on the regular, once-in-a-generation type mass events are happening every single summer now. If we want to have the kind of habitable planet that we want to be able to take advantage of and not only survive but thrive, we need to demand a planet that is functioning for us, the working class, the individuals who continually drive economic expansion rather than profiting at the hands of a very elite few. So we can't allow these corporate conglomerates to continue to poison our pristine resources. We must have a plan to fight them, not just today, but going forward into the future.
Thank you. And I want to say I have a 17-year-old daughter, and when we talk politics, and with her friends and with her, she is adamant that all of her preceding generations, certainly since the late 1970s, when anthropogenic climate change became known and understood. By the way, the American empire and America's dominance in the world, in the history books is written, we are living in what will be recognized not only because of the mass incarceration of human beings that we continually accept, but for the inability of the dominant society with the dominant university research capacity unrivaled of any country in the world to not respond to anthropogenic climate change as not only a failed society, but one that future generations will look back on and just have utter disdain for, and rightfully so. And all of us have to rectify that. We are a constitutional republic. That means electing officials who will make the laws, that will set the terms of the marketplace. They will outlaw fossil fuels. And with that, I am proud to introduce to stage, as we are about to run Senator Jeff Merkley's video, but first Michelle Allen from Food and Water Watch, R.L. Miller from Climate Hawks. They all hang out like a posse, and because they all know each other, and I actually love this set. Saul Levin from the Green New Deal Network and Colin Reese from Oil Change International to the stage. And right now, a message. And I want to say this too, everybody. This is one of the quirks about how the room looks right now. When you have a full day ticket and you have the icon of the left coming up at a certain time, you know, this is going to be packed by the end of the day. So let's make noise right now as they come to the stage and we hear from Jeff Merkley.
It's a pleasure to join you at Progressive Central. Climate change is the most consequential issue facing humanity, and solving it will take coordinated international action. And such action will not happen without American leadership, which makes the November election essential to our cause. We all know that the Republican Party is a wholesale subsidiary of the fossil fuel industry. The oil cartels say jump, and congressional Republican leadership says how high. Republican leadership won't even agree that there is a problem, let alone partner on a solution. So for anyone striving to save our planet for the generations to come, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is job number one. The current conditions could not be more dire. 2023 delivered the hottest day, the hottest month, the hottest year in human history, and we're putting more carbon and methane into the atmosphere this year than any previous year. In my state, the average mountain snowpack is rapidly dropping, diminishing irrigation water for our farmers and our ranchers and damaging our streams essential for our trout and our salmon. And the fires here in Oregon, they're devastating. Already this year, fires have scorched more than 1.5 million acres, more than any year ever. Under President Biden, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which provided investments in renewable energy production and incentives to accelerate the transition to electrified transportation, electrified manufacturing, and home heating. But make no mistake, we must do far more. And fortunately, the formula to save the planet isn't that complicated. Just electrify everything with renewable energy. We do that, and we're in good shape. So here is the action plan. First, the blue trifecta. Put Harris in the Oval Office, supported by Democratic House and Senate. Can't pass good climate policy unless we have the blue trifecta. Second, reform the filibuster. You can't pass those good climate policies as long as a Republican minority in the Senate can block a bill from coming to the floor, from getting a final vote. Every Democratic senator and every candidate on the Democratic side is committed to this reform, but we have to get them elected. It means we have to get them elected in tough states like Ohio and Montana and Arizona. And if possible, let's pull off a miracle and put Florida or Texas or both into play. Item number 3, now we have our blue trifecta. We reform the filibuster. Now we pass the Freedom to Vote Act. It takes on the dark money. It takes on the gerrymandering, and it protects the ballot box. This is the only way to stop many of the strategies that the fossil fuel cartel uses to rig democracy for the powerful over the people and the fossil energy over renewables. Number 4, now we're set. We pass those pro-climate policies. We accelerate the production and deployment of wind and solar power. You know, President Biden's 2035 goal was to have all electricity come from renewables. To do that, if just half that renewable extra power that we need comes from solar energy, we would have to deploy 3 billion solar panels between now and 2035. That's 11 years. We're nowhere close to being on pace to do that. So we need policies that will put us on pace to make that happen. And we have to accelerate the electrification of transportation and heating, whether it's water heating or the heating of buildings. And next, we have to stop the expansion of fossil energy infrastructure. More pipelines and leases means more extraction. More extraction means more carbon dioxide and methane pollution. And more carbon dioxide and methane pollution means accelerated planet damage. And in addition, more extraction here in America undermines any credibility we have to partner with the world to tackle climate change. If we want other nations to curtail their fossil footprint, we have to have the power of our example. If our example is expanding our fossil footprint, then to put it simply, all is lost in this battle against climate chaos. And we must not pretend that natural gas is a climate solution. First of all, let's call it what it is. It's not natural to take it out of the ground. Let's call it what it is, and that's methane gas, or if you prefer, fossil gas. And methane gas is a climate problem, not a climate solution. It is not a clean fuel. Used locally, it is bad as coal for climate because of the damage stemming from methane that leaks into the air during production and during transportation through pipes. And as liquefied LNG, that is liquefied methane gas, with the extra energy it takes to liquefy it, the extra energy it takes to transport it, and the additional leaks that occur in foreign pipelines as it goes to its destination, it is far worse than local coal for the climate. So do not buy in to this LNG as a solution. This is why President Biden's pause on new permits for LNG export terminals is important. Already we have 7 terminals. Already another 10 have permits. So granting additional permits only affects ones that come after that. That makes it a very modest policy, but important, and let's sustain it. So back to the basics. All good climate energy policy requires a blue trifecta. So we have to come together and get Kamala Harris elected. Let's make it happen.
Thank you so much, Senator Merkley from Oregon, the one senator who endorsed Bernie Sanders for president, if people are unfamiliar, and a very important leader in this world. Next up, we're going to hear from R.L. Miller, and I want to say this, actually. We're going to have a later section of this event. We're Progressive Democrats of America. We believe that entryism into Democratic Party, to be brave enough to go into the organization and fight and stay there, be unwelcome there at times right now, given the configuration of the party, but be there because you understand the dynamics of a country that is structured as a two-party system, and that just has been and doesn't seem like it's shifting anytime soon. Nobody I know goes in and works on the inside as well as powerfully on climate, and then also works with this organization of groups that are unrelenting and unapologetic about their demand the end of fossil fuel production. R.L. Miller, thank you so much from Climate Hawks.
Short people problems, I can barely see y'all. So my name is R.L. Miller. I am a DNC member. I will be a DNC member until Thursday, when I will have lost my bid for re-election because the California people told me that I cared too much about climate change, and there's other issues to worry about. But yeah, I want to take a moment, a serious moment to, and forgive me for doing this before we've all had enough coffee, but I want to take a moment and remind us all why we are here. And first, I want you to raise your hands if you are from Paradise, California. Nobody raises their hand, it's okay. I want you to raise your hand if you've been directly affected by any of the climate-fueled disasters that have ravaged our country, from the Woolsey Fire of California to the hurricanes of the Gulf Coast, to simply choking on smog and asthma from wildfires from a different country 1,000 miles away, where the smoke has gotten so bad that it's making you on the East Coast sick. Or any of the other climate-fueled disasters that have ravaged this country. Keep your hands up. And now I just want you to raise your hand if you know somebody who's been affected by any of these wildfire disasters. Look around this room. I want you to look around this room and see that everybody here has their hands raised. And so when they tell you that you, an individual, are an environmental extremist, I want you to remember that you are all of us. We are all being directly affected by climate change. And it is up to us to do something about it. And I want to talk for a couple of seconds about Kamala Harris, because she's probably on the top of everybody's minds in one way or another. And I want to talk a little bit about effective advocacy. So I've known her for a while. I'm in California, and our paths have crossed over the years. And, you know, I backed her Senate campaign in 2016. And in 2019, people here familiar with the no fossil fuel money pledge? If not, you're going to be, right, Colin? We ask politicians to sign a pledge that they will not take money from the oil and gas industry. And we do that simply to get oil money and gas money out of politics. So in 2019, Kamala elected to sign the pledge with me. I doubt you guys can see this on my phone, but this is a picture of me and Kamala with holding up the sign that says, I will not sign money. I will not take money from the fossil fuel industry. And if you, right now, fast forward 5 years later, scroll down to Harris Victory Fund. In the fine print, it says that the Harris Victory Fund, will not, the thing that's been raising, that's been basically a money printing machine for the Democratic Party, does not take money from named SEC fossil fuel executives. And I went, yeah, I built that. But there's more to it, because this isn't a story about me, this is a story about all of us. And how you can get involved in asking your politicians of all stripes to sign the No Fossil Fuel Money Pledge, and on how we can all work together to make polluters pay. Kamala Harris has a reputation for taking on big oil and picking high-profile fights. She actually sued Barack Obama, which is pretty badass. And we want her to do more of that, but she's not going to do it unless she's listening to us. And so we need to tell her that it's time to make polluters pay. We need to tell her that it's time to commit to a full, fair, fast, funded, and feminist, do I have that right? Phase out of fossil fuels. And that's what I hope we're all going to do over the next few days. Thanks.
And with that was almost a perfect prompt for Anthony Rogers-Wright, but let's go Saul, Anthony, then Michelle, and Colin. And with that, Saul, who is I'm just going to do this casual, the lead coordinator on Capitol Hill for the Green New Deal Network. Saul Levin. I know these guys are.
Okay, so the Progressive Democrats of America hosting a event advancing progressive policies, talking about policies they think are important. We'll continue to follow this for you here on Live Now from Fox. And we are going to give you, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we'll continue with all the day's full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 10:23 on the East Coast on your Monday morning, 7:23 out west. Let's take a live look right now at the DNC convention area, the United Center, where it will all happen tonight. This Democratic convention running for the next few days. You can imagine what it'll be like tonight with folks from each state packed in and enthusiastically supporting their candidates. Right now, we're going back to the Progressive Democrats of America hosting a news conference where they're talking about advancing progressive policies, the items they think are important for progressives in America. So let's go listen back into that right now.
Destroying lives is preposterous. And what we don't hear about is that the bipartisan infrastructure law dramatically increased greenhouse gas emissions. The Biden record on fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector is in the wrong direction. And we're supporting Kamala Harris because we think that's our best chance to turn that around and try and chart a new path where we actually invest in the bus systems, in the transportation systems that regular folks use and provide options for freedom of transportation wherever you live in this country. And so we're here at the DNC talking about those different emission sectors, those ones that haven't been addressed by the Inflation Reduction Act. And we're here to talk about how are we going to phase out fossil fuels while building a different type of world where everyone can breathe clean air, every single person can drink clean water, and young people can actually have something to look forward to, like having kids or having a stable job or going outside and not having their birthday party canceled because in Michigan last summer, you couldn't breathe outside for many days where I'm from. And my poor little sister had to almost cancel her 18th birthday party, okay? So anyways, let's come up after if you want to chat with us. We're going to be pushing the ambition all this week. We're really excited about the way that Harris is talking about new things, but we need to do way more. We need a new ambitious moonshot plan of how we're going to transform this country and transform our economy. Thank you so much.
And Saul will be happy to know we have the little space where, you know, the people come and the Congress people get their picture taken at this convention, and the backdrop is Green New Deal posters out there. That's thanks to CTU, by the way. Okay, Anthony Rogers Wright. Okay, let me just say this. In my orbit, and, you know, and with the progressives who, again, bravely are up on capitalism. He's coming up through the Zoom connection, you see? And he's a very powerful voice. And I'm not exactly sure the institutional affiliation. He was with Climate Justice Alliance. He dipped his toes into the dangerous realm of electoral politics recently, so I'm not sure of that. But simply put, for all of my generation, he is as leading a voice and as important a voice in climate justice as any in the United States of America. Anthony Rogers Wright, take it away. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to Go for it. I don't want to touch this mic. Go for it, Anthony. Oh, no, we're losing you. What's happened, guys? Anthony, we can't hear you, so maybe what we have to do is wait a second here. Technology in action. And Michelle, maybe we go to Michelle. And
am I up right now, PDA people? I see something in the chat. Just give me a thumbs up and I'll start my spiel.
Go for it. You're up.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe?
Can we? Yes. I don't think he can see us. Yes.
All right, cool. I'm getting the yes. Peace, everybody in Chicago. I am Anthony Karifa Rogers Wright. I will be on the ground with y'all tomorrow. Just have to sort out a few things before making the drive. I am here as a proud member of the Black Alliance for Peace and a representative for the Black Hive, which is the climate justice arm.
So just a quick bit of context. The current speaker at this event is speaking on a screen as they're panning up to him. He's not going to be speaking at the podium. He's speaking on the screen that we now see, speaking to the crowd. Let's listen back in.
Simpsons. And we always have to talk about the root causes when we're talking about the climate crisis. At the Black Alliance for Peace, we've identified 3 root causes: racism, militarism, and capitalism. As our dear brother Hop Hopkins once reminded us, you cannot have climate change without sacrifice zones. You cannot have sacrifice zones without disposable people, and you cannot have disposable people without racism. So we have to talk about it in those lenses, and we have to be extremely, extremely serious. So when we're talking about militarism, let's start right there. We all know that the United States military is the #1 single user of fossil fuels and the number one biggest emitter in the entire world. And when we're also talking about patting each other in the back for the expansion of NATO, that is not a good climate justice lens. NATO in 2023 released over 233 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents, which is more than the nations of Qatar, Colombia, and Bolivia combined. So clearly, we cannot increase militarism and reduce climate change emissions. Slashing military budgets will also slash emissions, and we have to be recognize that. Expansion of war is the expansion of climate injustice and environmental racism. And so I would also like to say, when we're talking about capitalism, speaking of Silicon Valley, the top 10% of the world's households emit almost half the greenhouse gas emissions the world over, and the richest 1%, nearly 20% on their own. And I do want to give a shout out to our dear brother from Silicon Valley, Ro Khanna. But with all due respect to him, we cannot hold the fossil fuel cartels accountable when our government is also rewarding them with oil and gas leases and provisions of a historic climate bill that will fill their coffers with hundreds of billions of dollars, as my dear brother Saul alluded to just a moment ago. The last thing that I do want to say before we open it up is, yes, if we want a climate president, we are going to have to push for a climate president. It is completely unacceptable that we do not have a robust climate platform, and the only stance that we have heard on climate is that there will not be a national ban on fracking. I do love my dear sister RL, and I think it is very, very nice that Kamala Harris sued Joe Biden to protect wealthy people's beaches in Santa Barbara. But we have to send a message that we also have to protect and the lives and the beaches and the lands of Black, poor, brown, and indigenous people in Cancer Alley and northern Minnesota deserve the exact same protections as wealthy white people in Santa Barbara. If we cannot agree on that paradigm, we cannot sit here and talk about climate justice. And one last thing that I'll say, and I promise that I will shut up, is yes, a Green New Deal is very, very, very important, but we cannot exercise a Green New Deal in a capitalist system. As our dear brother and fellow anti-Zionist Jew Noam Chomsky said, trying to do a Green New Deal in a capitalist sense will amount to nothing. As long as this is the case, what will prevent the Green New Deal from flirting with the kind of business-friendly growth policies trumpeted by people like Thomas Friedman and actually getting us to climate justice would not be realized. So I hope to see some of you tomorrow. I will be in the streets, and I would be remiss to say, because my dear brother Colin is in the audience too, if you don't know Oil Change International, if you've not plagiarized any of their reports, you are not in the climate now. We have to stop this war and this genocide in Raqqa right now. That is also a tenet of climate justice. You cannot ignore the tens of thousands of people who are in the street risking arrest. They are not just trying to stop a genocide. In the process of doing so, they are also standing up for climate justice. So that's all I got to say for now, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Hope everybody stays safe and hydrated. Thanks so much.
Okay, we are watching live together Progressive Democrats of America hosting an event at the DNC where they talk about their priorities for the country from a progressive standpoint. And we're going to squeeze in a quick break right now here on Live Now from Fox. But I want you to see, just so you can see it, DNC 2024 Chicago. This week, we are the place to be on Live Now from Fox with live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage. If you were with us for the RNC in Milwaukee, you saw that we brought you all the speeches uninterrupted, in full. We sprinkled in some political analysts to give you context, but our focus is letting you hear what the folks are saying for themselves in live, full, uninterrupted speeches and coverage all this week, Monday, August 19th through Thursday, August 22nd, right here on Live Now from Fox. 10:33 on the East Coast, 7:33 out west, squeezing in our second break of the hour and coming back with a whole lot more about the DNC in Chicago starting today. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head right back inside the United Center. A live look as they get ready for the events tonight. And right now, the Democratic National Convention organizers are holding a daily briefing. They're going to hold a briefing each day during the convention to discuss key issues and events of the day. And the one for today has just gotten underway just in the last few moments. Let's go listen in.
And have bravely told their stories. Everyday Americans like Amanda and Josh Zarowski, Caitlin Joshua, Haley Duvall, and elected officials like Governor Andy Beshear who had the courage to stand up for what is right. You'll also hear from Senators Warnock and Senator Chris Coons before we hear from President Biden later in the evening. Again, these are just some of the voices that you'll hear from tonight and throughout the week. And our convention is so much bigger than who. This convention is about who we're fighting for and what we're fighting for. And so tonight we're going to talk a lot about freedom. And you're going to hear that from the speakers throughout the evening, which is a perfect introduction to the executive director of the convention, Alex Hornbrook. Alex has worked tirelessly over the last 17 months to put this convention together. I think we're all seeing the fruits of that labor and really excited about what we're going to see tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Alex.
Thank you, Quentin. Good morning. Welcome to Chicago for those of you who came in from out of town, and thank you for joining us for the first day of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Over the last year plus, as Quentin referenced, we've been building the stage, literally and figuratively, here in Chicago for Democrats to tell our story directly to the American people. Tonight's theme, For the People, will showcase Kamala Harris's commitment to fighting for everyday Americans, because at its core, the Harris-Walz ticket is a ticket for the people. And we'll also be honoring, of course, President Joe Biden. We would not be here without him. His historic record of accomplishment with Vice President Harris by his side is unmatched by any presidential administration in modern history, and it's going to be our honor to spotlight and showcase the the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, as well as the bold vision for the future that Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and Democrats up and down the ticket will be fighting for this November. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Chris Coons.
When we gathered for our last convention 4 years ago, it was virtual because we were in the middle of a terrible pandemic caused by the mishandling of the previous president. We were in the middle of an economic crisis caused by that badly mishandled pandemic. And then just 2 weeks before Vice President Harris and President Biden were sworn in, there was an assault on our democracy at the Capitol. So it's important to look back for a moment and realize that when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came into office, they inherited one of the worst possible situations: public health, economics, democracy. Joe Biden made it clear that he was running for president to restore the soul of our nation. And tonight, 4 years later, it's worth our taking a few minutes to reflect on just how much progress Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made. As someone who spent 36 years in the United States Senate, Joe Biden understood how to build coalitions, how to work across the aisle, how to deliver for the American people. And he and his trusted Vice President, Kamala Harris, got passed, and he signed into law, more consequential legislation than any president in my lifetime. I could take 10, maybe 20, maybe 30 minutes and go over the whole list. But rebuilding bridges and broadband, restoring manufacturing, showing our competitors around the world that our democracy can work, passing the most consequential legislation about gun violence, about community mental health, about investing in our veterans, and in reducing prescription drug prices. Just this past week, there was a great event where Joe and Kamala announced the specific reductions. I don't know if you watch the evening news, I do. Xarelto, Eliquis, Jardiance, ever heard of these things? There's ads for them constantly, $500 a month to $200 a month. It's going to save $6 billion for the American taxpayers. It's going to save $1.5 billion out of pocket for seniors. $35 a month for insulin, which diabetics like members of my family rely on critically and have cost out the wazoo for decades. $2,000 a year out-of-pocket cap. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have fought tirelessly for the American middle class to reduce costs. And his trusted Vice President, Kamala Harris, is the right person to carry forward that fight. And this week is about celebrating what it means to be for the people. Vice President Harris has chosen in Tim Walz a running mate who has a coach, a congressman, a sergeant, a veteran, a governor, has a record of fighting for the middle class. And I'm excited that we're kicking off our campaign by celebrating just how much Joe Biden got done at home and abroad. Standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine, not just strengthening but expanding NATO, rebuilding incredible creative partnerships throughout the Indo-Pacific and with the Global South to make us safer and stronger. He's got a longer record of accomplishment than we could possibly celebrate tonight, but I'm grateful to play some small part in doing that. The contrast couldn't be sharper. Donald Trump, as president, talked about rebuilding our infrastructure. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually got it done. Joe Biden talked about restoring manufacturing and got it done, where Donald Trump just talked. Reducing prescription drug prices and strengthening and defending our nation's access to affordable health care. Donald Trump said he would get it done. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris did it. It's an incredible record given how tight the margins were. On our best days, we had 50 folks in our caucus willing to vote for Joe Biden's agenda in the Senate. I think it was a 5-seat margin in the House. And as someone who led the Office of Public Engagement, former chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, and the best congressional pitcher in our history, I'm going to hand it over to Congressman Cedric Richmond to further expound on how we've got a lot to celebrate tonight, and we've laid a great foundation for not just a successful convention, but for a campaign that is going to move Kamala Harris and Tim Walz forward as our next president, vice president. Thank you.
Okay, so we are watching together live as the Democratic National Convention outlines today's events, and we've heard quite a bit about that. And just keep in mind, we want you to know that we are the place. Live Now from Fox is the place for live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage starting today through Thursday, August 22nd. You're going to hear the speeches in their entirety. You're going to hear the folks making their points uninterrupted. We will have some analysts giving color and context, but you will hear all the speeches unedited here in Chicago, as you did up in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention in July. Squeezing in another break right now. We'll be right back, and we have more from the DNC on the other side of the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 10:45 on the East Coast, bright and early 7:45 out west on your Monday morning, and I hope you're off to a great start, whatever you're doing right now. A live look right now inside the United Center in the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois, the host of the Democratic National Convention. Right now, the Democratic National Committee or convention leaders are outlining top events of the day, and we are going to listen into that together right now.
Joyful vision for the future. Now, Vice President Harris and Tim Walz stands ready to carry the torch forward as we look toward the future and fight against those who would divide us and drag us into the past. This is about tomorrow. This is about making sure that tomorrow is better than yesterday and that all the tomorrows to come are better than the yesterdays that we've had. And so, if you look at where we were 4 years ago, and the senator touched on it, 54% of schools closed, businesses shuttered, people dying. You couldn't even go to funerals. You couldn't celebrate the lives of your loved ones. You couldn't visit them in the hospital to say goodbye. That's what the country was 4 years ago, before we had a president that came and a vice president that came in very intentional about righting those wrongs. But under President Biden, let's go back to Trump. I'm going to spend just another second on what we inherited. Crime and unemployment were up. Trump cut taxes for billionaires and corporations and made those in the middle class and those aspiring to be in the middle class pay for it. We saw an insurrection at the Capitol, led and encouraged by that same unhinged former president. And I want you all to remember, Senator and I, we were in the building. It wasn't peaceful protesters. It was an insurrection. And if you have any doubts of how it started, go to the debate when President Trump said to the Proud Boys, stand by, stand back and stand by. Then he summoned them to D.C. on January 6th, then spoke that morning and said, we're going to go to the Capitol. And you need to stop the steal, which cost us the lives of law enforcement agents and made us the mockery of the world that we no longer had peaceful transition of power. And now he wants us to hand him back the reins of this nation as he runs on a Project 2025 agenda to ban abortion nationwide, jack up costs on the middle class by thousands of dollars, and fire civil servants and replace them with Trump loyalists. But the American people know better. They elected President Biden and sent Donald Trump packing in 2020, and they will reject him again in 2024. And they will send Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The American people want a leader who will bring us forward, not back, who will lead us into the future instead of trafficking in the politics of division. America is ready for President Harris and Vice President Walz. Joe Biden showed this country what real leadership looks like. It's about getting things done for the American people, results, progress, doing the right thing simply because it's the right thing. And now Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have united our party around their vision to lead us into the future, into a bright future. I know Vice President Harris. I know when Joe Biden was choosing her to be his running mate. I've been by her side as she fought for the American people from the White House. I've had the honor of seeing her work up close. And what I've seen from her isn't just a candidate who's prepared to lead, but a candidate who's prepared to win. With Kamala Harris leading the ticket and Governor Walz as her running mate, they will do just that. They will win this election, but more importantly, they will bring this country together and bring us towards better days. With that, I will turn it over and we'll have a little Q&A.
We do have a surprise, so we're going to welcome our convention chair, Mignon Moore.
Okay, we are watching live together as the Democratic National Convention holds its daily briefing ahead of the most of the events that happen in the afternoon and the evening, just outlining what's going to happen and what they're seeing. And we want you to know that during the Democratic National Convention, that you can follow us on TikTok. All you do is just go to @LiveNOW FOX. You scan the code above right there and follow Live Now on TikTok for breaking news, live video, and more. And the reason why we want you to know about this is that TikTok is a convenient platform for streaming events and stories and speeches. So we're going to take them up on it, and we're going to be streaming the speeches and the live events so you can watch it right there on your tablet or your cell phone, wherever you are. Follow us on TikTok @LiveNowFox for all of the coverage so you can decide what you think before you vote. You're going to hear the speeches full length, uninterrupted, right there on your cell phone or your other electronics. And we think that's important in 2024. So follow us on TikTok and dive on in. Taking a quick break at 10:51 on the East Coast, 7:51 out west. When we come back, more coverage of the Democratic National Convention and the Republican side of events as well when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick look inside the United Center in the heart of Chicago, the Windy City. There'll be a lot going on this week in the Windy City as they host a Democratic National Convention. Right now, we are going to rejoin our coverage. We've been watching together as the Democratic National Convention holds its daily briefing. We'll see one of these each day here at the convention, outlining important issues and events of the day. Let's listen in.
That forward and you look at a Hillary Rodham Clinton, she has paved the way. And I want to also level set, she has been an incredible partner to Vice President Harris. They have a great friendship. You know, they're on speed dial with each other. And I suspect, I have not read her speech, so I should say that for the record, but I do know that she probably will talk a lot about what it means at this moment to have the second female and a female of color running. But what our responsibility is to that too as well, because it's not easy. And I say this all the time, we're trying to change and shift the mindset of people to see a woman as commander-in-chief. And Hillary Clinton has served as Secretary of State. She has served as our first nominee. So she has a world view of this. And I believe that, I don't know why I want to keep calling her Senator Harris, because she is so many things. But Vice President Harris also has a world view of what that means. And I think you will see that coming together this week.
I'll just say briefly, the last few times I've had a chance to be with him, to speak with him, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are optimistic. They're focused on the future, on things that matter greatly to the American people, that they're determined to get done in the remaining 5 months. The Cancer Moonshot, there was just a wonderful event at Tulane that Cedric was at with them. I had a chance to be with the president in Austin as he was talking about the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, and he made some bold proposals about court reform. There's work to do abroad and at home. He's not just the leader of the free world, he's actually leading the free world. There's a war in Ukraine and a determination on his part and many of us to make sure that Ukraine gets the resources to win this fight. So whether it's the celebratory and positive event he just did with the vice president about prescription drug price reduction, or it's campaigning. No one loves to campaign like Joe Biden. You will see him campaigning with some joy and some lift in Pennsylvania and around the country, and focusing on the job that's yet to be done, both for the remaining 5 months and then going forward.
We will come back with final schedule.
Isn't that out of prime time? It's 10 p.m. Central, and it will be in prime time, Lynn. What time?
Lynn, we're setting the final schedule after this. So, next question. Let's go to Blue Coast. Can you name yourself an outlet? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Igor Nemushin. I'm a correspondent from RIA News Agency DC Bureau. So I wonder if there are any talks, or what is the part of the agenda that will be dedicated to war in Ukraine and to fighting with Russia during this DNC? And if yes, then when should we expect such kind of conversations? Thank you.
You will see on the program, woven through the entire 4 days. Obviously, the president will probably cover a lot of that tonight in his speech. I'm sure the vice president will cover it in her speech. We have on Thursday, I believe, or it's Wednesday or Thursday, we have a full foreign policy section, and you will hear a lot about Ukraine. You'll hear a lot about all the things that we are working towards, finding solutions. Gaza will be a part of those conversations as well. Mm-hmm.
All right, Brittany Shepard, ABC.
Oh, like very Wendy Williams of you. Thank you very much for doing this, guys. I want to dig in a little bit more to the preview of Biden's speech. I know we're going to hear a lot about the Biden record, but I want to know, can you detail a little bit more about how he plans to pass the torch, more fulsomely endorse Harris? Like, what will that part of the speech really look like, sound like?
Well, I won't give away the speech. The president and I, we may look alike, but I can't go that far. What I will tell you is that I think what he's going to say, in part, is that he picked Kamala Harris to be his running mate because she was brilliant, because she had experience as a prosecutor, experience as an attorney general. She was an effective and forceful U.S. senator. So when he picked her to be a real governing partner. And then through the years, she was that governing partner. She cast, like the senator said, so many tie-breaking votes, but she was also a person who held the Senate together in terms of that small minority, small majority, so that they could get historic things done. And so I think he's going to make sure that people understand he picked her because she was great, she was a great partner, and that she's going to be a great next president of the United States.
We'll take one final question.
Lindsay Hughes, CNN affiliate. Just have a question, logistical question. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Thanks for doing that. When will we have the schedule just for broadcasting purposes for the Biden speech? And then also, will we see the vice president in the hall listening to the president's speech and then on stage as well after?
No, I think I was going to say the same thing that Kevin did, which is that I think we have a slightly more detailed schedule coming out shortly after this, but there are also some elements that will be released day by day for your planning purposes. I think the team right behind you can fill you in on that after we wrap up here. Thanks.
We are going to get as many excerpts every single day as we can. Goodbye, everybody. We will try our best every day. Yeah, that is the hope. Bye, guys.
Okay, so we heard from the Democratic National Convention leadership about the main events for today, the themes they'll be talking about, Biden's speech tonight. Reporters asking, will Kamala Harris be there? Will we see her get up on stage? It's going to be a very interesting scene tonight as President Joe Biden essentially hands the reins of the Democratic Party over to Kamala Harris tonight and passes the torch, so to speak. So many interesting things to look at this week, in the week ahead here in Chicago. So much history will be made. Now, one of the things we're taking a close look at, we've been telling you about this on Live Now from Fox, really for about a month or so, is the preparations for security in the Windy City, not just at the venue, but all around the city. Not just the people going to the convention, but other folks in Chicago as well. And I want to give you a live look right now at, this is a group calling for peace in Gaza. This is a group that supports the Middle East. I'm sorry, they support the Palestinians in Gaza, and they want an end to the 10-month war there. So we're going to pull this up. This is a group that is going to be leading protests through the streets of Chicago starting at 3 o'clock, but they're holding a presser newser right now. The group is called the March on the DNC. Let's pull up the sound here and see what they are talking about here, and then we'll regroup a little bit after we see what they're talking about. So hang with me while I pull that up for you. So again, this is live in Chicago. Let's listen in.
And all these other religions and age groups are here to say the same thing, that this is the Vietnam War of our generation. In the late 60s, early 70s, hundreds of thousands, millions of people in the United States were in the streets to stop that war. And besides the Vietnamese people themselves and the resistance, the United States anti-war movement played a large role. And so it's incumbent upon us to do the same thing here. The main people that are going to win Palestinian freedom are the Palestinians themselves. Those people that are part of the resistance right now, the unified Palestinian resistance that is defeating Israel on all fronts, military, diplomatic, international, the court of public opinion, all fronts, the Palestinians are winning. That's why Netanyahu has lost it. That's why Netanyahu continues to massacre every single day. And he does it because genocide Joe Biden allows him to do it. Make no mistake, Joe Biden can turn off that tap of money and funding immediately. He could do it right now. He could have done it back in October. The fact that he didn't means he supports this genocide, that he's got the blood of 40,000 Palestinians on his hands, and that he and Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken and Jeffries and Schumer and Pelosi and Schakowsky and Durbin and all the top Democrats are complicit. They are responsible. We hold them responsible. We will hold them accountable. And that's why we're here today. And that's why this is going to be an incredibly beautiful scene. We've got wonderful speakers in this press conference. We're going to have wonderful speakers from the stage later on as well. And I want to introduce a person who's done incredible work as the main press coordinator for the Coalition of March on the DNC, my partner, Fayani.
Fayani Aboma Mijana, Faayani Aboma Mijana. I use they, them pronouns. I'm here to say that the Black Liberation Movement in the U.S. stands with Palestine and demands an end to all U.S. aid to Israel. We also demand a stop to police crimes and community control the police now as well as all the other people's demands raised by our coalition. Right now, there's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided and abetted by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives and Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken. These genocidal politicians would rather that they have their celebratory affair over in the United Center unbothered, despite its funding of the Israeli genocide that's left at least 40,000 Palestinians dead, 2 million displaced, and the entire Gaza Strip reduced to rubble. The existence of this coalition, of this march, is a testament to how the very working and oppressed people these Democrats claim to represent will no longer stand for the currently existing order of our tax dollars being sent to fund a genocide. There is no lesser of two evils when the so-called lesser is aiding and abetting a genocide.
Say that.
And then recall that the Democrats sailed into office in 2020 from the George Floyd uprisings.
Right.
As working and oppressed people, and specifically black people, turned down historic numbers in rejection of Trump. And yet Biden and Kamala's promises of passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act never materialized. In fact, they only sent more money to police around the country to further brutalize us, while at the same time in 2023, police in the U.S. killed more people than ever. Say her name, Sonia Massey.
Sonia Massey!
Sonia Massey!
Sonia Massey!
Our experience tells us that if anything were to change in this country, the source of it won't be from within the Democratic Party. It won't be because they suddenly had a conscience. It would be because groups like the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, the Coalition for Justice in Palestine, the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, the Legalization for All Network, Voces, Students for a Democratic Society, and many more built a mass movement so powerful that it forced these genocidal politicians to yield to our demands. And if they don't, we'll take power ourselves.
That's it.
This march is one step of many in building our movement.
Right.
All power to the people.
All power to the people!
Fayani. Oh, yeah. Up next is Christine Newman Ortiz, the Executive Director of Voces de la Frontera Action, a nationally renowned immigrant rights organization from Milwaukee.
Christine Newman Ortiz, Executive Director, Voces de la Frontera Action, CHRISTINENEUMANN-ORTIZ, pronouns she, ella. 4 years ago, Voces de la Frontera Action built a Latina and youth voter immigrant network that was critical in Wisconsin in defeating Trump's fascist administration. And we are committed to do that again as part of a broader movement to block the threat of a second-term Trump administration, more empowered and ready to implement mass deportations and strip away decades of social progress, including our very right to organize. But we stand here with all of you today to deliver a message to the Democratic Party that our commitment to defeating fascism does not mean that we do not make demands on the Democratic Party. We have waited too long for the promise of immigration reform for 11 million essential workers and their families who worked in the pandemic, yet are not treated as the heroes they are. We call on Harris and Walz to deliver on immigration reform in the first 100 days of the new administration. We stand in solidarity with Palestinians for an end to the funding of a genocidal war in Gaza. As immigrants, we too understand the role of the U.S. government in supporting dictatorships abroad to serve corporate interests, whether that is backing Israel to serve oil companies in the Middle East or banana companies in Guatemala in the 1980s that conducted their own genocidal war against a largely indigenous people, or economic policies like NAFTA that forced people to migrate. We know that an independent movement from below that is in solidarity with each other is the only way we can build enough power to defeat fascism and advance a real democracy. Immigrant rights is women's rights. Immigrant rights is LGBTQ rights. Immigrant rights is workers' rights. Immigrant rights is human rights. Si se puede.
Si se puede. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Christine. Next up is Victoria Hinckley. Victoria is a student organizer with Tampa Bay Students for a Democratic Society, and was recently expelled from the University of South Florida for being a leader in the Solidarity encampment on campus.
Hello, everyone. As Fayani said, my name is Victoria Hinckley. That's first name Victoria, Victoria. Last name Hinckley, Hinkley. I'm 22 years old. I'm a student organizer with Students for a Democratic Society, and I go to school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Students for a Democratic Society is really proud to be a part of the coalition to march on the RNC and to be leading in the student contingent here today. And we're marching on the DNC to demand an end to all U.S. aid to Israel, to demand that the genocide in Palestine be ended now. We've seen continually the Biden-Harris administration support genocide abroad by funding the IOF, by funding the Zionist State of Israel, by continually sending arms and billions and billions of dollars to fund this genocide. And we've seen them also attack the student movement for Palestine here at home with passing bills against protesting, calling students terrorists, saying that we deserve to get deported, encouraging violence be used against us by the police on our own campus. And, this past spring, we saw a historic nationwide student movement for Palestine. We saw students build encampments at their campuses. And this was, a really historic student movement, a very historic anti-war movement supporting the liberation for Palestine, supporting demanding divestment from their universities who are complicit in this genocide. And we saw students come out in thousands to support this encampment, so we know that students across the country stand with Palestine. They're demanding an end to the genocide and an end to U.S. aid to Israel. And we also saw a very violent response from university administrations and from police. We saw, people be tear gassed at my own school in Tampa at our encampment. We were tear gassed and we had rubber bullets shot at us. Shame. Shame. So we saw this horrible violent response, but despite that, students still came out in droves. They didn't care if they were going to get tear gas. They didn't care if they were going to get arrested. They were there to stand with Palestine. They were proud to stand with the resistance. And after that encampment movement, we saw horrible political repression take place in the forms of attacks on the student movement. In my own chapter, we had my fellow SDSer Joseph Chari was suspended for leading the encampment that day at the University of South Florida, and he's an international student, so they're now threatening him with deportation. Shame. Shame. And I myself was expelled from the University of South Florida for standing with Palestine, for being active in my encampment movement, even though I was a single assignment away from graduating, from walking across the stage in my graduation ceremony. Shame. Shame. And Students for a Democratic Society has launched our national campaign to demand that our universities not get away with punishing students for being pro-Palestine. We're going to be calling in August 26th to August 30th to demand that students not be expelled and, demanding that our movements stop being attacked. And come fall, we're going to hit the ground running, ready to defend student protests for Palestine and continuing to demand divestment. We refuse to let our universities get away with funding a genocide in our name. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. Disclose, divest. Thank you.
We will not stop, we will not rest.
Okay, we are watching live together the march on the DNC group holding a news conference ahead of an expected march through the streets of Chicago later today. This group has gotten a lot of publicity, a lot of national exposure ahead of the convention because of their strong views to stop the war and free Palestine in their views. So we do want to let you know, before we go to the break, that DNC 2024 Chicago Live Now from Fox is your place to be for full coverage all this week. We are going to have you covered. We will bring you the speeches live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted. Monday today through August 22nd, you're going to hear from Joe Biden, Joe Biden tonight. You're going to hear from Bill Clinton. You're going to hear from Barack Obama this week. And, of course, Governor Tim Walz and Vice President Kamala Harris. So lots of speakers. They'll be speaking about issues that affect the middle class. And Live Now from Fox will be the place for you to see those speeches uninterrupted. And we think that's important. Now, for your technology, if you want to follow us on TikTok, all you do, you just go to at Live Now Fox, at Live Now Fox, scan the code above, and we're going to bring you all these speeches streaming live right there on your cell phone or tablet, so you can take these speeches and the events with you wherever you are. Follow us on TikTok at Live Now Fox. Taking a quick break and coming right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry, giving you a live look again inside the United Center in Chicago. That'll be the focal point for the Democratic National Committee all this week, right through Thursday night when Kamala Harris speaks. Right now, the March on the DNC group is speaking at a live news conference. We're going to take you back there right now and continue to listen in as we have been for the last half hour. And let's see what they're talking about.
Millions of other Americans who are not here today, but all over the country today and this week, to say that we demand that our own government that actually has the power to stop genocide in Gaza, actually stop it immediately. We're also here to hold our legislators and the Biden administration accountable by demanding that they do their job and not play politics with immigration. They make promises, as we all know, and once they get in, they don't do their job. And in fact, they make it worse. We all know that. It's broken record, but it keeps happening, right? So, in fact, we all know that this country cannot function without immigrants. A recent study was released by the Taxation and Immigration Policy that found that in just 1 year, undocumented immigrants contributed 96.7, almost $100 billion in taxes to the federal, state, and local governments. So actually, America cannot afford to lose immigrants. Politicians know very well about taxation and representation. So to them, we're here to say that we're not paying you to be all
fancy and boastful and joyous among yourselves inside the convention or outside the convention. We are here to say, do your job, make policies that protect and support immigrants and all other marginalized communities as well. And finally, we really urge the city of Chicago to grant us a 2.1-mile route that we need. Let's make different history that in 2024, City of Chicago supported and facilitated a safe and peaceful demonstration at DNC. There's still time. Thank you.
Thank you, Inhe. 2.4 miles. The last speaker before I take questions is Omar Yunus. He's a co-founder and leader of Jasur, an Arab and Palestinian youth organizing project in the southwest suburbs. And Jasur has played a lead role in all of the local-led protests since October in Chicago. Please welcome Omar Yunus.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Omar Yunus, O-M-A-R-Y-O-U-N-E-S. Co-founder of Jasur, that's spelled J-I-S-O-O-R. I also had a lot of coffee, so bear with me. Last week, the Biden-Harris administration approved another $20 billion in weapons sales to Israel, a state guilty of killing over 40,000 Palestinian civilians. During this genocide, Israel destroyed more than 70% of the homes in Gaza, many of which my family lived in, and displaced more than 1.9 million Palestinians. This decision continues a troubling legacy of U.S. military aid that has long supported Israel's brutal subjugation of Palestinians, a legacy maintained by both Democrats and Republicans. In 2016, President Obama and then Vice President Biden authorized a decade-long $38 billion in military aid to Israel, the largest in U.S.-Israeli history. This funding armed Israeli soldiers who harass, kidnap, and violently displace Palestinians from their homes in Gaza and the West Bank. It also directly supplied Israel with the weaponry that killed and injured thousands of Gazans before October 7th. The Democratic National Convention has received $75 million in funding to beef up their security in preparation for this march of unified people. The city of Chicago has prioritized spending money to beautify McCormick Place rather than spending it to clear the food deserts in their Southside communities, to help house the unhoused population, to help take care of their migrant communities. Chicago displaced and evicted vulnerable communities in Hyde Park to give free housing to out-of-state police officers coming to keep the peace while the march is happening. The Democratic Party may present a new face, but its support for Israel remains unchanged. Kamala Harris's candidacy, while historic, does not alter the party's ongoing support for the Israeli genocide. At her rallies, she has attempted to silence pro-Palestinian protesters, and she, just like Biden, continues to be unwilling to listen to the outcries of the Palestinian people. But she's not the problem. The party is what keeps this agenda moving, and the people are here to make their voice heard. My community wakes up to photos and videos of our family and friends decapitated, burned to death, killed by 2,000-pound Israeli bombs dropped on their homes. This pain is what drives the people of Chicago out into the streets in the thousands every single weekend. Residents of Pilsen and Bridgeport and other wards came out in the hundreds to lobby their aldermen to get them to vote for the ceasefire resolution. Hundreds of students came out, spending days at their university campuses. People of all backgrounds, Black, Latino, and every single color you can imagine, out there to support the Palestinian people and demand better for our people. Our message is clear. End U.S. aid to Israel now. Stop financing the oppression of Palestinians. And this demand alone can decisively save 2 million Palestinians still trapped in Gaza. That's why we're here today.
Thank you, Omar. Before I take questions, I just want to lay out the week one more time for everybody. So in an hour and a half or so, at 12 noon, we will have our program here. We'll start our program here. It'll probably go till about 1:30, a little bit beyond 1:30. And then we will set up and begin the march from Washington Boulevard right there until we get within sight and sound of the United Center. Once we get back from the march, actually, I'm sorry, then we will stop. Folks may or may not know there's a park right near the United Center right there on Washington Boulevard as well called Park 578. We'll have a short program there as well. And then we'll loop back around. We'll come down Lake Street and we'll get back into the park. And we'll wrap it up from there. So that, that could be around 4, potentially between 4 and 5. That's what the day looks like. On Thursday, 5 p.m. program here as well, and a march also to the 578, and then back to the park. And on Wednesday, the Coalition of March on the DNC is supporting the local Palestinian Coalition for Justice in Palestine, which is starting here at 3:30. I don't know yet the route for that march, but they will start here at 3:30 on Wednesday, and we will all be here with them as well. USPCN is a leading member of both coalitions.
Can I add one media note?
Yeah.
One media note is there is a live stream, and if your team needs footage, you can use the footage from the live stream. Give credit to the Coalition to March on the DNC. It's on the website.
Thank you, Fayani. So yeah, now I'll take questions.
We've been organizing this for a while. With there more people here, you think if Biden was still the nominee, has that changed the crowd size that you're getting to have him no longer be in it?
Yeah, I mean, we won't know that for a couple more hours, but we still think there's going to be thousands of people here, maybe tens of thousands throughout the week. We made it very clear from the very beginning that there is no difference. Kamala Harris is part of this administration, and not only is she part of the administration, she is part and parcel of and in lockstep with 75 years of U.S. policies in relation to Palestine and the Arab world. So, we said from day one, nothing's changing. All full steam ahead for our coalition and our mobilization.
Right here. With ceasefire talks currently underway in the Middle East and reportedly near a finish line, will that change the message of the coalition to march on the DNC if that is reached? And do you see that as a positive step forward or a win, perhaps?
So I think we have to correct ourselves and maybe, do a little bit more research about what's reportedly close to a ceasefire. The Palestinian Unified Resistance has been saying for weeks that we're not close to a ceasefire because Netanyahu is continuing to move the goalposts. Every time July 2nd, the Palestinian Unified Resistance was ready to make the deal of the exchange of Palestinian political prisoners for Israeli detainees, the deal that Israel would have to withdraw from the entirety of Gaza, the deal that the genocide would end and Israel would leave all of the crossings and all of the borders. And Netanyahu refuses to do that. And so although it's reported by U.S. press and by some European press that we're reportedly close, we're actually not. You should listen to the people who are in the negotiations. You should listen to the Unified Palestinian Resistance because they're saying they're not going to take a deal that Netanyahu believes that he can change every single day and every single week. So that is a sort of a non-starter until the Israelis negotiate in good faith, agree to withdraw, agree to a permanent ceasefire. Netanyahu does not want to agree to a permanent ceasefire. He wants to agree to the type of ceasefire that Killer Kamala is asking about or talking about. One that's temporary, the one that offers a few weeks of respite before the Israeli bombs, U.S. bombs, start dropping on people's heads again in Gaza. That's unacceptable. The Palestinian resistance is not close to a ceasefire, and so it doesn't matter what U.S. press and Western European press is reporting. Molly.
Just an update on the protest route, because y'all have been negotiating with the city. Are we still with the, 1.1 mile route turning at Maypole and Hermitage?
So again, everybody knows what happened in the last week. 3 days ago, they tried to say we couldn't have stage and sound, and we fought very hard for 48 hours, and we got them to change their minds and to allow us to put it up. That was community organizing at its best. That was the community organizing of Christine's organization and Inhe's organization and Students for a Democratic Society and SJPs and all of the 290 or so organizations that make up the Coalition of March on the DNC. And that's what we know. That's what we do. And we're not going to stop until we step off the stage to get that 2.4 miles that we need to accommodate the protesters here today.
Do you have an opinion on the fact that Kamala Harris named a liaison, a special person to liaise with the Arab American community, and about the uncommitted delegates that will be at the United?
Yeah, there's always a liaison with the Arab community, just like there's a liaison with the black community and a liaison with the immigrant community and a liaison with all the other communities. Have those liaisons truly been able to make any substantial, legitimate changes for people on the ground, working people, marginalized people on the ground? At least in the Arab context, they haven't. I don't know that much about this person. I would have to learn more before I would be able to give a statement like that. The uncommitted folks are people that we know. That movement of uncommitted and uninstructed in Wisconsin, uncommitted in Minnesota, and in Michigan, in Illinois, we don't have an uncommitted choice. So the community here decided to do a campaign to write in Gaza instead of voting for Biden in the primaries. 700,000 people altogether who traditionally and historically vote Democrat did not vote for Biden in the primaries in that movement. So that is a substantial movement. I appreciate the fact that they're in there. They think that they could maybe make a change from within. That might not be the opinion of myself or a number of organizations that are part of this coalition, but inside outside strategy is not bad.
Mayor Johnson has obviously now said that he thinks that what is happening in Gaza is genocidal. Do you think that is?
Okay, we have been watching together live this news conference from the March on the DNC. They're going to hold a march this afternoon, and they're going to march 2.4 miles through the streets of Chicago, and it will be interesting to see how that pans out. The police are ready for it. They've urged them to keep it very, peaceful. They're trying to have cooperation, and they hope that it will work that way. So full coverage of the Democratic National Convention all week long here on Live Now from Fox. And one of the things that we do better than almost any other media group is bringing you the speeches live as they happen, uninterrupted, so you can hear the whole speech and decide what you think. So you can follow us on TikTok at LiveNOW FOX. Just scan the code above, and we're going to be bringing you all these speeches all week long throughout the DNC, uninterrupted, unfiltered, in their entirety, right there on your cell phone, your tablet, your electronics. So wherever you are, you can watch these for yourselves at full length. So just download the app and follow us on TikTok at LiveNOW FOX for full coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Taking a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing our coverage now of the Democratic National Convention. We've been following this news conference for really the last half hour or so. This is a group called the March on the DNC. Later today, they're going to march 2.4 miles through the streets of Chicago. They want the U.S. government to stop supporting Israel and to free Palestine immediately. The speakers are taking questions from reporters now. Let's listen back in.
Palestinian community that there is real anti-Semitism in this world, but we refuse to allow the Zionists in this country to criminalize our movement for self-determination and independence and to stop the genocide by calling it anti-Semitism just because we're protesting to stop that criminal Zionist terrorist state. Yeah, John. You guys speak up a little bit, please.
You mentioned in the past that there were buses of protesters coming in throughout the Midwest. Now that we're here on the day, any idea how many buses and where they're coming?
Yeah, I actually don't know if they're all here yet, but we do know that there are 2 from Michigan, there are 2 from Wisconsin, there are 2 from Minneapolis. There are buses coming from Cleveland and Youngstown. I believe Fayani.
I've heard New Mexico.
And we heard that there's a bus from New Mexico. I'm not on the outreach committee. The media committee was already too much work for me, so I don't know exactly if there are other buses coming, but definitely those that I just mentioned. Wait, you asked already. Go ahead. We don't, our coalition doesn't take a position on that. We don't take a position telling people who they should vote for, whether they should vote, whether they shouldn't vote. So that is not the purview of our coalition. In fact, the reason why we're out here and not, trying to, get into the convention and talk to delegates and all that there is because, we don't think that there is a lesser of 2 evils when it comes to Palestine and the Arab world. The Republicans and the Democrats are in lockstep. Yeah. Can you cut them, please? Yeah. Hold on. Anybody else?
Could you just repeat your name?
Yeah, I will. I'll give you. Yeah, you go ahead. You can ask.
Is there any concern that this can end up benefiting Trump in November and end up in an administration that is even harsher with the Palestinian cause?
Yeah. I don't know how much more harsh it can get than what Omar has described, that his family in Gaza have had to deal with. I don't know how many more people could possibly be killed or injured or displaced by a different party. We will not take any responsibility if Kamala Harris loses the election. The responsibility is on Genocide Joe and on Kamala Harris and on that Democratic Party. If they lose this election to Trump, they are responsible only. Their policies around Palestine are responsible only and nobody else.
So the U.S. government is complicit, as you say, in supporting Israeli genocide with tax dollars, $10 billion addition. Do you think that these government officials should themselves be prosecuted for war crimes in support of genocide?
Yes, of course. I think a lot of government officials in Israel and the United States should be prosecuted for war crimes, yes. Hatem Abudayeh, Hatemabudayeh, for those that might have missed it. Yeah. Christine and Inhe?
I would appreciate you repeat your name slowly.
Both of you. This is a question for you all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, repeat it.
Yeah, what message do you have for groups of migrants or undocumented immigrants in Chicago that have been affected by the arrival of the DNC?
No, we just say that...
To the mics.
Yeah. No, it's really about, this is a moment where all the legislators and politicians are going to come and really talk about immigration again in a way that they're just going to use us as a tool and talking point without doing anything. So it's a moment to really say, don't be fooled by that. But it really is about holding them accountable and keep pushing. And that we need a pathway to citizenship for all $11 million undocumented people, because you just heard the report. Yeah, immigrants are really funding so much of what's happening in this country. So we really need that.
Yeah, we have a delegation marching today, and undocumented immigrants have been at the forefront of the labor movement and the democracy movement. We've seen the Day Without Latinos strikes. People are very courageous. They're essential to our economy, and it's important to be here. And they're here because people are not going to be, forced into the shadows, and we want to come out of the shadows. And we also want to stand in solidarity with others who are oppressed. So people are courageous, and that courage should be recognized by those who deserve to give them immigration reform.
We are watching live together as the March on the DNC group holds a news conference ahead of its march this afternoon through the streets of Chicago. We're told about 2.4 miles will be the march. They're calling for freedom for the people of Palestine. This group's gotten a substantial amount of national media attention ahead of the convention, and now we'll see how they handle their march. And we do want you to know, as we head into the commercial break, that Live Now from Fox is your place for DNC 2024 Chicago coverage. You will see throughout the convention all week the speeches live, uninterrupted, in their full presentation as the folks are speaking. We don't have a bunch of analysts talking all over the speakers. You get to decide yourself what you think, because you're going to hear the speeches in full, live, unfiltered, uninterrupted coverage, as it was in Milwaukee in July with the Republican National Convention. It is the same thing. We are taking a quick break, and we'll be right back with more coverage from the DNC and other breaking stories all across America and around the world. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. It is 11:48 on the East Coast and 8:48 out west. We're continuing our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Right now, a live look inside the United Center, where it will all start to happen. You can see they've started to put some images up on the big board there about a strong middle class and strong America. Right now, the United States Secret Service is giving a briefing on its preparations and its readiness for this major four-day event with so many thousands of people heading to Chicago for this. So let's listen into what they're saying.
Sure that our citizens were safe while this protest happened. So we're expecting large protests throughout the city for the rest of the week. We're prepared for that. We hope for the exact same outcome for every protest, that everyone gets to express their First Amendment rights. We don't have any incidents. If that occurs, then we've had the most successful Democratic National Convention that we can imagine. So we would prefer not to have clashes. We would prefer not to have to make arrests if we don't have to. And we will avoid those things as long as we're not committing acts of vandalism or violence. We must protect our citizens and we must protect our city. I drove the route yesterday, all day yesterday, last night, checked on a few things across the city. Our officers are out there. They're out there. They're highly visible. And we have officers not only along the corridors downtown, in and around the venues of the Democratic National Convention, but also in our neighborhoods to continue to protect our people who are living in areas where they're the most vulnerable. So we want to make sure that it's clearly understood that our officers are protecting the entire city, not just one location. So we're going to continue that. We're going to continue to keep our officers looking good, staying professional, because that's what we want, that professional interaction. And I just cannot say enough about how our officers responded yesterday. Just an excellent job, and I'm proud of the Chicago Police Department and the way that the Chicago police officers responded. We could not do this well if those officers didn't step up and work the way that we trained them to work and they remembered their training, and we'll continue to work that way. With that, let me introduce Secret Service Deputy Special Agent in Charge, Derek Meyer.
Thank you, Superintendent Snelling. Thank you, Mayor Johnson, and thank you, Executive Director Tirado. I could not ask for better partners over the last year than you three. My name is Derek Meyer, and I am the Deputy Special Agent in Charge of the United States Secret Service's Chicago Field Office. The security plan for the 2024 DNC would not be possible without the help of our federal, state, and local partners. I'm proud to finally put that plan into action. The DNC is a national special security event, which means the federal government's full complement of resources are available to provide a safe and secure environment. I want to stress there is no better partner the Secret Service could have than the City of Chicago and the Chicago Police Department. Superintendent Snelling and CPD are world-class partners. The City of Chicago has had great success when it comes to hosting large events. Just this summer, the city hosted NASCAR, Lollapalooza, and the Air and Water Show. That's only to name a few. Like Chicago, the Secret Service also has a proven track record of securing big events. This is the 79th National Special Security event that the Secret Service has hosted. This is the second this year that the Chicago Field Office will host. The Secret Service supports people's First Amendment rights to express themselves freely and lawfully. We're aware of activities planned throughout and during the convention and are working with the Chicago Police Department to make sure they are safe. There will be some impacts when it comes to traffic and parking, but we have done our best to minimize those disruptions through public outreach. I'm looking forward to a safe and secure DNC. Thank you.
We'll now open this up for questions.
Do you have microphones? Mary, start there. Tom, you can start.
Hi, Alice Gate of the Chicago Tribune. This question's for the mayor.
Mayor Johnson, you had a recent interview in which you described the war in Gaza as genocidal. Can you talk about why come out now and use that label? And how do you reconcile that position with your role in also celebrating the Biden-Harris administration this week?
October 7th terrorist attack we condemned in very certain terms. The first major city to do that. The acts of terror that were executed by Hamas, we've condemned them. We've also called for the releasing of hostages and for the end of this war. You can condemn terrorism and call for peace. It's actually very customary within our tradition here in Chicago. Dr. King called for that. People across America are calling for that. For the immediate releasing of hostages, the end of these acts of terror, and the end to this war. And I will continue to stand by that position because it is the moral position.
Good morning. Question for Superintendent Snelling. Sam Charles from the Chicago Tribune.
How you doing, Sam?
Good morning, Superintendent. Obviously, the DNC goes through Thursday. Are days off canceled for all officers between now and Thursday? And is Friday the day expected where things kind of get back to normal?
That's correct. We just want to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of manpower out there to deal with this. Obviously, though, we know that can be a strain on officers and their families. This is why every district commander and every member of leadership has a wellness plan around officers just to make sure that officers are hydrated, they're getting breaks, they get an opportunity to rest, that they're nourished. We know, again, that when we look at cognition, we want our officers to be well when they're responding out there. And yesterday was an example of that. When our officers are well rested, when they know that they're being taken care of, they take care of others. So, yes.
Superintendent Julie Bosman with the New York Times. Were there any arrests related to protests last night? And do you intend to let the Poor People's Army march inside the security perimeter today?
So what I'll tell you about the arrest, there was an arrest of a 23-year-old woman. She was charged with defacement of property and resisting and obstructing a police officer. She was not inside of that march. It was separate from that march. So I'm not going to associate that one individual with the peaceful protest that was put together by that group. So there was one arrest, but it was not inside of that footprint. Oh, I'm sorry. And the second part of it, no one will be allowed within the secure perimeter of the DNC. All right. This is a matter of national security. We want to make sure that everyone is safe. We saw what happened in Pennsylvania. We're going to make sure that we secure everything so that doesn't happen here. We have a great partnership with the Secret Service. We're in constant communication with them. Our partner, Derek Meyer, just a phenomenal partner. Can't say enough about that. And we're communicating, and we're going to make sure that we protect that area.
Superintendent Snelling, Martin Costi, NPR. Yesterday, the spokesman for the coalition to march on the DNC said that regarding the length of the route, that they've been trying to get longer, that basically the size of the crowd dictates where people go, Chicago rules, implying that people might start departing the official route. What's your philosophy if people start going to side streets, that kind of thing?
Listen, the length of the route doesn't matter. We've seen early on with some of the protests that started last year, upwards of 10 to 15,000 people. And it wasn't about the length of the route. It was about the control efforts put in place. Number one, the organizers. The organizers in some of these protests have done a very good job policing themselves and policing each other. They've worked with us in partnership. We've talked to them because if we know what those routes are going to be and the direction they're moving, then we can do our best to ensure the safety of everyone within that group. If you watch us and if you watch the way that we've been training with our bikes, we have a way of keeping everybody in line and keeping everybody on the route. So this won't be a log jam. We're going to make sure that if anything happens that we have to call an audible on to make sure that everyone is safe, we will do that. But just keep in mind, There's traffic throughout our city. There are intersections that we have to make sure that everyone gets through safely so that there are no car accidents or someone who decides to drive into a crowd. So we're going to make sure that we protect everybody.
Good morning, Superintendent. Michelle Gallardo with ABC 7. My question for you is, and you already alluded to this, obviously yesterday you had your first chance to see how the training of officers would play out with, the first of the many protests that is going to happen this week. But of course, today's the big day. It's going to be significantly more people, tens of thousands potentially, versus hundreds. So is there any, difference in what we saw yesterday to what we will see today? Yesterday we saw the bike patrols. Certainly there was no riot gear in sight. I'm sure that was on purpose. But when you're dealing with potentially tens of thousands of people, does that change? Do the officers today, will we see them in protective gear? Are there any differences, majorly in what we will see compared to yesterday?
No. What you're going to see, if we see more people, you will just see a fuller effect of what you saw yesterday. As far as riot gear, we don't need officers out there in riot gear if people are protesting peacefully. What has been questioned is, can the Chicago Police Department respond to First Amendment activity without arresting people or without it turning violent? Yes, we can. And there's no reason to have someone out in riot gear if no one's rioting. If people are out there having their voices heard, expressing their First Amendment rights, which we saw yesterday, there is absolutely no reason to be confrontational. We actually want people to speak out, say what they need to say, and it's not about agreeing with what anyone has to say, it's about respecting it. And we're going to respect people's constitutional rights, and we're going to make sure that we're not escalating anything. We want to make sure that this goes off safely and everybody gets the opportunity to have their voices heard.
Hi, Mayor. Heather Sharon, WTTW. Can you give us a preview of what you're going to tell the convention tonight? And what do you hope people, after they leave Thursday, Friday, will tell their friends about Chicago?
I would hope, thank you for that question. I would hope that people walk away from Chicago in love with the city as much as I'm in love with this city and as much as the people are in love with this city. And there are a lot of great reasons to be in love with this city. 20% of the world's fresh water is in our front yard, through the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence. Electricity came to life here in the World Fair. The city that launched, the consciousness of America through the writings of Ida B. Wells. I want them to understand that profound history, from electricity to the Model T to Carnegie to quantum computing. That all rhymed, didn't it? Maybe I should say that tonight, Heather. But I want them to know that, Chicago is a love story. A black Haitian immigrant, a Potawatomi woman at the banks of the river set up a trade post so that the entire world could come together and exchange ideas and hopes and aspirations. And that's what I want people to walk away with, and that's essentially what I'll articulate tonight.
Good morning. My question is for Superintendent Snelling, Carmen Maras with Univision. How many federal agencies and from other states are here assisting, and how are the resources being distributed inside and outside of the perimeter?
Well, I wish I could give you a number, but what I can tell you is I swore in a large number of mutual aid officers who came in from all around the state and Milwaukee. We also have the state police here. We have the Cook County Police who are helping out with that. The Capitol Police are here. We have agencies from across the country here. Most of our mutual aid officers are from right within Illinois, and with Milwaukee being the outlier. They are in charge of a lot of the infrastructure. So a lot of the locations where we know need to be secured, this is where we have the mutual aid partners distributed. This frees up our officers to be out in the field because of the extensive training that those officers have. We would rather have our officers patrolling and responding to these incidents rather than having someone from outside of our agency do those things.
Chief Snelling, good morning. My name is Tarso with Bloomberg News. I have a question for you. Are you concerned about the protest that will happen outside the Israeli consulate on Tuesday? Their slogan is "Make it great like '68."
Well, listen, I'm concerned about a lot of things. And when we become concerned about things, the more important thing is what can we influence, right? So what is our response going to be to any situation that happens? Listen, it's this simple. The Chicago Police Department is here to protect everyone in this city. We will protect people's rights, again, their First Amendment rights, their rights of expression. What we will not tolerate is intimidation. We will not tolerate violence. And we want every single person in this city to feel safe. And we will protect anyone from harm or danger. So anything that comes up where and I've said it a million times, where we think there's a potential for violence, vandalism, we will put an end to that as soon as it starts.
Superintendent, we understand that some bricks were found in and around Union Park by officers in recent days. Have any more bricks been found?
Not to my knowledge, but you know, we keep an eye out for those things, because if we can stop that before it starts. Because look, when you have a large group of people who want to express their First Amendment rights, the larger number of that group are just simply here to do that. Sometimes you get lone wolf people, or you get a group that will infiltrate that group, and under that umbrella, they will try to commit acts of violence or try to escalate a situation. We're out there to stop that before it starts. So we keep an eye out for those types of things. So we're paying attention to that. And any intel that we get around those situations, we're proactive to stop it.
Good morning, Soup. Mac Leader, Mill Block, Chicago. Yesterday, about 200 protesters rallied outside a Navy pier, and at one point, protesters had actually disrupted the stage. I got up there and spoke. What allowed that to happen, and how do you ensure no similar disruptions happen throughout the week?
So what I will tell you is they were given the opportunity to do that by the group inside. So they were kind enough to allow these people the opportunity to speak. So that was an agreement. So any other, so that wasn't a security breach. So when we know that there's a possibility of a security breach, we'll make sure, because we have officers there to stop that from happening. But that was an agreement yesterday.
That's the last question.
Hey, Sean Mulcahy, Chicago Reader. I just wanted to follow up on the Poor People's Army. So my understanding was that the city was required to grant a permit to march right in front of, like on Madison Street. Could you just confirm like how that squares with not being able to get inside the security perimeter?
We're here. What I can tell you is this, because I don't have all of the information on that right now, so I don't want to give you any bad information. Here's what I will tell you. We know that we have people who will pop up and start to protest. Listen, we will handle that the same way that we handle everything else. We don't want to escalate a situation. And if all they want to do is have their voices heard and they're not disrupting anything, people will have the opportunity to express their First Amendment rights. So anything that happens like that, the spontaneous, will be there to handle it and keep it as peaceful as possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we are watching live and have been listening to the Secret Service and Chicago Police briefing on their preparations for all the events throughout the week here at the Democratic National Convention. And one of the things they're talking about is preparations for protests. And as we speak, there is a live protest in Chicago right now. I just wanted to bring you over to this, take a look at it. This is a live protest in relation to the war in the Gaza Strip between Israel and Hamas. These folks are calling for peace, calling for, in their words, freedom of Palestine. You can see there are a bunch of folks gathered here. They're waving flags. I'm going to give you a little taste of the music here to set the scene for you, and let that breathe for a second. So again, this is live. You can see there's some barriers set up there where police are trying to maintain control of the situation. This is something that police and the Secret Service have been talking about for quite some time. But of course, everything peaceful at this point. These are just folks who are gathering to make their point in the national spotlight. So live look, Free Palestine, Code Pink, make hot dog, not war. Free Gaza is another sign over at the top left of your screen there. So we'll be dipping back in through this throughout the day for you. Full coverage here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to let you know that you can get full coverage throughout the week on Live Now from Fox. We're going to bring you all these various speeches and events of the DNC starting this evening and running right through Thursday. We're going to bring them to you live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted. We did this with the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. You saw the speeches in their entirety. We want you to decide what you think about what people are saying, and we're going to do that in Chicago as well. Taking a quick break at 12:09 on the East Coast, 9:09 out west. Live Now from Fox, coming back with a lot more coverage of the DNC. We'll be telling you what J.D. Vance and former President Trump are up to today as well, plus breaking news headlines from around the world. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry, continuing our coverage of the Democratic national coverage and the race for the White House with less than 80 days left now before the election. This right here is a live look in Chicago. The Trump campaign for president is holding a news conference here in the next hour. This is not former President Trump. This is a member of his campaign that's making sure they're getting equal time in Chicago, with the Democrats getting so much press coverage in the Windy City. So the Trump campaign will hold a news conference in just a little while here. We'll bring it to you. So what are the two candidates doing today? Well, U.S. Senator J.D. Vance, VP nominee, is holding a campaign event in Philadelphia. So J.D. Vance in Philly, and then former President Donald Trump holds a campaign event in York, Pennsylvania. Boy, Pennsylvania's really getting a lot of attention this week, right? We had Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz on a bus tour through Pittsburgh and other stops yesterday. And we have Donald Trump in York, Pennsylvania, and we have J.D. Vance in Philly today. So it's a battleground state. It's got to be top 3 on the list of top battleground states in this presidential race. Hotly contested, and both sides pouring all their assets into it to try to score Pennsylvania this year. Right now, let's take you back into the United Center right here. This is a live look. We've been seeing them testing the animated boards that you'll see so many images on throughout the week. They're doing lots of tech tests right now inside the United Center ahead of the major events that will be going on. And right now, we are going to pivot just a little bit here. There is a group we've been following throughout the morning here. The Progressive Democrats of America have been outlining their agenda throughout the morning here. And let's listen into what they are saying now. This is in Chicago. It's a group of Democrats putting their focus on progressive policies. Let's listen in.
I've had the pleasure of following Nina Turner many times. I can give every other progressive organization a tip. If it is something like where there's funds being raised, best to just have the person doing fundraising immediately after Nina Turner speaks. Wow, Nina Turner. Now, to take it a little casual as the MC here, I know that you all have spoken about the run of show, and so who wants to go next? Who bravely follows Nina? Hey, let me just tell you. Look. I was at an event up in Vermont recently with. Oh no! I was up at an event here in Vermont. I was up in an event recently in Vermont with Saru Jayamaran and with Sarah Nelson Day. Both are phenomenal presenters. Take it away.
Hello, how are you all? Thank you so much to Senator Turner for kicking us off. Thank you so much to Stacy and the Chicago Teachers Union, not only for hosting this, but they just helped us win a huge victory here in Chicago. It wouldn't have happened without Stacy and the Teachers Union. And that's been the kind of solidarity they express to us as restaurant workers, but to all workers, and that's how I wish every union acted. So I so deeply appreciate their leadership, and thank you to Alan and the PDA for having me. For those of you that don't know, I am Saru Jayaraman. I co-founded and lead a national organization called One Fair Wage. Nataki is our national lead organizer here in Chicago, and Richard is around here too, also leading work here in Chicago. But we are a national organization, about 300,000 restaurant and service workers across the country, fighting like hell to raise the minimum wage across the country and end that ridiculous sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, which is still just $2.13 an hour. And we've been at it for a very long time, 22 years, and I'm so excited to be with you here in this moment because we are finally winning big. And it's because we're in a moment of worker power across the country and especially among the lowest wage workers, and that's us. The restaurant industry has been one of the largest and fastest growing private sector employers in the United States for decades. 14 million workers. 1 in 2 Americans worked in the industry at some point in their lifetime. How many people here ever worked in the restaurant industry in your life? That is more than half of the room. That is how big our industry is, and it is the #1 fastest growing private sector employer in the United States, but it's been the absolute lowest paying employer for generations, dating all the way back to emancipation. And the story I'm going to tell is really emblematic of everything Senator Turner just said in terms of when you leave out black workers and black women in particular, it ends up hurting all of us. So prior to emancipation, waiters in the U.S. were mostly white men. They got actual wages, no tips. In 1853, they went on strike for higher wages, and the restaurant industry started looking for cheaper labor. After emancipation, 2 industries sought to hire newly freed black people both here in Chicago, one being the Pullman train company hiring black men, and the other being the restaurant industry hiring black women, telling both industries you're not going to get a wage at all, you're going to live on this new thing that's come from Europe called a tip. And of course, you know, as you heard from Senator Turner, A. Philip Randolph organized the Pullman car porters here in Chicago, won the right to what we call one fair wage, a full minimum wage with tips on top in 1938. And in response to his organizing, the restaurant owners who had hired black women and told them the same thing, no wages, only tips, they started organizing. And they formed a really evil entity that's been after me for 22 years, and Nataki as well, called the National Restaurant Association. We call them the other NRA. They're the NRA you haven't heard about, but they have been named among the top 10 most powerful lobbying groups in the country, and I'm sad to say, at the Democratic National Convention, they own too many Democrats as well. Yes. So the NRA has been around since 1919, arguing basically they were formed with the purpose of saying we shouldn't have to pay our workers. You, the customers, should pay our workers through your tips. In other words, let's get one group of working people, the customers, to pay another group of people, working people, our employees. That way we won't have to pay anything at all. And the wage went from $0 in 1938 all the way up to $2.13 an hour, the current federal minimum wage for tipped workers in the United States of America. For an industry that's not a tiny little fringe industry, it's the largest and fastest growing employer in the United States. More than half of you worked in it. And they get away with not paying people because we have allowed them to, because of this lobby for over a century. And so we started fighting to say, look, this is a population that's overwhelmingly women to this day, women of color, highest rate of single moms of any industry, highest rate of sexual harassment of any industry, struggling to make ends meet because they have to put up with so much from customers to get those tips. And it got so much worse with the pandemic. With the pandemic, 6 million workers lost their jobs in this industry. 2/3 told us they couldn't even get unemployment insurance because in most states they were told their wages were too low to qualify. They went back to work, they said their tips went down, harassment way up. We already had the highest rates of harassment. And when they started being asked to enforce COVID protocols on the same people from whom they had to get tips, they started walking off the job. Since the pandemic, 1.2 million restaurant workers have left the industry saying, take your job and shove it. Yeah. And they have said, we no longer can work for these wages. We no longer can work on tips. And they've left en masse. And in response, we've seen, and this is what I mean by a moment of worker power, thousands of restaurants raising wages to recruit staff. Thousands of restaurants being forced to actually pay their people a minimum wage, something we should have gotten back in 1938. Finally, because of this moment of worker power, and so we decided, having fought for this for so long, having been in the target of the Restaurant Association for so long, this is our moment. There will never be a moment like this in history again. First time since emancipation, workers are rejecting these wages en masse. And we decided to go big. We launched something called 25 by 250, where we are moving bills and ballot measures in 25 states to raise wages and end sub-minimum wages across the country by the United States' 250th anniversary, which is coming up in 2026. Is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. We have to declare independence from these legacies of slavery in our economy. We have to declare independence from corporate trade lobbies that are controlling our democracy. We have to declare independence from restaurant corporations and other corporations who frankly control both parties. We have to declare independence for workers who say enough is enough, and that is what we're winning. So we started with a big victory in Washington, D.C. We won a 300% wage increase for tipped workers in November 22. And then last year, thanks to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Stacey Gates and the Chicago Teachers Union, we won a very historic victory. We ended the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers in Chicago, biggest city to ever do it in the history of the United States of America. And that victory here in Chicago is having reverberations across the country because just 2 weeks ago, Michigan became the first state east of the Mississippi to end the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. 1.2 million workers just got a raise in Michigan. We raised the wage from $3.83 to $15 plus tips in Michigan. That means single moms in Michigan are finally getting a raise. That means single moms in Michigan no longer have to work 3 jobs. That means single moms in Michigan can say to somebody who tries to harass them when they walk up to them, buzz off, I can count on a wage from my boss like every other worker in every other industry, and the tips are on top, not instead of a wage, as they always should have been. And so we are winning. There are a dozen states to follow. We're on the ballot in Massachusetts. We're on the ballot in Ohio. We're on the ballot we're getting on the ballot in Arizona. We are moving across the country. Here in Illinois, we need help. This bill is moving as legislation this fall. And we need the Democratic Party to uplift this issue. Look, you've heard a lot about taxes on tip. No tax on tips. Former President Trump first elevated it, then the Vice President elevated it. Why are tipped workers in the news? There has finally been a realization that there are 14 million people in America who work in the restaurant industry who largely don't vote because they've never heard anybody at the top of the ticket speak to their needs, ever. This is the first election cycle in history. Two new things. One, first time you're even hearing about tipped workers in the context of a presidential campaign. Two, first time you've got two people at the top of the Democratic ticket, both of whom come from states that already pay one fair wage. California is a one fair wage state. Minnesota is a one fair wage state. They can make the whole country a one fair wage state. But only if we stop talking about just no tax on tips. Do you know that 2/3 of tipped workers don't even earn enough to pay income tax? So is the solution getting rid of taxes, or is it actually paying them a livable wage that would allow them to actually live, that would allow them to engage politically, that would allow them to actually have a life with their families? Do you know, I've been doing this work for 22 years. We have never seen workers struggling as much as they are right now. I have never seen so many restaurant workers living in their cars. We have never seen so many workers call us and say, I don't even have money for gas to get to the office. That is how dire the situation is right now. So we need the top of our ticket to not just say no tax on tips. We need her to say one fair wage now, and to elevate that. Thank you. To elevate that this week. I'm a document. Thank you. Give me one more second. One more second, and then we'll say that. Which is, this week we have a series of Raise the Wage concerts. Tonight we have a bunch of hip-hop artists, Estelle, Goapele, Raheem Devon. We've got Dougie Fresh, all coming to Joe's on Weed Street. It's free for everybody. Raise the Wage, concert 1. Tomorrow, big gospel concert with the mayor. We're going to have a bunch of gospel artists. Wednesday, we've got a bunch of Latin artists. It's really exciting. We hope you'll come. RaiseTheWageEvents.com. Come help us tell folks at the DNC they have to elevate the need for a livable wage now. Why? The top of every poll, black voters, Latinx voters, young voters, the top issue this year is the cost of living and jobs with living wages. It's because people cannot survive right now on what they're being paid. The rent is too damn high and the pay is too damn low. So let's talk about the pay and let's get it done.
Okay, we are watching live together as Progressive Democrats of America host their event at the DNC, getting in their word about what they see as important issues for the future of America. We'll continue to cover that throughout the day here right now, but right now we'll do a quick pivot. We're taking you to Israel. This is the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, where a news conference has been set up here for U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He has traveled to the Middle East for his 9th urgent trip since the start of the war between Israel and Hamas. He is trying urgently to seal the deal on a truce and peace deal that President Biden introduced a couple months ago, a 3-phase plan to try to get the hostages back and end this war. We'll stay with this and keep an eye on it until if U.S. Secretary Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, comes out and makes remarks. We'll certainly bring them to you live here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we want you to know that during the Democratic National Convention. You can follow us on TikTok. Just go to @LiveNOW FOX, scan the code above there, and follow LiveNow on TikTok for breaking news, live video, and more. It's a great platform for us to stream the speeches to you in their entirety, uninterrupted, unfiltered, not a bunch of analysts walking all over the talkers. So you can join us on TikTok at LiveNow FOX for full coverage throughout the Democratic National Convention. 12:27, taking a quick break. When we come back, more on the Democratic National Committee and the coverage, and also what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are up to today, still ahead in the next hour. Come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry, 12:30 on the East Coast, 9:30 out west. Hope your Monday is off to a great start and you're having a productive one. Let's take you back live inside the United Center right here. This is a live look inside the United Center in Chicago, which will be the hub of the universe and politics for the next 4 days as the Democratic National Convention happens inside. And Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is speaking about the Democrats' agenda in the Windy City today. The governor sat down with our colleagues at Fox 32 Chicago. So let's listen in now to Paris on politics.
1932. The setting, the Great Depression. The location, Chicago. Republicans have just held their convention at Chicago Stadium, renominating Herbert Hoover. Democrats had something else in mind, something new, a new deal.
The platform which you have adopted is clear. I accept it 100%.
That, of course, is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who would go on to win and win again, a record 3 more times, completely remaking the federal government before he died in 1945. Chicago is known as Hog Butcher to the world, but it might as well be called America's political convention capital. After next week, the city will have hosted 27 political conventions, by far the most of anywhere in the country, and they've been some of the nation's most historic moments. In 1860, Republicans got together at the old Wigwam to nominate an upstart lawyer and son of Illinois named Abraham Lincoln. And who could forget the convention where delegates fought, barricades were stormed, and police struggled to keep the peace? I'm speaking, of course, of the infamous Republican affair of 1912, where Teddy Roosevelt won a majority of delegates, but the party went with William Howard Taft instead. Roosevelt then formed the Progressive Party, which subsequently held its convention in, you guessed it, Chicago. And 1968, when the whole world was watching, Grant Park was burning, and Mayor Richard J. Daley was fuming. 28 years later, Richard M. Daley had something else in mind at the United Center. A party to renominate Bill Clinton, where the only moment of controversy came as delegates struggled to perform the Macarena. Never get sick of that video. And for a brief period, we thought 2024's gathering might make the kind of history that so many other Chicago conventions have. But that went out the window when Vice President Kamala Harris quickly sewed up the nomination in a virtual roll call earlier this month. So the focus now is outside the United Center, where protest groups have vowed to bring tens of thousands of demonstrators to the streets to make their voices heard, leading to fears that Chicago history might repeat. This time, the city's protectors have repeated the same mantra over and over again, that the city is ready. So Chicago finds itself in a position it has been repeatedly throughout its history, at the center of the national political world. How will we handle this moment in the spotlight? What will the legacy of the 2024 DNC be? Buckle up, hunker down, you're about to find out.
All right, sorry to interrupt that for you right there, but we also did just see this Trump campaign event in Chicago ahead of the DNC has started there at the podium. So we're going to turn up the sound and pivot to there.
Part it is, while we're here at the DNC each day, President Trump and Senator Vance are doing battleground states. On Friday, President Trump will actually do 2 separate states. So we're out in the battlegrounds. We're here in Chicago. We have surrogates and activities in battleground states throughout the week, which is a stark contrast to Kamala Harris, who, while we're doing press events here, the president will be doing gaggles and other press availabilities. And apart from, a flyby at a gas station, we're not hearing a lot from Kamala Harris about these policies that she's talking about. And I think there's a good reason. When she does stop and take a question, like she did yesterday, and was asked how she'll pay for the proposals that she's advocating for, she told you it's a mistake to ask how things will be paid for. I think that's a good summary of her economic policies. It's clear the Democrats think the best strategy they have is to keep Harris and Walz away from you all, and we stand in contrast to that. So today we're going to talk about contrasting economic policies. You'll recall from the convention, we had a day which was about making America wealthy again, and the senators are here to help contrast the Trump vision for making America wealthy again compared to the policies of Harris and Walz. With that, I'll give it to Senator Rick Scott.
First, it's great to be here. First thing, I'm here with my good friend, Senator Ron Johnson. We are 2 business guys that built companies and focus on how you build a company and get the economy to go. I actually had the opportunity to be the governor of Florida and focus on how we could rebuild the Florida economy, because in 2010, our economy had been devastated. In 2010, more people left Florida than moved in. In 2010, we had 1.1 million homes in foreclosure. In 2010, home prices had dropped in half in 4 years. It was very difficult to get a job. If we go down the path of Harris, that's exactly what's going to happen. Here's a choice. Donald Trump is a business guy, understands how businesses work. Harris has no earthly idea how businesses work. Her vice president pick has no idea how businesses work. They've not built businesses. They've not had to deal with a profit loss statement. They've not dealt with the cost of a commodity like energy. They've done none of these things. When Donald Trump was president, inflation was low. Gas prices were $1.87. Probably the most important thing you can do if you want to have a good economy, have less expensive energy. That's the most important thing you can do, because energy goes into everything, into every product, every service, everything we do. But you can just look at it. Grocery prices are up. Gas prices are up. Rent's up. I don't know what you can find that's not up. And it's all caused because of these things. One, high energy prices, which is intentional on the part of Biden and Harris. Number two, the regulatory environment. No one walks into a business and says, hey, I hear you have some new regulation you have to comply with. I'll pay you a little bit more money. If you look at what Biden and Harris have done with the regulatory environment, they've made it very difficult for our companies to compete. All it does is raise the cost of them to do business, which they're going to have to pass on to the consumer. Same thing with permitting. If you can't get a permit, or it takes you forever to get a permit, right? You're either going to have shortages, all right, or you're going to have to spend the money to get the permit. So what they've done, you can see what they've done just in the last 3.5 years. If we continue down this path, it's just going to get worse and worse. You look at mortgage rates; they're around 2% when Trump took office. They're around 7% today. There's nothing that they've done that's been good for a family. I grew up in a poor family. I actually lived in public housing in Illinois, growing up as a kid. If my mom was alive today, she'd have a hard time paying for groceries, hard time paying for gas, hard time paying for the rent. And wages haven't even come close to staying up with this inflation. Her idea of having basically price controls, it's never worked anywhere. This is pure socialism. I want a free market. I want a bottoms-up economy. I want capitalism. That's what Trump stands for. What Harris stands for is what Maduro and Chavez brought to Venezuela. I just did a rally down in Miami of 50,000 people. They rejected it because nobody's in better shape down there unless you're part of the Maduro regime. Everybody has gotten hurt. Socialism is death, destruction, shortages, and that's exactly what will happen if Harris gets elected.
Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Rick. Thank all of you for coming here. We often say when we're up on podium like this, my good friend, I mean, it's true. Rick Scott and I are very good friends in the Senate. I think it's because we come from a private sector background. And that's what I want to emphasize here before we open up to questions, how important that is. When I first got to Washington after having run a manufacturing plant for about 30 years, one of my first insights was how very few people in Washington, D.C., whether we're talking about the bureaucrats in the executive branch, staff members, or members of Congress, had any experience in, which means very little knowledge of, maybe even worse, very little sympathy for the private sector. They look at business, oh, it's easy to be a billionaire. No, it's very hard to run a successful business. It's difficult to think of a product somebody else wants to buy. It's even more difficult to produce that product or service at a cost less than you can sell it for. So business is hard. And to understand that and to have sympathy for it is what is required in governmental leadership. And that's why there's such a stark contrast in terms of the vision that President Trump has for this country versus Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and prior to that, President Biden. They think all the answers come from government. And you can tell right now by what very few proposals that Kamala Harris has put on the table, she doesn't have a clue. I mean, one of the reasons Biden was in such trouble is because he had driven up the cost of living. Most Americans really look at government and think, well, government's there to really defend us, to keep us safe, to make our lives easier, to help those who can't help themselves, to help people help themselves. They're looking for government to help. They're not looking at government to make their lives harder. But that's exactly what Biden-Harris has done. That's exactly what Harris and Walz would do. Make our lives worse and more difficult to live because they think they're so smart. They think they can actually set prices and not have that blow up in their faces, be a total disaster. I just read an article, Venezuela's agriculture economy is ready to collapse under the socialistic governance of Maduro. Venezuelans voted themselves into poverty. It's important to understand that. It was a successful economy a couple decades ago. Venezuelans voted themselves into poverty, and that's what this election's about. Are we going to take America off the path of destruction that Biden-Harris have put us on? Are we going to re-embrace the things that made this country great? Freedom, a free market capitalist system with a reasonable level of regulation, a reasonable amount of taxation? Are we going to elect somebody who understands how difficult business is? And the role of the president is to make life easier for American citizens. That's really the question. I think it is noteworthy that President Trump is unveiling his energy policy. It just shows you right there that he has the insight, as Senator Scott talked about. Energy impacts the price of every good and service in this country. And when you artificially drive the cost of energy up by a war on fossil fuel, you're making life more difficult for Americans. So again, the difference could not be clearer. And what I'm calling on the American press, who unfortunately gave President Biden a free pass on his open border, allowed him to win the presidency campaigning from his basement, and now for 30 days have pretty well let Vice President Harris go without answering any questions. The American people need to understand what she is proposing. They need to understand how destructive these proposals would be: additional massive deficit spending, price controls. They need to understand these things, how Medicare for all means the end to private insurance. Remember, President Obama, if you like your health care plan, you can keep it. That was the 2013 lie of the year. And Kamala Harris wants to do away with private insurance totally. So the mainstream media, the legacy media, the corporate media, you better start asking questions, because the American public deserve answers from Vice President Kamala Harris. With that, we'll take some questions.
If everybody would identify themselves and their outlet when called on, that would be helpful.
Zach Wise with the National Journal. The Wall Street Journal, different journal, reported in July that the policies under Trump would actually cause more inflation than the policies under Biden, and you've said the policies won't change between Biden and Harris, and we can pretty much assure of that. What do you make of that? This is from the Wall Street Journal, and they're citing many economists.
Let's look at the numbers. Trump was in office. Where was inflation? It was way under 2%. Gas prices were $1.87 when we left office. Let's look under Biden and Harris. I mean, you can look at all these numbers. I mean, it's as simple as that. Do you have a choice? You can look at we have two people that have a track record. And who are you going to pick? I'm going to pick the business guy that understands that you've got to get the economy going again, that you've got to get energy prices down. You can't have higher regulatory environment, higher taxes, higher fees, higher permitting, higher everything, and think prices are going to come down. It's pretty simple to me.
And I would think the premise of that study was the tariffs that President Trump is proposing, and those tariffs are meant to discipline China. I mean, we ought to be concerned about the fact that President Biden was compromised on China, so he ended a very successful program, the China Initiative, to try and stop China from stealing intellectual property on college campuses. That's what President Biden did. Now, fast forward to Governor Walz, who seems also pretty compromised by his relationship with China, and Vice President Harris would be equally soft on China. So we need to understand that one of the reasons we lost manufacturing jobs, one of the issues we have with our economy, is because of China's misbehavior, the fact that they're not following the global rules. So that you've got to do something. I think President Trump would agree with me. It would be nice to have a tariff-free world, but that's not the situation we live in. So again, I would just reject that study. I think tariffs are going to be necessary to do something to discipline China.
And to get American jobs.
We are just listening in there as the Trump campaign is speaking in Chicago as the Democratic National Convention is kicking off tonight. We all are also expected to hear from Senator J.D. Vance around 1 o'clock today. He's speaking in Philadelphia. Trump set to speak tonight as well in York, Pennsylvania, the battleground state there. We will bring that to you here live on Unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you right back to that briefing. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name's Christy Matino. Thanks for being with us here today. Going to take you out to Chicago right now, as this is our top story today. The Democratic National Convention kicking off there in just a little bit. Before the break, we were listening to the Trump campaign as they were speaking in Chicago ahead of the DNC. We are going to turn back to that right now and listen in.
If everybody would identify themselves and their outlet when called on, that would be helpful. Good.
Zach Wise with the National Journal. The Wall Street Journal, different journal, reported in July that that the policies under Trump would actually cause more inflation than the policies under Biden, and you've said the policies won't change between Biden and Harris, and we can pretty much assure of that. What do you make of that? This is from the Wall Street Journal, and they're citing many economists.
Let's look at the numbers. Trump was in office. Where was inflation? It was way under 2%. Gas prices were $1.87 when he left office. Let's look under Biden and Harris. I mean, you can look at all these numbers. I mean, it's as simple as that. Do you have a choice? You can look at we have two people that have a track record. And who are you going to pick? I'm going to pick the business guy that understands that you've got to get the economy going again, that you've got to get energy prices down. You can't have higher regulatory environment, higher taxes, higher fees, higher permitting, higher everything, and think prices are going to come down. It's pretty simple to me.
And I would think the premise of that study was the tariffs that President Trump is proposing, and those tariffs are meant to discipline China. I mean, we ought to be concerned about the fact that President Biden was compromised on China, so he ended a very successful program, the China Initiative, to try and stop China from stealing intellectual property on college campuses. That's what President Biden did. Now, fast forward to Governor Walz, who seems also pretty compromised by his relationship with China, and Vice President Harris would be equally soft on China. So we need to understand that one of the reasons we lost manufacturing jobs, one of the issues we have with our economy is because of China's misbehavior, the fact that they're not following the global rules. So that you've got to do something. I think President Trump would agree with me. It would be nice to have a tariff-free world, but that's not the situation we live in. So again, I would just reject that study. I think tariffs are going to be necessary to do something to discipline China.
And to get American jobs back. I mean, first off, look at what's happened to the middle income in this country, our middle class in this country. It's been devastated by what China's done. China lies and cheats and steals about everything. They don't comply with anything at all. They don't comply with trade agreements. They don't comply with the WTO. And guess what's happened? We lose jobs.
Both of you, I'd like to hear from you, especially this week. What would you like, Matt Smith from the Senate in Milwaukee, apologies. What would you like to hear from President Trump specifically this week on the campaign trail? Is he focusing enough on policy?
Absolutely. I mean, it's clear. I mean, he's put out exactly what he will do. She won't even do an interview. Okay, because one, whatever she puts out has been a disaster. And number two, she can't answer any questions.
How did I win Wisconsin?
How does Trump win?
Oh, I would say ground game. He's going to need a little assistance from a media that's a lot more honest and unbiased. I mean, let's be honest about this. I mean, as much as I doubted that Biden would be their nominee, I would always say whoever they were going to replace him with would be immediately put up on a pedestal and crowned the new Messiah. I mean, so I made that prediction, but even I have found it breathtaking the extent the legacy corporate media have done exactly that. Not held her accountable, not asked her tough questions, not demanded. I mean, she did not get one vote in the primary. This is a coup. They're going to formally kick the president to the side of the road tonight. Their coup is complete. And their nominee will be somebody who didn't get one vote in the primary. And they call this defending democracy. The minimum the media needs to do is start asking her questions so the American public understands this is what you're going to get if you vote for Vice President Harris for president.
Again, we were just listening in there to the Trump campaign as they are hosting a briefing ahead of the Democratic National Convention starting tonight. We are going to pivot right back to that. We just have to sneak in one more 2-minute break, so stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. Your time now 12:56 on the East Coast, 9:56 on the West Coast. Thanks for being with us here on this very busy news day as the DNC does kick off tonight. We did want to do a quick programming note for you here. You can follow us on Live Now from Fox for live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage. Just as we did with the RNC, we are going to be bringing these speeches to you in full with no commercial breaks so you can listen and decide for yourself. Did also want to pop up one more programming note here. This is our TikTok. We are trying to be a little more active there for you where you can stream us as well. So you can scan this QR code above right now if you'd like to follow us on TikTok, or you can head to the app and type in LiveNOW FOX. We will be posting there, streaming, and giving you all the latest updates on breaking news as it happens. Before the break, we were listening into the Trump campaign as they are speaking in Chicago ahead of the DNC. We are also waiting for Senator J.D. Vance to speak in Pennsylvania. That shot has not popped up yet, but as soon as we get it, we will bring it to you. So we are going to head back to the Trump briefing now and listen in.
It's not based on the ideas of one candidate versus the other. It's, again, the legacy of the corporate media is just not asking her the tough questions and fleshing out exactly what her beliefs are.
I would just add, you know, polling has done exactly what we predicted it would. If you look back at Tony Fabrizio, the campaign's pollster, predicted weeks ago when Harris had been anointed that we would see a honeymoon period, it would drive up numbers, and then there'd be a plateau. We believe internally, based on the data, that the plateau is reached. Obviously, the 4-day infomercial has begun, and we think on the other side of that, essentially the race is where it was expected to be, and now we get to the business of having a campaign. Yeah.
Thanks. Frank Ordonez with NPR. Senator Scott, Senator Johnson, can you talk about kind of like your role in Chicago, why it's important for you to be here? Obviously, you're among some very high-profile surrogates. Why is it important for you to be here in Chicago for the during the DNC?
Sure. First, I want Trump to win. It's better for my family. It's better for my state. It's better for everybody in this country. That's number one. I'm here to help Donald Trump win. And I'm here with Ron Johnson, two business guys that know the difference between the two. And then I brought in the experience as a governor. I can tell you, if you want to kill an economy, do what Harris is talking about doing. Raise the taxes, raise the fees, make it more difficult to have a new regulation for everything, make it more difficult to get a permit, and raise energy prices. You do all that, the economy's going to continue to go down the path that's gone down with Biden. You're going to have higher and higher and higher inflation. You're going to have less opportunity. And look at the numbers. We're not adding full-time jobs in this country. We're adding part-time jobs in this country. I mean, the Biden economy is a horrible economy.
Sorry to interrupt that. We actually did see Senator J.D. Vance stepping up to the podium in Philadelphia right now to speak. So we are going to head over to that event and listen in.
Even despite that, Kamala Harris is running from them. And I think a little bit like a campaign really is an extended job interview with the American people, right? So this is a person who is asking you, the American people, for a promotion to President of the United States, but she refuses to sit down for an interview, even with the extremely friendly media. Now, is that a person that we should reward with a promotion? No, I don't think that it is. And I think that if you're terrified to sit in front of completely sympathetic, biased media, then how can the American people ever trust you to sit in a room with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or the leaders of the world that the president has to deal with? Now, let's just take stock. Let's take stock of the Trump record, not just the vision, because Donald Trump isn't just going out there making promises about what he wants to do. My friends, he already did it. And didn't we have a hell of an economy when Donald Trump was president? Here's what we're going to do. We are, first of all, going to unleash Pennsylvania energy workers. We are going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to stop buying energy from tin-pot dictators all over the world who hate this country. We're going to start buying it from our own land, from our own people, from our own workers, and that's going to start on day one of the Trump presidency. And when we do that, my friends, we're going to bring down energy costs, not just for American families and American consumers. We're going to bring it down for American manufacturers and American businesses like Dyson, where we're sitting right now. Now, these guys, I mean, Kamala Harris talks about how she wants to stand for the little guy, and yet her energy policies have driven up the cost of energy and food for everyday citizens. She says that she wants to bring American manufacturing back to this country. Well, Kamala, if you really, really want to bring American manufacturing back to this country, might I suggest you vote for Donald J. Trump. Get out of this race and bring back a president who knows how to do it. Remember, when Trump was president, when he became president for 16 years, this country had lost 60,000 factories. That was the record before he became president. He becomes president over 4 years. We had 12,000 factories. Undid a lot of the damage, and he's going to undo a lot more of it if we give him another 4-year term. Are we going to do that? Absolutely we are. We have got to stop the Chinese and everybody else from undercutting the wages of American workers. If you want access to American markets, you ought to deal fairly with the American working people, union and non-union alike. We are going to stop the Chinese from building their middle class on the back of the American middle class, aren't we? We're going to unleash American energy, which drives down the cost of manufacturing and also makes it possible for a lot of poor families to heat their home this winter. The thing that bothers me so much about Kamala Harris's policies is that real people suffer when she refuses to do her job. Real people. Ladies and gentlemen, I grew up in a poor family. I remember talking with my mamaw during very cold winter nights about how low could we turn the heater and still be able to live comfortably in our house that night. That's the conversation that American families have every single day when you have a vice president like Kamala Harris who's raising energy prices instead of lowering energy prices. It is a disgrace. I think whether you're rich or poor, if you work hard and play by the rules in this country, you ought to be able to afford to heat your home on a cold winter night. Ain't that right? I think if you work hard and play by the rules, whether you went to college or didn't go to college, you ought to be able to work in a job that respects your dignity and pays you a good wage. And I believe whether you're the owner of a company like Dysorm or a worker in a company like this, you ought to have a president who stands up for your business and your job instead of a Vice President Kamala Harris who's been trying to tear all that stuff down. So here is the Trump plan. Again, it's very simple, and it's not just a plan because he already did it. Number one, we're going to stop the reckless spending that you've seen from the Kamala Harris administration, give more Americans more of their hard-earned money, and stop this affordability crisis. We're going to cancel these ridiculous regulations that make it hard to manufacture and build things in the United States of America. Just today, I read about a power plant regulation coming from the Kamala Harris administration that would shut down a ton of American power plants. Who's going to benefit from that? The Chinese. Now, they say they care about our environment, but if you're manufacturing more and more in China, the dirtiest economy in the world, you're not benefiting the environment, you're not benefiting American workers, you're maybe benefiting Kamala Harris's donors, but you're not benefiting the American people. We're going to unleash American energy, make this country energy dominant again. Donald Trump already did it. We're just going to do it one more time. Now, I want to bring the press up here to take a few questions, but before I do that, I just want to offer a few observations and a few remarks on the state of this campaign. Number one, I already said this, but I'm going to repeat it for our friends in the back. It is disgraceful that Kamala Harris pretends to run for the presidency of the United States, but she refuses to stand before the American people without a teleprompter standing between them. Kamala, what are you so afraid of? The American people are good and kind, even if they don't like your politics. Why don't you get out and talk to them? If you want to be the people's president, you ought to be willing to stand before the people and answer a few tough questions. I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Now, speaking of, she has got quite the running mate, this guy Tim Walz, who... Tim Walz, I swear, before the end of the campaign, Tim Walz is going to be talking about how he was carrying an M16 through the jungles of Vietnam. But this guy, everything that comes out of his mouth about his military service is at least 25% a lie. You know, it occurred to me, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat, even though he says he carried a weapon in war, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat is when he let rioters burn Minneapolis to the ground a few years ago, right? But he acts like such a tough guy, my friends. I don't know if you saw this, but Tim Walz said that he would debate me anytime, anywhere. So he threw out October 1st, a debate moderated by CBS, which I'm sure is going to be in the tank for the Democrats, but who cares? Because I respect the American people to go before hostile media. But when he says he'll debate anytime, anywhere, he apparently didn't mean in mid-September, because I offered him a debate in front of CNN, not exactly friends of me and Donald Trump. And you know what Tim Walz said? No thanks. Because they are hiding from the American people. My message to Kamala and Tim Walz, but especially to the American people, is the American people deserve to be led by somebody who is willing to get out there and talk to people. Kamala and Tim, stop hiding in the basement, get out there and campaign. We'd all appreciate it quite a bit. Now, like I said, I'm going to bring up a couple of these great business leaders, but before we do, I'd like to answer some questions from primarily local Philadelphia press. We've got to get out of here and go get a cheesesteak. We're going to go get a cheesesteak after this, right? We are in Philly. But any recommendations? Okay, all right, okay. Steve's has got some partisans over here. But let me say, let me ask the local media here. If you're from the local media, raise your hand first. And then I'd like to answer a few of your questions, and if we got time afterwards, we'll get to the national folks. It's very bright, so it's hard to see all, but ma'am, I believe in a black shirt. Yes. Here we go.
Rosemary Connors from NBC Philadelphia. Senator Vance, what's your message to Pennsylvania voters on abortion? Has your opinion changed? Do you think there should be a national ban? Or should it be left up to the states?
Look, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Look, first of all, I think it's important to be honest about what Donald Trump and I are focused on here. And what Donald Trump and I are focused on is making the American dream affordable again for Pennsylvania families. That is what we're focused on. Look, on the abortion question in particular, what President Trump has said has been very direct. And I think honestly, he's tried to find some common ground in this country that has been divided by this question for 50 years. He said, look, Pennsylvania is going to want to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, which is going to want to have a different policy from California. Let the states decide. Let the people in those states decide. And I think it's important to point out just how different Donald Trump's common sense approach is from our opposition. Because these guys are talking about taxpayer-funded abortions up until the moment of birth. That is sick stuff. Whether you're pro-choice or pro-life, I think we can all agree that we do not need to have American taxpayers paying for abortion at 33 weeks of pregnancy. It's gross. And the final point that I'd say on this is President Trump and I believe very, very deeply that we want Americans to feel like they can afford to have families again. The biggest problem that we have in this country, you talk to young women who have a pregnancy, especially an unexpected pregnancy, and a lot of them feel like they don't have options because how are you going to feed a baby in today's economy? How are you going to house a baby with rent where they are? We want to make American family life affordable again, and I think that's the best way to promote a culture of life in this country. Thank you all. Again, look the PA reporters first, ma'am.
Hi there, Aaliyah Schneider, the Philly Inquirer. How often can we expect you to be in Pennsylvania, and where are you getting your cheesesteak and why?
Well, I'm going to be in Pennsylvania as much as you find people will have me. How does that sound, all right? Look, Pennsylvania is an incredibly important state to me and President Trump. It is a state with a proud energy tradition, a proud manufacturing tradition. We believe that if we make more stuff in America, Pennsylvania workers and Pennsylvania families are going to benefit. So we're going to be here a lot, taking our message to the whole state, because who wants to make more stuff in the United States of America? Who wants to build more factories in the United States of America? Who wants to rely on American workers and not on Chinese workers right here in the state of Pennsylvania? This is a very, very important state for us. Ladies right here.
JD, Linda Stein, Delaware Valley Journal. What is your position and President Trump's position on Israel and the Gaza war?
Well, look, our position is pretty simple. It's that the best thing for Israel and the best thing for the United States is for this war to be over as quickly as possible and for Hamas to be destroyed in the process. And Linda, what I don't understand is you have Kamala Harris who says that she's really concerned about civilian casualties. Well, I'm very concerned about civilian casualties too. But if you're concerned about civilian casualties, you want the war to be over as quickly as possible, and you want to destroy Hamas's ability to fight. She's pursuing policies that are doing exactly the opposite. Prolonging the war as long as possible and not allowing Israel to finish the job against Hamas. It's the worst of all possible worlds. Donald Trump is going to return strength to the American foreign policy scene. Just one more observation about this. This is especially to anybody watching who is skeptical of Donald Trump, who remembers when the American media said that Donald Trump was going to start a nuclear war. Did anybody notice that the country and the world were at greater peace under the presidency of Donald Trump than anybody, Democrat or Republican, who came before? It's kind of amazing, actually, because I remember when all of you, meaning the media, all the media said that this guy was going to start World War III. We are on the brink of World War III thanks to Kamala Harris's leadership. We're going to get strong American leadership back in there to bring a little bit of calm back to the world. Pennsylvania? I love this. Who is this guy? We need to bring him on the plane with us.
Senator?
Yes, sir.
On July 21st, Donald Trump was ahead of Joe Biden by 4.5% in an average of polls in Pennsylvania. Today, it's a statistical tie between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. One, do you believe the polls? And two, if you do, how do you get that ground back?
Well, look, I don't believe the polls when they say that we're up. I don't believe the polls that say that we're tied. I don't believe the polls that say that we're down. Our job is to win the trust of the American voters, not public opinion polls. I think, look, what I think, and I saw this in my own race for the Senate, I remember when all the public opinion polls in August said that I was going to lose my race for the United States Senate, and then I won in a pretty convincing fashion just a couple of months later. I believe that the media puts out these polls knowing that it's going to depress turnout, and it's going to make the conversation about the polls. Who cares what the polls say, whether they say we're up or we're down? What I care about is that Americans can't afford groceries. That's why we're running, and that's the problem that we're going to fix, and that's why Donald Trump, I believe, is going to win the state of Pennsylvania. He's going to win the whole country.
John Cole, Pennsylvania Capital Star, based in Philadelphia. As you talk about the economy, what does the Trump-Vance ticket believe the federal minimum wage should be? If Trump gets a second term, would he support raising it, or should it stay the same? And is there a specific number that he would support it at?
Well, look, President Trump believes very strongly that the best way to promote raising Americans' wages is with tight labor markets. When an employer has got to pay a good wage to attract the right people, and you know the way that you destroy, whether you have a higher minimum wage or a lower minimum wage, the way to destroy the wages of American workers is to import 20 million illegal aliens and let them stay here with work visas. Kamala Harris's entire economic approach is to pursue policies that destroy the wages of workers, that raise the cost of goods, and then to say, well, don't remember that I've been vice president for 1,300 days, but when I get out there somehow, I'm going to wave my magic wand and fix all the problems that I caused. Nobody believes that Kamala Harris can do that. And why do we have, I'll tell you, y'all may not pay as close attention to this as I do, but when you look at, there's this chart out there, and it tracks the wages of American workers against the size of government and corporate profits. And what was happening is that for a very long time, corporate profits were doing just fine, and government was getting bigger and bigger. But you know who was really struggling? The wages of American workers. And then there's this thing that happens where the wages of American workers sort of shoot straight up. And you know what happened? Was Donald J. Trump became president. Because when you have companies that have to hire American and have to buy American, that lifts up all American workers. I don't care if you set if you set the federal minimum wage, whatever you want to set it at, call it $30 an hour, and you let in 25 million illegal aliens, nobody is going to make $30 an hour because the illegal aliens are going to undercut the wages of American workers. You want to raise wages, build more in America, buy more in America, and send the illegal aliens home, and that's exactly what Donald Trump and I are going to do. I'll take one more question, and then I'd like to bring up a couple business leaders. Ma'am, maybe right here in the front.
Nikki Dementri with CBS Philadelphia. Senator Vance, you've been in Philadelphia twice in about 2 weeks. This is a city, though, that is run by the Democratic Party, has been for quite a while. Why do you feel this city is so important for the campaign, and can you win it come November?
I think we absolutely can win it. We're going to win the whole state of Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia, what? voters in Philadelphia and across the whole state a very simple question. Has your life been better off under Democrat leadership? Have your communities gotten safer under Democrat leadership? Have your wages kept up with affordability under Democrat leadership? And because the answer is no, I think that Americans, Pennsylvanians, and the citizens of this city are ready for a change. They're ready for the presidency of Donald J. Trump. All righty. Now on the topic of Americans being ready for a change, I want to call up a couple business leaders who have built great businesses right here in Philadelphia. And I want to start with the leader of Dysor, where of course we're sitting right now. Ted, come on up here. Give a round of applause for Ted.
Thank you very much, Senator Vance, future Vice President Vance. It's an honor to have you here with us today. I got to tell you, quite honestly, I didn't know a lot about Senator Vance until he was nominated for Vice President. I've come to learn quite a bit, and I'm beyond impressed. He's the guy we need, along with Donald J. Trump, to lead this country the next 4 years. On a personal note, because we're both former enlisted military, I thought I was doing okay myself, but this guy here is blowing me away. So it's very impressive, sir. Thank you again for coming.
Ted, I appreciate the kind words and appreciate this great company that you built. I now want to call up, and Sam, don't be mad at me if I screw up your last name here, but Sam Theavanayagam. I got it? Okay. I hear people just call him Sam T. So Sam T, come up here and say a few words. Give a round of applause for Sam T.
I said to you earlier that what separates me and Senator Vance was butter chicken. Because his wife is vegetarian and of Indian descent. I am of Indian descent. So Senator Vance actually split the script by doing exactly opposite to what I did. But it's interesting that in the last 4 years, I serve as a defense contractor. In the last 4 years, there's been a huge erosion of the Department of Defense, the defense industrial base that actually supports the DoD. And that is a huge issue. With peer threats like China and Russia, we're going to have a huge problem at our hands, and manufacturing is the way forward. Workforce development and making sure that we are investing in our people so that we can increase capability, increase capacity, increase competency, and oh, by the way, we will be confident doing that. The two words that separate me and him was butter chicken. By the end of the year, that it'll be down to 2 letters. PP. All the best, sir.
All right. And said it better than I could on that note. Thank you all. God bless you. Let's go elect Donald J. Trump in November. Thank you for having us.
That was a rally there. Trump's vice presidential pick, Senator J.D. Vance, speaking in Philadelphia. Trump is also set to speak in York, Pennsylvania, just a little bit later tonight. And of course, we will bring that to you uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a lot more news to get to. Other live events, State Secretary Antony Blinken giving an Israel update right now. That's ahead in just 2 minutes. I hope you stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are turning to the Middle East now as the conflict there continues to grow, and officials are working to find a ceasefire deal. They are in talks today, and State Secretary Antony Blinken actually just gave an update moments ago. So we are going to pivot to there and listen in.
9th trip to the region since October 7th. And President Biden asked me to come back on this trip with two main goals in mind. The first is to reaffirm the commitment of the United States to Israel's security. That's a commitment that we put into practice virtually every day since October 7th, including when Israel was attacked directly by Iran back in April. In recent weeks, given the heightened tensions, we have deployed additional assets to the region. The purpose of the deployment of these assets is not to provoke aggression, but rather to deter it, to make sure that it doesn't happen, but also to make clear that if it does, we are fully prepared to defend Israel. We've coupled this effort with an intense diplomatic campaign, virtually a global diplomatic campaign, working with countries around the world to send the message strongly to every concerned party not to take any steps that would escalate tensions, that would risk provoking a wider conflict. And this, too, has been something we've been working on from day one since October 7th. It's been one of our primary objectives to prevent the conflict from escalating, from spreading in other places. And so this coupling of our military commitments, our security commitments, with an intense diplomatic campaign is something that I'm pursuing on this trip, again, with the intent of making sure that we deter further conflict, but that we're also clearly prepared to defend against it if it comes. But what's most crucial now is that everyone refrain from taking any actions that could fuel further conflict, escalate tensions, and result in the spreading of violence and conflict. Second purpose was to further the intense efforts we're engaged in across our government to bring an agreement for a ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages across the finish line. That is the single best way, obviously, to get hostages home, to get an enduring ceasefire that also reflects Israel's security interests, to relieve the terrible daily suffering of Gazans, men, women, and children, desperate for food to eat, for shelter, and for staying out of harm's way. Back in May, President Biden put before the world a detailed proposed agreement on a ceasefire and the release of hostages. And the entire world rallied behind it. Country after country came out in support of that agreement. The United Nations Security Council voted 14-0 in support of the agreement, and the heart of it is incorporated into a UN Security Council resolution. Just last week, the President put forward a proposal with Qatar and with Egypt to try to bridge the gaps that remain between the parties so that we could get agreement to what the President put out there a couple of months ago. In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal, that he supports it. It's now incumbent on Hamas to do the same. And then the parties, with the help of the mediators, the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, have to come together and complete the process of reaching clear understandings about how they'll implement the commitments that they've made under this agreement. But the next important step is for Hamas to say yes, and then in the coming days for all of the expert negotiators to get together to work on clear understandings on implementing the agreement. These are still complex issues, and they're going to require hard decisions by the leaders. Ultimately, it comes down to those decisions, but there is, I think, a real sense of urgency here across the region on the need to get this over the finish line and to do it as soon as possible. The United States is deeply committed to getting this job done, to getting it done now. From here, I'm going on to Egypt and Qatar These are our two critical partners in this effort to get the ceasefire agreement over the finish line, to get the hostages home, to put everyone on a better path to lasting peace and security. And so I look forward to consulting with President Sisi, with the Emir, Sheikh Tamim, with other critical colleagues in both countries on the immediate steps ahead, and in particular, what needs to be done to ensure that Hamas comes along, agrees to the bridging proposal, and that everyone then works on finalizing a clear understanding of their commitments to implement the agreement. That's where we are, and again, I just say that for us, for President Biden, there's a deep sense of urgency in getting this done. And I also hear that throughout this country as well as throughout the region. It's the single best way not only to get the hostages home, to ease the suffering of people in Gaza, it's also the best way to make sure that conflict doesn't spread, that we don't see escalation, that we can actually diffuse some of the pressure points that we see throughout the region, and then open prospects for trying to build a more enduring peace and security for everyone throughout the Middle East. Happy to take some questions.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Just a few questions with the new information that you've just given us about Prime Minister Netanyahu accepting the bridging proposal. I just want to be very clear. There has been a long-standing disagreement between Hamas and Israel about permanent ceasefire versus temporary ceasefire. Could you confirm if Prime Minister has accepted the permanent ceasefire, which was what Hamas wanted? Did the Prime Minister assure you that Israel is not going to add further demands to the current framework in the coming days? And are you more hopeful now after having this meeting with him? And one final thing, in your comments this morning, you said you referred to this latest round of talks maybe the last opportunity for a deal. Why did you say that now? Does that mean if this one fails, the United States is going to give up on the ceasefire talks? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, first, to take the last part of the question first, no, we're never giving up. But what we know is this: with every passing day that there's not an agreement, two things can happen. One is, of course, more hostages can perish. And second, intervening events come along that may make things even more difficult, if not impossible. And we've experienced that throughout this process. So there's the fierce urgency of now. That's what I think we're all feeling, and we do see this as the best opportunity to finally get this over the finish line. We'll never give up on it, but the challenge is, the longer this goes on, the more, again, hostages will suffer and possibly perish, and the more other things happen that could make things impossible. So that's why we're so intensely focused on getting this done and getting it done now. On the first part of the question, the bridging proposal that Prime Minister Netanyahu has accepted, and we look to Hamas to accept, reflects what is in the ceasefire agreement that President Biden put before the world back in May. That's incorporated into a UN Security Council resolution, and that makes clear that this process will proceed in phases. A first initial ceasefire over the course of 6 weeks, in which hostages are released, prisoners are exchanged, and negotiations commence on the conditions necessary for an enduring ceasefire. That's what the deal says. That's what's reflected in what was put before the world, and the world endorsed, the Security Council endorsed, and the bridging proposal was to try to close some gaps or to clarify different parts of this agreement that needed clarification. Now, what the challenge is, besides Hamas agreeing to the bridging proposal, is to make sure that there are clear understandings on how the different parties are going to make good on their commitments, how they're actually going to implement this agreement. And that's what is so necessary, and I don't want to at all minimize the challenge. These are complex issues, but that's also why we have expert negotiators who are working on this. I should have mentioned as well, Prime Minister Netanyahu committed to sending his senior expert team back to either Doha or to Egypt to try to complete this process. But we look to Hamas, first and foremost, to get behind the bridging proposal, and then to join everyone in trying to get a clear understanding on how the commitments will be implemented.
Thank you. Secretary Blinken, thank you. Let's talk about Hamas. You've just mentioned them. So you've put the final proposal in Doha on Friday. Israel has accepted this, Hamas has declined. Is there a real way to move forward? What is your message to Hamas? And if I may ask you, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said he insists on an Israeli presence on the Philadelphia corridor. Is it an obstacle to reach an agreement? And what have you told him when you have, both of you met earlier today? Thank you.
So what I would say to Hamas and to its leadership is, if it genuinely cares about the Palestinian people that it purports to somehow represent, then it will say yes to this agreement, and it will work on clear understandings about how to implement it. Because the single, quickest, best, most effective way to relieve the terrible suffering of the Palestinians that was instigated by Hamas's attack on October 7th and the war that ensued is to complete this agreement. So that's really the question. Is Hamas, is its leadership actually looking out for Palestinian children, women and men who are suffering at this very moment in Gaza? And if it is, it will agree. And then we'll work on making sure that there's clarity on all sides about how the agreement will be implemented, how they're going to make good on their commitments. Because not everything is spelled out in detail in the agreement. And I can't comment on specific issues that remain. But as I said, there are questions of implementation and making sure that it's clearly understood what each side will do to carry out its commitments. That's the next step, assuming Hamas agrees to the bridging proposal.
Jenny, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Following up on my colleague's question, yes or no, have you gotten any indications from Hamas since the talks wrapped last week that they recognize the urgency of the deal on the table and that this could be the last chance? And in your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, did you raise the escalating settler violence that we're seeing in the West Bank? The EU has suggested they would be open to sanctioning sitting Israeli officials. Is the U.S. open to doing the same? And then, if I may, I'd be remiss not to talk about the humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza. I know you say a ceasefire is the best way to bring that to an end, but in the time that the war and the negotiations have been going on, officials in the Gaza Strip say 40,000 people have died. Polio has now reemerged. It's been gone for over 2 decades. What is the U.S. prepared to do to ensure that the humanitarian situation is alleviated in the time that the negotiations are still going on?
So let me take the last part first, because I spent some time today on, as I always do, on the humanitarian situation, both specifically, for example, about polio, because we very much share the concern about the possibility of its reemergence, and we've been working on a detailed plan to make sure that those who need to be vaccinated against it can get vaccinated, and we're working with the Israeli government on that, and I believe that we'll be able to move forward with a plan to do that in the coming weeks. It is urgent, it is vital. More broadly, there are very, very important issues that continue to need to be resolved in order for people to get the assistance they desperately need, whether it's food, whether it's medicine, whether it's appropriate shelter, whether it's dealing with things like treating the sewage that's accumulated throughout Gaza and that promotes an acute that presents an acute health hazard. That's an incubator for disease. All of that was very much on my agenda today. I had a detailed discussion with the defense minister, with the head of the military on steps that need to be taken, must be taken, to continue to try to improve the situation for Palestinians in Gaza. Now, again, the quickest way to do that in the most robust way possible would be through the ceasefire, because that opens up much more space to surge assistance into people and then to build something that's genuinely sustainable. But even in the absence of a ceasefire, this is an absolute imperative. In terms of what we've heard from Hamas, so obviously we don't hear directly from Hamas, but both Egypt and Qatar are in contact with Hamas. And look, I don't want to go beyond anything we've already said, except to say that tomorrow, when I see the leaders of both Egypt and Qatar, I'll get the latest from them on what they are hearing, and I can't, speculate on exactly what Hamas's intentions are. We've seen public statements, but we've seen public statements before where that don't fully reflect where Hamas is. As I said, the critical next step is for Hamas to accept the bridging proposal that Israel or Prime Minister Netanyahu has now accepted, and then to engage with everyone else on making sure that we have clear understandings of how each party would actually implement the commitments that it's undertaken in this agreement. So probably more tomorrow after we talk to our friends in Egypt and Qatar. And I'm sorry, there was a third part to the question.
Settler violence, did this come up in your meeting?
Yes, it did. It did. And this has been also something that's been a deep and ongoing concern for us. Violence, intimidation as well of the Palestinian community in the West Bank. There was an incident, as you know, just a few days ago that I think has galvanized attention from the Israeli government, and that is critical. And we look to see action taken to prevent this kind of violence, action taken to hold people who are responsible for it accountable. And we're looking to the government to take the necessary steps to stop the violence and to make sure that there is real deterrence in place so that it doesn't happen again.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was State Secretary Antony Blinken just moments ago in Israel giving a briefing there as these ceasefire talks are still ongoing there to get that war to stop between Israel and Hamas. You did just hear Blinken say there that he will get an update tomorrow on where Hamas stands in all of this. Did want to pop up a quick live image here before we do go to a quick 2-minute break. Just want to show you right there the march on the DNC. Protest has officially begun at the DNC. We are going to head to that after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Your time now 1:45 on the East Coast, 10:45 on the West Coast. Our top story of the day, of course, is the Democratic National Convention, which does kick off a little bit later tonight. But ahead of that, the march on the DNC, they are Israel-Gaza war protesters there. They are starting a press briefing, which is kicking off. It's happening right now. We are going to turn over there and listen in.
Must immediately end the U.S.-funded Israeli genocide on the Palestinian people. Let all humanitarian aid into Gaza. Stop arming Israel. And stop all aid to the racist, settler colonial, terrorist state of Israel. And we will continue to march and show up and show out until we have made all of our demands clear and until we have ended the genocide and achieved total and complete liberation of Palestine and all colonized Arab lands. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Thank you. Help me welcome up my co-MC, Sarah Mahmoud. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. My name is Sarah Mahmoud, and I'm a proud member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We're out here today as we witness the criminal genocide in Gaza continue on for over 300 days. Say shame, shame. A genocide executed by the criminal Zionist government with the full diplomatic cover and financial support from the U.S. imperialist government. Say shame, shame, shame. While public education is under attack, while basic reproductive health care is under attack, while both the Republicans and Democrats clearly serve empire and monopoly capitalist interests, we're out here today from all across this country to make it clear that we say genocide is not welcome here. We make it clear that we will not be casting any ballots for anybody who oversees the genocide, the indiscriminate murder of Palestinian children, families, and futures. We know Palestine will be liberated in our lifetime, and it's because Palestine is a struggle for justice for all people. It's a struggle that connects all of our shared oppression towards our shared liberation. And I'm excited and eager to be out here with you today from Jacksonville, Florida. Let me hear it for all of us out here today. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. One quick announcement, please. The live stream is only available on YouTube, so please go to the YouTube to access the live stream. Our next speaker, Kobe Guillory, is a middle school science teacher in Chicago who grew up in Johannesburg, South Africa. He has been organizing with the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression since 2019 and with the Chicago Teachers Union since 2022.
All right, we are going to head right back to that. We do have to sneak in one quick 2-minute break here, and we will head right back to that protest ahead of the DNC, which kicks off tonight. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Did want to give you a live look inside right now at the United Center there as the DNC is set to kick off just a little bit later tonight with President Joe Biden set to speak and open night one. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to formally accept the nomination a little bit later this week. Chicago has been preparing for the convention as police brace for a potential week of unrest. We've already seen a lot of protests pop up there today. The convention is expected to bring around 50,000 people to the city and many pro-Palestinian protests, as we just said. We actually do have one that we were listening into before the break, and we are going to bring that to you. We do just have to sneak in one more quick 2-minute break. I know we just took one, but to bring you that live continuous coverage of J.D. Vance, as we did earlier, we did have to forego a break. So stay with us. When we come back, lots more live events. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As promised, we are going to head back out to Chicago, where a live event is happening. The March on the DNC officially kicking off. Pro-Gaza war protesters there are giving their introductions, so to speak. So we are going to pivot back to Chicago and listen in.
In Johannesburg, South Africa, he has been organizing with the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression since 2019 and with the Chicago Teachers Union since 2022.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Kobe Guillory. I am one of the co-chairs of the Coalition to March on the DNC. And it is amazing to see so many people from so many different communities out here all saying, not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel's crimes. All throughout this week, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala, Baby Killer Blinken, and hundreds of other war criminals are here in Chicago to celebrate themselves. So I want to ask y'all, after more than 300 days of genocide, what is there to celebrate? Did they fund housing? Did they fund healthcare? Did they fund education? Did they stop the police from killing black people? Have they defended people's rights from right-wing attacks? No. What they've done instead is fund one of the most horrific crimes against humanity that we've ever seen. Everybody say that ain't right. Now, the leading Democrats say a lot of nice words about the communities who helped them get elected. But they prove through their actions that they serve the same corporate interest as the Republicans. So that leaves us with only one option. When Palestine is under attack, what do? When black lives are under attack, what do? When people's rights are under attack, what do? Yo, we have to fight. We have to fight for a better world because these politicians will never, ever give us anything out of the goodness of their hearts. And that's why we have over 270 organizations united in this coalition and ready to fight every day until we destroy this genocidal system. We are here today. We're going to fight to end all USA to Israel. We're going to fight for a people's agenda. And you're going to hear from some of the organizations that are members of this coalition about the work that they do in their communities and how that connects to the Palestinian liberation struggle. Now, those war criminals at the United Center, they think that having bombs and having a row of police makes them powerful. But the power is the thousands of people that are represented right now. So I want to end with one chant. I want y'all to repeat after me. The people united will never be defeated. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. All right, y'all, let's keep fighting. We're going to win.
Give it up for Kobe, y'all. If we can have folks, if you're out in the back, move forward. Let's get as close to the stage as possible. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We're on the freedom side. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We're on the freedom side. Give it up one more time for Kobe. We're going to hear from another amazing Chicago organizer. Nasreen Hassan is a national leader of the United States Palestinian Community Network, USPCN. Yeah, let me hear it. And she is the former co-chair, she was the former member of the Arab American Action Network in Chicago for 6 years. She's been leading as a youth organizer and has an MA in social work from the University of Illinois, Chicago, Jane Addams School of Social Work. Give it up for Nasreen.
Hey, Dems, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. We charge you with genocide. Hello, everyone. My name is Nasreen. I am a proud Palestinian and an organizer with the U.S. Palestinian Community Network. I am honored to be speaking here at this march in a town that's a union town, a town that's an anti-war town, a town home to the largest Palestinian population in the U.S. That town is Chicago. It's Chi-Town. And I just want to say, even though us as Palestinians, we have been grieving for the past 10 months, we have never been more proud to be Palestinian. We are here from all our coalition movements: labor, immigrant rights, LGBTQIA, reproductive rights, education, fighting against police crimes, disability rights, and most in the center, the Palestine anti-war movement. The Palestinians of Gaza are trying to survive a genocide, and the administration that supplies and gives Israel the green light to murder our people is having a celebration in our city. The Biden administration and Democrats have ignored our calls for an end to this genocide, claiming harassment when anyone confronts them about supporting the mass murder of Palestinians. For example, Speaker Pelosi made ridiculous claims that Chinese and Russian governments were paying Palestinians to protest her support for the genocide. For months, we have seen horrific photos and videos coming out of Gaza from elders in wheelchairs being displaced for the third time in their lives, to children being blown apart, to Palestinians being held captive and tortured, to schools, mosques, and churches and homes being blown up. The Democrats, along with the Republicans, have created an environment that is vilifying our students, sending militarized police to harm them for calling on divestment from Israel. They are using political and state repression to intimidate activists for calling a war to end the genocide. They have FBI visits and law enforcement harassing our communities to stoke fear. They have reignited racist tropes towards Palestinians and Arabs. Those racist tropes were the motivator for an adult to stab a 60-year-old with the El-Fayoum over 28 times until he was killed. This was outside of Chicago. Today, shame. Today at the DNC, the keynote speaker is no other than Genocide Joe, whose administration gave unlimited bombs and bullets to Israel and gave Israel in addition $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Israel does the bombing. Israel pulls the trigger, gleefully carrying out this genocide. But the U.S. is paying for it. Genocide Joe in 2020 tried to scare us with the threat that Trump would cut UNRWA, while his administration suspended UNRWA funding since October. The politicians in this convention are telling you that Palestine should not be your issue. When U.S. police departments get trained by Israeli occupation forces and bring those military tactics back to kill Black and brown communities, Palestine is your issue. When our tax dollars are being used to kill doctors, nurses, and paramedics, Palestine is your issue. When the IOF blows up universities in Gaza and kills 15,000 children that will never return to school and refuses to fund education here, Palestine is your issue. I want to add that there are people who are upset that we're criticizing and holding the Democrats accountable, that somehow we are giving power to Trump. We recognize Trump and Project 2025 are dangerous. We know the dangers of his administration and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's racist rhetoric and colonial ambitions to further colonize Palestine. We know Jared was honored by the anti-Black, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Anti-Defamation League, ADL. The ADL had him as a speaker at the convention. So that's why we marched on the DNC. In closing, this incredible mobilization is here because of all of you and your solidarity. And we will end Zionism. We will return back home. And we will continue to resist occupation and colonialism. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever.
Again, we were just listening there as the march on the DNC kicks off. Those pro-Gaza protesters sharing there why they are marching and detailing what is to come the next few days for the Democratic National Convention. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to head back live to that as well. We got a lot of live events going on today. We hope you stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue our coverage of the Democratic National Convention today, and we do have a quick programming note for you here. We hope you turn to Live Now from Fox for your live, unfiltered and uninterrupted coverage. As you just heard Senator J.D. Vance speaking about an hour or so ago, you'll notice we didn't take any commercial breaks. We like to bring that to you in complete coverage so you can listen for yourself and make those educated assumptions for yourself on who you want to vote for this November. We also did want to turn really quickly here to our TikTok. We are trying to get more followers on TikTok, trying to rev up content for you there as well. So we do hope you'll follow us there. You can scan that QR code on your screen there, or you can head to the TikTok app and follow us at Live Now from Fox. We did want to turn back to our coverage of the DNC, giving you a live look right now there inside the United Center in Chicago as preparations are in full swing. Before the break there, we were listening into a press conference from the March on the DNC, those pro-Gaza protesters, as we expect a lot of protests to be happening over the next few days at the DNC. Let's turn back there and listen in.
NARPR fights across the U.S. against police crimes and for community control of the police. A revolutionary for over 60 years, he is one of the leading black liberation organizers in the U.S. and has published 2 books, his memoir, The Damn Don't Cry, Pages from the Life of a Black Prisoner and Organizer, and Marxist-Leninist Perspectives on Black Liberation and Socialism.
All power to the people. I said all power to the people. Welcome to Chicago. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say for a couple of days. In fact, I woke up at around 2 o'clock this morning thinking about what I was going to say. And these particular words came to mind. In the whole entire history of the world, there's never been a moment like this, a moment so packed with the horrors of genocide, a catastrophic moment for sure. yet also a moment of unspeakable resistance of the Palestinian people to free their land from the scourge of settler colonialism. That's why we're here today. We're here today, among other things, to declare our unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. And so nobody misunderstands what I mean by that, let me just quickly say, we want Palestine to win. Also, I'm here today to denounce the criminal, outlaw government that's in Washington, D.C. right now. Because when you support, correct me if I'm wrong, did Netanyahu just address a joint session of Congress? An international war criminal just addressed a joint session of Congress. So we know what side they're on. We know what side they're on. And we are clear about what side we're on. We say end the genocide now, stop all aid to Israel, and we're going to keep on fighting back until we get what we want, because you may not get all you fight for, but you got to fight for all you get. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Long live the Palestinian Revolution.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. End the occupation now. End the occupation now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. Awesome, y'all. We're going to hear from another phenomenal speaker. Give it up for Andrew Josephchak, who is one of the founding members of the Anti-War Action Network, which has led multiple national days of action in solidarity with Palestine and across the globe. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! The Anti-War Action Network is so proud to be marching here on the DNC today, shoulder to shoulder with all of you. We've brought folks here today from Minneapolis, from Milwaukee, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville, Portland, New Orleans, and Tucson, all to be part of this critically important national protest. And the Democratic Party, when they ousted Genocide Joe, they thought we wouldn't be here today. They hoped we wouldn't be here today. And well, his ouster was a victory that I think we should claim. It is not enough. We want an end to the genocide, not just new leadership of a genocide. We need to end weapon sales to Israel, and we are not going to get it if we just line up behind Kamala. We will only get what we demand if we keep demanding it, if we refuse to be silent during a genocide. And lately, I've been frequently asked, and I assume many of you have been too, why I'm here protesting Harris today, when I stand for trans rights, when I stand for reproductive rights, when I stand for climate justice. But the reality is, we deserve candidates who will stand up for progressive policies like reproductive rights, like immigrant rights, like labor rights, like fighting against climate change, and who will end the genocide in Gaza. We should not have to choose whose lives we value in an election. And taking a stand against genocide should not be treated like a fringe issue. And we are going to make sure it is not treated like a fringe issue. Many of us here today, we spent our whole summer protesting for Palestine at home, at the RNC, and now here at the DNC, because we know who, regardless of who wins this election, Trump or Harris, our work will not be done. We need an end to U.S. aid to Israel, and in order to do this, we need to continue to fight for divestment in our states, on our campuses, wherever we can. We need students to continue and build the momentum that they built in the spring. We need our movements to keep up pressure on weapons manufacturers. We need to be at the inauguration to send a message that we will not be ignored. We need to keep growing our movement until it cannot be ignored. Some people think social change is made by delegates in the DNC, but in reality it is made by us, and it is made in the streets. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Awesome, y'all. We're about to hear from one of my personal favorite artists, poet and R&B singer Jamila Woods. Was born in Chicago and raised on the city's south side in both Washington Park and the suburb Beverly Hills. In 2012, she published her first chapbook, The Truth About Dolls, which includes a Pushcart Prize-nominated poem about Frida Kahlo. As a singer and songwriter, she has produced hip-hop and neo-soul music, releasing her debut album, Heaven, in 2016. Go listen to it. Raised in her church choir, Jamila's musical aesthetic involves choral layering in addition to the hip-hop tradition of sampling and illusions. Let's give it up for Jamila, y'all.
Black is like the magic's like a spell. My brothers went to heaven. The police going to, yeah, they're going to. Hello, operator, emergency hotline. If I say that I can't breathe, will I become a chalk? Line up to see the movie, line up to see the act. The officers are scheming to cover up their, ask me no more questions. Tell me no more lies. You're serving and protecting is stealing babies' lives. I'm very black. Can't send me back. You take my brother. I fight back. I'm very black. I made a pact. You take my brother. I fight back. And that is all I know. Thank you, Chicago. How y'all feeling? Are there any introverts at the protest today? Congratulations, thank you for being here. I'm just gonna share a couple more songs with you all. This next song is inspired by the Land Back movement and the climate justice movement. As we know, all of the struggles are connected, and one of the first tools of colonialism is to separate the people from the land and to separate people's ability to sustain themselves through the land. So this song is called Teach Me. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
We were just listening in there as the march on the DNC is officially kicking off. Those pro-Gaza protesters there sharing why they are marching. Again, we can expect a lot of protests then over the next few days there in Chicago. And we did want to also just give you a live look inside there at the United Center in Chicago as preparations are underway there. We did want to also just really quickly give that programming note once again that you can turn to us here on Live Now from Fox for that raw, unfiltered live coverage. We won't put any commercial breaks in there when they are speaking, so we do hope you turn to us. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break. It's been great being here with you the past few hours. My name's Christy Matino. On the other side, my colleague Mike Page will be taking over for more coverage. Stay with us.
All right, everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Inside look of the United Center in Chicago ahead of day one of the DNC. Our coverage, of course, continues through the afternoon. And then, of course, in the evening, we've got you covered all night long here as we will be providing you live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage starting today. You'll see all of the speakers from the beginning all the way to the end, all right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now, where we bring you top stories, headlines, and, of course, with this DNC coverage, we'll be providing you a lot of different Chicago updates as they all come in here. Coming up in just about 4 minutes, we'll be talking to Barron's, giving us a little preview of what to expect for this DNC when it talks about an economic vision for the Democrats. In the meantime, let's go out live, though, to Chicago. There is a Gaza war protest that continues right now, where they were expecting close to 50,000 protesters in the city of Chicago.
Our borders are already being policed as if it were a war zone, with the same technology Israel uses from companies like Elbit Systems and Caterpillar. U.S. Border Patrol uses the same tactics to genocide and oppress our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We immigrants who come here for refuge within the belly of the beast gather in solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle and the Black liberation struggle against the ever-weakening U.S. imperialist project. We gathered in solidarity against the RNC, and we gather in solidarity today against the DNC for both parties' complicity in the imperial project at home and abroad. I was in Matahuala, Mexico, a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in utter desperation. I saw families who marry off their 2 young daughters in hopes of one less mouth to feed in the house. I saw broken neighborhoods living in the shadow of toxic slab heaps dumped by mining corporations funded by U.S. capital that receive no environmental oversight, no worker safety standards. And this was just a tiny glimpse into what happens in the rest of Latin America. In Mexico, I saw families so full of love for their children that they do everything possible to make sure they are fed through very desperate conditions. Contradictory to the ongoing rhetoric of the right that these people are violent criminals, I saw hungry children and tired parents yearning for some sense of stability, yearning for some sense of safety. And these are the conditions from which people flee their homeland. We see through the lies they tell against our people, and we demand Harris put a stop to all anti-immigration policies. We demand an end to the border wall and border militarization. We demand an end to the demonization.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That protest continuing in Chicago ahead of day one of the DNC. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all right here. Live look right now inside of the United Center, where day one will get going in just a little bit on Live Now. But we want to continue on. Of course, some of the major factors of the DNC will be foreign policy, but also a big one will also be the economy. So I want to continue to talk about that and what the vision for Democrats could be on the stage in Chicago starting tonight. Let's bring in Matt Peterson with Barron's Group editor. Thanks so much for joining us, as always, on Live Now and giving us a little insight of what we could see tonight. And Matt, I guess my first question would be for you, how do Kamala Harris and other Democrats talk about the economy that they want when they have been a little bit suffering with this inflation that we've been seeing?
Thanks for having me, Mike. Well, the Democrats have started talking in a new way about the economy, and we heard a little bit of that on Friday at a speech Kamala Harris gave in Raleigh, North Carolina. They're going on the offensive now. After, a long time of getting kicked around on inflation, Democrats, and Harris in particular, are amping up their attacks on corporations who they see as involved in price gouging. And this is a way of showing to voters that we're not just sitting around here waiting for inflation to get better. We're actually going to do something about it. Whether or not that's actually going to work is maybe another story, but it's a new message.
Yeah, so we saw that messaging happen and will continue on here. And, just even last year, we heard the term Bidenomics, and it was a big phrase that was going on with the media as well as the Biden team. Of course, now that is all different now that Joe Biden tonight, he will be really really passing the flames to Kamala Harris.
That's right. A funny thing about Bidenomics is that Joe Biden himself doesn't really talk about it anymore, but Kamala Harris actually does. She likes it. And, her message essentially to voters is, if you like this Biden economy, you get to keep this Biden economy. Inflation has been going down. Employment is staying pretty steady at, historically pretty low levels. And she's going to hope that voters like that. And she's, probably going to get some, favorable wins here from the Federal Reserve, which is going to finally start cutting interest rates in September. And so for Democrats, this is all sort of wind in the sails that they hope is going to take them all the way to November. Of course, it's very expensive, and they're spending a lot of money, and they're not really talking about debt and deficits and other sort of embarrassing details like that.
And what do you think the big driver, the messenger for the economy will be during these next 4 days that we will see? Who are you going to be looking at that stage to be delivering some big remarks on the economy?
That's a great question, because Harris herself has not really talked very much about the economy, aside from that speech she gave on Friday that I mentioned in Raleigh. But the big one that I'm really interested to see is Bill Clinton. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but back in 2012, when Mitt Romney and Barack Obama were running, there was a big fight over the Affordable Care Act, which had just been passed. And Bill Clinton came out and he gave this very specific, wonky, but very well-received defense of the Affordable Care Act that some people think may have helped save it, because Democrats won that election. And I'm very curious if Clinton is going to come out here and give us a serious defense of Bidenomics, of all the sort of industrial policy and government spending on the economy. We'll see. I don't know for sure what he's going to say. But Obama, too, will be the other one to watch. Obama is a great orator in many ways, and is teed himself up here to do something interesting.
Yeah, so true. And then Bill Clinton being back in Chicago there. We all remember 1996, back at the United Center. And there's been so many times in the media being talked about 1968 with the big a rally that happened there that was very unfortunate in many ways with all the riots that were happening. But yeah, there was another DNC in Chicago, and it happened in 1996.
Democrats are very much hoping that this time goes better. A lot of what they've done this week and in preparation for the DNC is, really to avoid all the chaos back from the 60s. They had this roll call vote that confirms Harris and Walz as the nominees before the convention even opened. And that's because they just don't want any kind of disruptions at all to this, very stage managed process of rolling out these candidates, at a time when a lot of the country is sort of just starting to pay attention to these political moments.
Yeah, so true. It'll be so interesting to watch as it all takes place these next 4 days. What do you think on the counter will be, though, for Republicans? What will their messaging be while this is happening? We know that Donald Trump will be at several different places, including Arizona later in the week as well. But what do you think they will be doing to try to counterbalance what is happening really for the next 4 days for Democrats to be on the main stage?
Donald Trump is going to try to get on TV at any chance he can get and remind people of how bad inflation has hurt them. He's going to talk about the price of bacon, as he's been doing a lot lately. He overshoots a little bit in what he says, but he's right. The prices are way, way, way up. And he's going to talk about that. He's going to talk about the price of a gallon of gas. It's about $3.50 now. It was about $2 at the end of his presidency. So it's up. And he's going to talk about, he's going to just remind voters of sort of how miserable all that stuff has made them feel at any time you can have an opportunity.
Yeah, so true. Matt Peterson, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. It'll be an exciting next 4 days, and really still got to buckle up because it's only August and we got to get all the way to November. So thanks so much for joining us on Live Now.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. You take care. And we'll take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. More coverage coming up in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our great viewers continuing to watch us as always. We do want to go back out now, live still in Chicago, where there is a massive Israel-Gaza war protest that continues ahead of DNC Day 1. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Did it when Likud Minister Avi Dichter said, quote, "We are now rolling the Gaza Nakba." The Nakba, or catastrophe, represents the ongoing forcible displacement, dispossession, ethnic cleansing, land theft, oppression, and denial of self-determination and basic human rights, and repatriation, freedom, justice, and liberation. You've done nothing while Palestinians were being slaughtered. The specific intention to destroy civilian life and infrastructure was clear, yet you did nothing. The ICJ ruled that Israel's plausibly committing genocide and ruled again for what it's doing in Gaza. The ICC was about to issue arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. That wasn't evidence enough for you to do something. Yet, you did nothing. Well, correction. You did do something. You proposed to give Israel an additional $14.3 billion in military aid and an additional $20 billion in sales on top of the annual $3.8 billion that we give to Israel to continue its apartheid regime and genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. Rather than use the funds to help the schools in inner cities, to help people achieve basic dignity in their own home here in the United States, help them in housing, help them in schools, help them in basic infrastructure, give the American people that money so that we can develop ourselves. But instead, you're using it to destroy an entire civilian population. Shame on you. I know we've heard a lot about Project 2025. Here's our Project 2025. Free, free.
Up with liberation. Down with deportation. Up with liberation. Down with occupation.
I'd like to introduce Sydney Loving, who has been active in the Black liberation movement and the fight against police crime since 2015, leading work in Dallas and nationally. She sits on the Central Committee of Freedom Road Socialist Organization, a revolutionary organization with a long history of solidarity with Palestine and active in the trade unions, Black and Chicano liberation movements, anti-war organizing, and many other fronts of the people's struggles.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm not going to introduce myself because they already introduced me. I'm going to get right into it. We're marching today. We're going to march. We're marching today to the site of the DNC, and we're making it clear that we stand with the Palestinian resistance. And inside that convention will be President Biden, Vice President Harris, and all the Congress people who make this genocide possible. Right. They've been sitting in their cushy offices writing the checks, U.S. dollars, paying for bombs and bullets in prison camps. And none of this is a secret. None of this is a secret. These are facts. Just this past week, the U.S. announces more weapons to Israel to the tune of $20 billion. And there's no corner of the globe that the U.S. empire is not interested in dominating, and the Middle East is a strategic target. We know this.
Apartheid Israel can only exist with the U.S. backing it up, and it all comes down to money. Just think about that. They are destroying lives for money. No. And we're saying enough is enough. So some people will talk about us out here and say that our commitment to holding the Democrats accountable for the genocide in Gaza is going to help Trump win. Bullshit. When you enable genocide, embrace genocide, or excuse genocide, you lose support. Simple as. If they want us and all the progressive forces to line up behind them and support them, then they have to earn it. So we have a people's agenda here today, demanding money for jobs, schools, healthcare, not a war. And the reason we have to be out here demanding the basic rights that everyday people need to live is because the monopoly capitalists who run this country are getting rich off this system. They're getting rich off the system that forces us into the struggle to change things. Somebody's getting rich off the genocide in Palestine. But this system will not last. We're building a revolutionary movement to take back our power because we want to build something better for everybody. Working class and oppressed people deserve a real future. And Palestinian children deserve a real future, and this rotting system has no future. But history is not over. We can fight and we can win, and we stand with the whole arc of resistance fighting for Palestinian liberation. So when we get in the streets, let them hear us, y'all. Let them hear us.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Here to bring up our next speakers, Munya and Noor, representing the Palestinian Feminist Collective, an organization of Palestinian and Arab women and feminists working towards the liberation of Palestine and beyond. Make some noise!
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? I'm Noor, and this is Mona, and we are part of the Palestinian Feminist Collective.
Are we fired up for Palestine? I can't hear you. Are we fired up for Palestine? Better. Good afternoon, my friends, brothers, and sisters in the struggle. For nearly a year now, we have remained steadfast in our rage and grief as we confront the U.S. war machine. We have screamed in agony as we witnessed the brutal slaughter of Palestinian children, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers. We marched, we demanded, we wrote, and we prayed for our people in Palestine only to be met with nothing but empty platitude and contempt from our elected officials. Enough. It has never been clearer that the two-party political system is nothing but a lie perpetuated by the ruling class.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us. We are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always. We do have coming up in just moments out of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump will be making some remarks there. As soon as that happens, we will bring it to you as always on Live Now. We do want to take you out to some of the coverage from Fox 32 in Chicago, talking about not only the DNC, but also the latest polls for Harris and Trump.
To be nice and peaceful throughout the week. Now, this, of course, the first day of the DNC, and new polls showing Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump in a head-to-head matchup. She's been riding a wave of rejuvenation and excitement for the Democratic Party. But what's it going to take to keep the momentum going, and how can the DNC make a difference? Joining us is our friend and political strategist, Del Marie Cobb. Welcome back. Always nice to have you here.
Thank you.
So Del Marie and I were just talking. We both were here in 1996. That was a different time. And we've also been talking about the fact that people keep trying to revert back to 68 when they had such an infamous convention. 96 was different. Explain what you remember during that time.
Well, I was the press secretary for the convention in 96, and so I'm the one who got all the media calls. And we had the largest number of media at that convention. 15,000 people came because of the specter of 68. Could Chicago outlive its reputation? And we were able to pull it off. I mean, the worst thing that happened was the day before when we had this terrible rainstorm.
Oh,
and
yes.
It got rid of the media tent, and then we had to hurry up and put it back. But the rest of the convention, it was perfect weather like it is right now. And so it was a wonderful convention.
Do you think, though, that because we are dealing in a different climate, that we can expect to see something different, not to the 1968 degree that we saw, but what do you expect to see with this climate as somebody who's experienced these and helped put these things together?
Well, I think because you've had a series of things happen from, of course, George Floyd, and then you had the war in Gaza and Israel. And then you've got Benjamin Netanyahu was here recently, and I think that also raised fears because you saw the protests when he spoke to the joint Congress. And so I think all of those things have played into let's make sure nothing goes wrong, because we don't want Chicago to have to be reminded of 68 and for anything to happen. So you are seeing the city over-preparing, and I think it is over-preparing. But as your earlier guest said, you prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah, you were saying you as you were coming to our studio, you saw a lot of the barricade. You were amazed at how many people were out there, police and fencing, right?
It's fencing all down Michigan Avenue and around the hotels where I'm sure the dignitaries are staying.
Okay, so let's talk Kamala Harris. This is her big week. She has gotten a huge bump since President Biden stepped aside in July. And usually during convention rallies, the nominee will get another bump as a result of the DNC, as a result of the RNC. What does this week mean to her, and what does she need to do to continue this momentum she has right now?
Well, the thing that she is grateful for, I'm sure, is the fact that the party in power is the one that has the last convention. That allows her to ride this bump all the way to November. Also, she was lucky enough to inherit the Biden-Harris ticket and the Biden-Harris infrastructure, and the Biden-Harris money. And so all of those things combined have put her in a strong position. But I do think that coming out of the convention, you're going to see more attention turned to her, and you're going to see more scrutiny. And I think that she's going to have to deal with that, and she's going to have a flawless campaign all the way through.
Yeah, flawless is right. So a lot of people are saying that she hasn't really defined who she is yet, and they're hoping that that's what we're going to hear on Thursday night, those who are her supporters. Does she have to separate herself from the president on Thursday during that speech?
You know, I know people are talking about her separating herself, but I don't think she's going to separate herself that much. I mean, she's certainly going to have her own identity, and she's going to have the issues that are passionate to her. And being a black woman, she's going to have issues that are only she can have and only she can talk about. And so I think that's going to be the difference. But in terms of feeling like she's got to run away from Biden and his policies, why would you do that? Because there would not be a Kamala Harris if there weren't a Joe Biden.
So there's talks of the peace talks happening, and that maybe there would be some sort of an agreement, but how long have we been hearing that, right? But how significant would that be for her campaign and for the Democratic Party going into November if that were to occur?
Oh, it's absolutely significant. I mean, that's what the protests are about, partially. And so everybody wants that to happen. And so if that happens prior to her taking office and she does become the next president, then she can ride that wave of good feeling and then making sure that we move towards a two-state solution, because that's what everybody wants.
Okay, so what is the biggest obstacle facing her right now? Is it the fact that we've got the Gaza-Israel issue going on right now, or is it the fact that she is not only female, but she is a black woman? History could be made. Is that the biggest obstacle she's facing?
I think the biggest obstacle is being a black woman. I always say, when they say, well, we elected Barack Obama, and I always say, yes, black men got the vote before women got the vote. All women got the vote. So he's still a man. And so she's still a woman. And she's a black woman on top of it. And so because of that, this is going to be a very hard lift. But when she says she's the underdog, she is the underdog.
That's what I was going to ask you. She has been saying she's the underdog. Do you believe she is?
Oh, absolutely, she's the underdog.
And define that. Why?
You cannot take that for granted. I mean, everybody thought Hillary Clinton was inevitable.
Yes.
And I always said she's not inevitable because there's never been a woman president. So what would make her be inevitable? And she had everything going for her, and she could not crack that glass ceiling. So to think that Kamala Harris is going to do it and she's just going to step in there, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be a cakewalk. This is going to be a heavy lift, and she's going to have to be the underdog mantle all the way to Election Day.
Okay, so you are a political strategist. Let's say you are running Kamala Harris's campaign, okay? What are you going to tell her to focus on? What are you going to tell her to really bring out? What can she be doing to counter what the Republicans are going to hit her with? As you said, after this convention is over, a lot of stuff's going to be coming her way.
Well, the good thing is we've got the debate coming up September 10th. I mean, it couldn't be coming at a better time, because she's going to ride that bump, and then she's going to get hit with some scrutiny, and then the debate is going to happen, and people are really going to get to see the difference in the two candidates, and that's going to make a big difference. And I think when people see that, that's going to be the narrative following it. So I think if she does all those things and then talks about kitchen table issues, which are affecting people every day, I think that's going to make the difference between her winning and losing.
Okay, so the DNC ends, and then the next thing everybody is going to be looking at is that first debate. She's a prosecutor. She's a very intelligent woman. She knows how to debate. How significant is that first debate going to be? Because we saw what happened with the last debate.
Well, you're not going to see a repeat. I know that for sure. Not only was she a prosecutor, but the fact that she is going to stay on message. That's the first thing. You've got somebody who cannot stay on message in terms of her opponent, and I think he's going to lose it. I think we're going to see the very thing that he accused Biden of doing is what we're going to wind up seeing him do, and that's a meltdown, because he cannot stand the fact that she's a woman. He cannot stand the fact that she's black. He cannot stand the fact that she's getting all the attention. I mean, all the things, every button that she needs to push is being pushed.
Is that going to be enough, though, in the end?
It's going to help, because I think more and more people are beginning to see that he is a liability because of the contrast now between Kamala Harris and him. When it was Joe Biden and him, people were so into, he was defining Joe Biden, and the media were all going along with it.
Does she bring up the age issue now?
She doesn't have to bring it up. It's automatic.
So you don't think that's something that even needs to be brought up as part of this?
Just like she's not bringing up that she's a woman and she's black. She doesn't need it. You see it every day.
You see it every day. Delmarie Cobb, always a pleasure. What a pleasure to talk to you again. I feel like, you know, you've been involved in this political world for so long, and you bring so much to the table. Thank you for coming in this morning and this afternoon. Good to see you. Well, thousands of protesters are out today, as we've been telling you, making their message known to lawmakers earlier today as well. Organizers reassured the public their goal is to safely get their message across to the delegates.
So finally, the day is here, August 19th, and the entire world is watching. We've said over and over and over again that the event of the season is in Chicago today at Union Park, not in the United Center. The excitement is going to be
Everyone, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour here, and we are just moments away from Donald Trump to be